Hello and welcome to Riyadh. You join us here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack for another packed day of action. We've got 12 races on the card to look forward to today at the start of the season here in Riyadh, and what a start it's been so far. I'm delighted to say that joining me once again is our expert Tom Collins, who's going to talk us through all of the day's action. Tom, we've had a great week so far, and today promises much more of the same. Exciting day in store for us.
It really is, yeah. We saw some good horses win yesterday, the likes of Takfik in the 2-year-old fillies maiden, Man of the Night as well in the final contest. And we've got 4 opens today. We've got a cup race to end the card, plenty of non-winners of 3 events too. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck in. Absolutely.
We've had some real superstars this week, and today promises much more of the same. We've picked out 3 horses for you to keep an eye on this week. Pagan runs in race 2. We're looking forward to seeing Pagan a little later on. This 8-year-old has won 8 times and was successful when last seen in Taif. And Alex Moreno takes the ride on Pagan today. Watheb Al-Khaladir is another horse we're keeping an eye out for. He goes in race 6 for the Arabian horses. He won the Sprint Championship at Taif last time out. Produce another big run today. And finally, this horse is going gone. He was formerly trained in the UK and made a winning start to life in Saudi Arabia. Can he follow up his latest win in tonight's feature race? So Tom, I'm sure that has certainly whetted your appetite. Give us an overview of the day and what are we looking forward to?
As I say, we have 4 open races. We've got a cup race to end the card. There's real talent throughout, lots of local and imported horses as well. A number of UK formerly trained horses that I'll definitely point out along the way. There are some certain horses that I think have got a great chance of winning. There are some certain races that are super tricky. So hopefully we've got a fair share of winners.
So certainly an intriguing day for us to start off with. We are, of course, joined as ever by our roving reporter, Shamila Hanley, who's been out and about for us all week, talking to various connections, owners, trainers and jockeys. And we'll be joining Shamila to get her thoughts on today's action as well.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube on Super Saturday. I think I've racked up about 40,000 steps this weekend already, so really looking forward to today. And we're ending it on a high note with 12 very competitive races. Tom held the reins with the winners yesterday. However, I am fairly confident that I can snatch the reins back off him today with my paddock selections. The Almondale stables were very successful with their fillies yesterday, Sunset Flash and Estoppel. They do have another chance today with the very strong Masaya in race number 10, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. However, my highlight will be the last race, the feature race of the day. We will see Jimmy Jerkins, Luigi Vampa out yet again. He was very dominant last time out at Taif Racecourse. He dominated the entire field, and Jimmy was raring to get his horses back to Riyadh Racecourse. He's got 7 runners today, 1 in this very first race, so I am very excited to see how he does. Hopefully they will be in the winner's enclosure soon.
Thank you very much. Shamila feeling very confident there in her selections. And Tom, what do you think of that? Shamila's laid out the challenge to you.
Yeah, I like a little bit of a challenge. I am super competitive, so it's good to have that little side hustle on the go here. I'm sure we're going to have a winner or 2 between us at the very least. And yeah, I snatched it back yesterday, but Shamila was the best tipster on day 1, that's for sure.
She was indeed, and let's see if our commentator John Blans, if he has luck on his side. Let's join John now to get his thoughts on the opening race.
Thank you very much, guys. I can't promise to be as well turned out as Shamila there in the parade ring. We've got 12 race card for you, getting underway at 3:40 local time. 3 1,200-metre races getting things underway. Then we move up to 1,400-metre contests, 3 of those. An Arabian Horses Open race as well, race 6, which the guys touched upon. A couple of mile races there, the 6:40 and the 7:10 local time. And then, of course, we get to the back end of the card. As Tom was saying, we've got that Eastern Governance Regency Cup, or Eastern Governance Region Cup, to finish things off there over the 2,400 metres, so 1.5 miles. And, of course, we've got our new distance here at Riyadh as well. Those who've been watching Taif for the last few months won't have seen any 1,800-metre races, but we've got a couple of those as well, the 7:40 and the 8:10, a couple there to enjoy. So 12 races in all. Strap yourselves in. take a look at the runners and riders for the first race. I think this would probably be filed in one of Tom's very difficult to work out races. Big field, a lot of horses who we don't know a huge amount about or haven't run in the TAFE season, but could be pretty promising or certainly pretty progressive. Horse number 1 is Champit. AN Al Turisi is aboard. Mahalik is the mount of Tariq Al Mansour, horse number 2. Number 3 is Good Connection. Adel Al Faradi rides. Horse number 4 is Itkan, that's the mount of Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 5 is Ibn Habdan, Abdullah Al Kradis aboard. Number 6 is Dadan, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 7 is Raid Al Sarah, Luis Morales takes them out. Horse number 8 is Mukatel, Abdullah Al Khamis aboard. Big field in the first as well. Horse number 9 is Emblem Gain, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 10 is Violent Star, Abdulaziz Al Yesh rides. Horse number 11 is Bonita B, the mount of Alexis Moreno, Panamanian jockey. Horse number 12 is Akai, the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 13 is Pennywern Taverner. Camillo Ospina gets aboard that one. First time in a while for Camillo riding that one. Horse number 14 is Nordic Lights. Abdullah Al Kradis is aboard. Horse number 15, Golden War, formerly with John and Thady Gosden. Mohammed Al Shamari rides that one. Horse number 16 is Mustango, a winner 2 starts ago at TAFE. That's the mount of Ahmed Al Azari. And still they come. Horse number 17 is Manaslu. That's the mount of Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 18 is Al Iraqi. Sultan Al Mimoni is riding. So the 18 go to post here in our first of 12 races. It's a 0 to 80 handicap. The track is being lovingly prepared. Let's get back to the studio.
Many thanks, John. We'll let John catch his breath now after running through all those runners and riders. 12 races for us today to enjoy, and these big fields as well, Tom, as we've been seeing all week. And Shamila has termed it Super Saturday, and it promises certainly to be a Super Saturday indeed. Horses there in the pre-parade ring before they make their way out into the parade ring, and we can have a good look at them shortly. And please do keep those comments coming into YouTube. We've enjoyed reading them out over the last couple of days. We've already had someone saying, "Go Jimmy." Well, of course, Tom, Jimmy Jerkins has quite a number of runners today, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got 7 on the card today. Plenty of good chances as well. There is one horse that I will definitely be selecting later on. Not his runner in the first race, Asai, horse number 12. But yeah, we'll hopefully get a Jimmy Jerkins winner. We haven't had an interview with him and Shamila just yet at Riyadh, so I think we're overdue.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly something we can look forward to a little later on, hopefully. Jockeys looking relaxed and happy as well, Tom.
Yeah, look, it's a big day, isn't it? We've got some good racing. Some of these jockeys rode winners yesterday. They really shared the victories around. I mean, I don't think any other rider, aside from Tariq Al Mansour, rode 2 winners. It was just 1 apiece for all the others. So, yeah, these jockeys will be happy that we're here in Riyadh, here riding for some good prize money as well. And it's a lovely weather outside for a Saturday too.
It is absolutely a gorgeous day, very warm as you'd expect here in Riyadh, but lovely sunny day. And of course, a little later on, we'll be under the floodlights. We are racing here up until 9:20 p.m, I believe. So do stick with us. Plenty of action to come. So Tom, just looking down this card, we start with 6 furlongs. This is Champit, the first horse we are seeing.
Yeah, this 6-year-old colt began his career in Canada. He didn't really feature in the UAE after he moved from North America. But he's coming here into Saudi Arabia, first time up this season. He probably needs to run, but he's drawn well and still 7.
So that is Champit. Mahalik is number 2.
Talented performer, rated 80, so towards the top of the weights in this 0 to 80 handicap. He's only a 3-year-old as well, so he gets a little bit of an allowance. He finished second both at meeting 40 and meeting 49. Last time up was disappointing. He started his career with Carl Burke. He should stay this 6 furlongs pretty well.
What do you make of number 3, Good Connection?
A leading player in this race, finished 3rd on his penultimate outing in an open contest, 2nd again last time in similar company, now drops down to a 0 to 80 handicap. This is the perfect chance for him to get a win next to his name, and he's the man of Adel El Faradi, who didn't ride for the first 2 days of Riyadh, so he'll be chomping at the bit to get a win.
He'll be keen to get a good debut here. This is Itkan, horse number 4.
He was rated 92 in the UK for Owen Burrows. 3 runs in Saudi Arabia haven't been great, finishing 15th, 18th and 9th. Connections will be hoping that he can bounce back and perform something like his very best.
Horse number 5 for you then, Tom, Ibn Hadban.
He's race fit. He's had 5 runs in the last couple of weeks. He won back at meeting 26 and at meeting 48, both in Taif. But his last 2 efforts were mid-division finishes. He's race fit, as I say, which is a big tick against some of these horses, but at the same time, he's now facing better opposition.
And what about Dadan? This is number 6.
Well, we talked about race fitness for horse number 5. Dadan hasn't run all season, so it's completely contrasting there. And he looks like he'll definitely come on for the run. He is the mount of Naif Alanazi, which is a positive, but he hasn't run for 11 months, as I say, so not today for me.
Well, this horse has run. This is Riyadh Al-Sarah.
He looks lovely in the paddock as well, as he's walking around with his 2 handlers. Nice and calm, which is what Connections will be hoping for. He's the mount of Louis Morales, who rode 3 winners over the course of our first 2 days. He won a local bred maiden at Taif. Again, this is stiffer opposition.
Mukatel, horse number 8, follows him.
First run today in Saudi Arabia for this horse, formerly trained in the UAE. He's a 4-year-old by the side called Klimt, out of a dam called Hot Chocolate. They'll be hoping that he produces a sweet finish today.
Ooh, I like it, Tom. Emblem Game by Twirling Candy. Another sweet finish for this one, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. This horse has had plenty of chances at Taif this season. Seems to be trending in the right direction, finishing 5th last time after some pretty below par performances earlier in the campaign.
Violent Star is horse number 10.
5-year-old Gelding seems to be finding winning very difficult at the moment. He's just won from 24 in his career. Finished 6th last time at meeting 51, right at the end of the Taif season, and should be fit enough to do himself justice.
And what about Bonita B?
Ex-Mick Shannon, Alex Moreno takes the ride. Good 4th last time up for this animal.
Well, let's go to Shamila, who's having a good look at the horses. Shamila, what are your thoughts at this stage?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. And the weather has improved significantly since the last 2 days. It's much cooler today, a slight breeze, which is nice, so hopefully the horses won't get too sweaty today. Horse that I have my eye on is just coming behind me now, horse number 9, Emblem Game. 5th last time out. He is ridden by Abdullah Al Fayrouz, he's carrying 60 kilos today, a colt by Twirling Candy. And for me, it was a huge toss-up between this horse number 9 and horse number 10, Violent Star, right behind him, 6th last time out with Abdulaziz El Yesh. The horses are looking really, really nice. However, I will stick to my initial thought, horse number 9, and he jumps from stall 5 as well, which could work to his advantage.
Many thanks, Shamila. We will be looking out for your horse number 9, Emblem Game. Tom, let's continue going through the card then, all these runners and riders. We join number 13, Pennywent Taverner.
Yeah, this horse had plenty of opportunities as well. Used to be trained in the UK. His runs in Taif haven't been great, but Camilo Ospina takes them out today, which is a positive. And here's Nordic Lights, drawn in 12. He's an 8-year-old, seems to be regressing. We've probably seen his best days in the past. Now he's just running at a much lower level.
Golden War is horse number 15.
Drawn nicely in stall 1 if this horse can break on terms. If not, he'll probably be shuffled back. It's his first run of the season. He should get further, being by Churchill.
And Mustango is the next horse we should be seeing.
A poor outing last time from Mustango, finishing 16th back at meeting 53, right at the end of the Taif season. Prior to that, he won, so looked in good form. It was a big blip last time, and Connections will hope that he can refine his best.
Is Mustango number 16. Let's move on then to the horse that is following on behind him. It's Manaslu.
Unexposed gelding, Manaslu, by Star Spangled Banner, who's had a winner yesterday on this track with one of his progeny. Interesting to see what we get from Manaslu, considering he hasn't run all season. Going down to post quite nicely. Wigberto Ramos still seeking a victory here at Riyadh.
Yes, indeed. Best of luck to him. Al-Raki is horse number 18, Tom.
North from 20. This colt, he's had plenty of chances and seemingly above his head in this competition. He's right at the bottom of the weight, so does get weight from his rivals, but he was only 12th last time up.
And what about Atam, number 19?
That's a reserve, so he doesn't get in today.
Apologies. Well, we didn't mention horse number 12, Tom, Asai.
Yes, for Jimmy Jerkins. We've got even more comments cheering on Jimmy's runners. Go Jimmy Jerkins, I can see in the YouTube page right now, which is fantastic. Asai will be hoping to give Jimmy his first winner of Riyadh. He was 1 from 6 with Clive Cox in the UK, this horse. He won a Southwell Maiden back in January. Hasn't had too long over here. I think maybe next time we'll see Asai perform better than today.
Well, that horse number 2 is Mahalik, and we'll hopefully be having a little look at some of his previous race footage. Here he goes.
Yeah, this was a good contest. Mahalik was in this race as well as Good Connection, and we picked this race up on the top of the bend, and Mahalik's out in front showed that natural early speed, kicked clear and looked like he had the race at his mercy. He only just succumbed late to this late finisher in the yellow and burgundy silks. Good connection back in the pack with the white cap, makes good late inroads on a track that's suited front runners. I prefer Good Connection's effort here. I think he's the horse to take out the race, and he actually will be my selection under Adel Al-Faradi.
What is it you like about Good Connection, Tom?
I like that he basically outperformed the track bias that day. Horses didn't really close into any kind of speed in any of the races at Taif, so the fact he got so close was admirable. He came back from that run and finished second, again in an open race. Much better quality than we're seeing today in this handicap for 0 to 80 horses. Adel Al-Faradi is a big positive in the saddle. He's race fit. There's just a lot of ticks in the boxes. And although he is drawn wider in stall 16, and this 6 furlong start doesn't really provide the horses with a long run to the first bend, we've seen in the last 2 days that wide draws haven't been that much of a negative. It can actually allow the jockeys to move across into a good prominent position and avoid all the trouble. So I think Good Connection is the horse with the most upside in this race.
Well, neither you nor Shamila have chosen the Jimmy Jerkins horse, which is in stark contrast to the people following us on YouTube. There seems to be a lot of support for him in the comments. So, Tom, you like Good Connection. Shamila likes Emblem Game. And let's go now to John Blunt's and see who he fancies.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, the horse is down at the start. It's a tricky little race, this, because the horses that you probably would be keenest to side with have got slightly tricky draws to overcome. Tom has obviously dealt with how maybe a wide draw in the first couple of meetings here at Riyadh so far wasn't necessarily a huge disadvantage. So that would be music to the ears of Good Connection fans and indeed Mahalik, both of whom can probably go pretty well. I think Mahalik from stall 14, Tariq Al-Mansour, he's riding well at the moment, might just be able to get into a good posse and maybe not win, but stick around for a very long time. I'm slightly drawn as well. I know it wasn't a very good race he won, and he did bomb out last time, but Mustango, if things are a bit overdone pace-wise out in front, I'd expect Mustango to be ticking 1 or 2 off in the closing stages. I'm not necessarily saying you win, but he has that race fitness. But there are some very interesting horses that are well drawn, but you're not quite sure how they're going to go on their first run for a long time, looking principally at the likes of Golden War and Akai. I'm going to go with Mahalik to at least give you a good shout for quite some time from stall 14 in the hands of Tariq Al-Mansour. So the horses are about to make their way in. Horse number 7 there is Raid Al-Sarah. See the bright orange saddlecloth, which always helps in these situations. It can there in the yellow saddlecloth. Now the draw does not correspond to the saddlecloth here because we're racing in handicap company, so just bear that in mind. Don't look for saddlecloth 1 emerging from stall 1. It's It Can coming forward. Horse number 6 to go in is Dadan in the white and green colours. The 11, well, it's the 10, sorry, Violent Star. There in the gold and black colours is Mukatel, just a little bit reluctant to go in. There's Akai, the Jerkins runner, the red colours. The 11 coming forward is Bonita B. And the yellow and black is Emblem Game. We might run a decent racing stall 5, had plenty of chances at Tafe. Does get a nice draw here, though. Of course, the dimensions of the track here at Riyadh are just a little bit wider in terms of the bend, so there's more of a bend to get round. So getting a good position in that situation is definitely not to be sniffed at. There's Akai about to go in, just a little bit less than keen. Horse number 16, Mustango, is definitely well drawn here. As I say, talent-wise, he's probably a bit behind some of these, but he might well be pretty well drawn here. It looks like Pennywern Tavern is going to be the last to go in here, so stand by. Been a very, very quick loading process for our first at Riyadh this afternoon. 1,200 metres in front of them. And there's still 1 left to go in there. It's horse number 3, Good Connection, who's out the back. The problem there in stall 10 with Mukatel. So we're waiting for Good Connection. Widest of all, there is Al Raki, but they're often racing. They've gone without Good Connection. They've gone without horse number 3, Good Connection, in the opener as they make their way through the early stages. Good start from Manaslu up the inside there in the purple and white colours. Akai relatively prominent as well in the red jacket. Also up with the early pace is Emblem Game. Another one that's gone forward is Mahalik in the green, getting its customary good early position. Then Pennywern Tavner, who's racing in mid-division at the moment. On that one's outside, Dadan is in mid-division. Right round the outside, coming the scenic route, is Al Raki. khaki. Then Mustango up the inside, followed then by the blue, white and black colours of Bonita B, who's in mid-div at the moment. One that's completely outpaced is Golden War, also outpaced at the rear of the field, Violent Star. Starting to make the swing for home. When they level up, they'll have just about 400 metres left to go. And it's Manaslu that leads them, but on the outside, Mahalik is moving pretty menacingly. Akai racing in third, then down the centre of the track, Emblem Game in fourth. They're a long way clear of Pennywern, Tabner and the rest, but it's Mahalik who's kicked on here for the informed Tariq Al Mansour. 2-3 lengths the advantage, and racing deep inside the final furlong. Mahalik got into a good early posse and is going to go on and score here. Mahalik, as they go to the line, coming from the back, staying on very well is Nordic Lights, but it's Mahalik who hangs on. Nordic Lights has finished in second there. Third horse home could well have been Bonita B, Akai, who are still in there pitching as well. Mahalik with the early pace to get the business done in the first. Tariq Al Mansour, the victorious rider. All of the horses in this race were probably helped by the fact that Good Connection wouldn't go into the starting stalls. Not entirely sure what was going on there, but Mahalik would have had some early pace pressure from that horse had he been in the race, but he wasn't, and he just allowed to float down into a lovely early posse. A time of 1 minute 12.99 seconds. Nordic Lights in second. Bonita B has finished in third, and your fourth horse home there was Akai. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in our opening race. So the early paced Mahalik has got to the front, built up enough of an advantage, and although Nordic Lights was coming home really strongly, the 8-year-old, in the end Mahalik had enough for them. And Tariq Al Mansour, you can't keep a good man down. He is flying at the moment. Another winner for him, and Mahalik has now won twice in 15 starts. A bit of a blowout last time at Tape, but there are a couple of good second place finishes not so long ago, and he's gone one better here. Mahalik wins the opener.
Well, Mahalik wins the opening race on the card here at Riyadh. Second win for this horse, Tom. And again, as we've seen all week, it's the early pace setters who tend to be in with a shout at the end.
Yeah, Tariq Al Mansour set his stall out early, made his tactics clear. He went to go to the front. He wasn't directly on the lead from the outset, but he took the advantage coming around the home turn. And this horse just didn't really look back. Never looked in trouble, to be fair. He barely stays to 6 furlongs. I think we can all agree with that. His leading margin was really being eroded close to the home. But yeah, like John said, I'm just very disappointed. Good Connection didn't manage to go into the stalls and run in the race, because based on what we saw at Taif and the way that Mahalik finished there, I think Good Connection probably would have beaten him. So look, it's all hearsay and conjecture, but at the same time, I'm disappointed because the best horse might not have been in the race.
Yeah, that is a real shame that we didn't see Good Connection run, especially since he was so excited about his chances before this race. But take nothing away from Mahalik, it was nevertheless a good ride. Yeah,
it was a good ride, a good run. You can't take anything away from the horse. Of course, he can only beat what's put in front of him, and he managed to do that pretty comprehensively. It was a good ride as well by Tariq Al Mansour, because this is a guy who's in red-hot form, winning 2 races yesterday, now 1 race again today. And he wasn't potentially seen at his best at Taif, though he did have a fair few rides for some good owners, including the White Stable on occasion. But he's really now shining like a star at Riyadh first weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really good time as well, wasn't it, Tom?
It was 1:12.99 over the 6 furlongs. Now that's still 3 and a bit seconds slower than the standard, but if we were comparing that to yesterday and the day before with the 6 furlong races, I think this is the quickest time we've seen over the trip so far. So, you know, he's only rated 80, Mahalik, and there are a couple more 6 furlong races to come, including an open in the next race. So we'll see if that time gets improved upon.
And Shamila was saying before this race, Tom, that when she was standing outside, it felt a little bit cooler than the last couple of days. Do you think that that could have had an impact?
Potentially, but at the same time, these horses are acclimatised to the hot weather anyway, so, you know, they'll be used to running in the heat and training in the heat early afternoon, albeit most of the training gets done in the morning. It's not that much cooler. It's only a couple of degrees, if that. 37 yesterday, around 35, 34 today, so I don't think it would have too much of a difference, if any, to be honest.
And the horse that finished in second, Nordic Lights, ran on well for second, Tom.
He did. He's an 8-year-old. I thought he was really regressing. He has been below his best this year. There was no doubt about that. But seemingly the switch to Riyadh has definitely helped him. He was 10th and 14th on his last 2 runs in Taif, and that track just quite clearly didn't suit his deep closing style. But even then, when talking about a closer coming into this race, improving for the different venue, Good Connection would have been just that. He would have absolutely relished the conditions today. So, yeah, I'm disappointed, but there's still 11 races to go. I can't be too sad about it.
Well, Tom, you're still unbeaten, though.
0 from 0 today.
A technicality, absolutely. And hopefully we will see Good Connection run in the not too distant future to make up for that disappointment there. But this is how the race was won. Tom, just talk us through these closing stages.
Yeah, Mahalek crossed the line in front, as we can see there, but he really was floundering in the final 200 metres. This horse is probably a 5.5 furlong specialist, but they don't run over 1,100 metres in Saudi Arabia. So he has to step up into 1,200 metres. But he's a very good horse at the trip. It's just if there's a horse within range, maybe 1 or 2 lengths inside the final 200 metres, he will come under serious pressure. He broke very well down the middle of the track, as we can see, breaking from stall 14 in the green silks. At this stage, he's already in second and just has to move across to get into that nice prominent position behind the early leader, which was Manaslu, ridden by Wigberto Ramos. Still a bit of a drought for Wigberto so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some jockeys who've won multiple races over the last couple of days, and he is still left wanting. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, very disappointed. All the big names have ridden winners as well. Camilo Ospina, Naif Al-Nazi. Obviously, Adel Alfaredi hasn't, but that's because he's yet to have a ride. He didn't even have a ride in this race, as his horse was withdrawn. But everyone else has, so Wigberto will be disappointed that he's not yet on the board. But as I say, still 11 races to come today. He'll have his fingers crossed that he can break that duck.
Absolutely. And let's look at Nordic Lights, the horse that finished in second place, Tom.
Currently not in shot, Nordic Lights, making a move from out of the pack. This winner, Manalek's already put the race to bed. Nordic Lights now moving up around the outside into a good position. Bonita B also running home well up the inside under Alex Moreno. These 2 horses were closing all the way to the line. As you can see, Manalek's out on his feet. Under Tariq Al-Mansour, but he already put the race to bed at this point, coming off the bend. This is the race-winning move. Along the outside, switching leads professionally, moving to his left. Actually, he doesn't even do it yet. There we go. Move to his left lead, and that's where he finds that second gear.
And it's really important to do that, isn't it, Tom? Because we saw yesterday a horse that didn't switch his lead, and it ended up costing him the race.
I would go as far to say if this horse didn't switch his lead, he would have been caught. That switching your lead is very important, in dirt racing especially. It allows horses to continue with their rhythm and move up the gears and try to accelerate off the front. As you can see, Mahalek did accelerate, instantly put 2 to 3 lengths between himself and the early leader. Yes, he did succumb a little bit at the end towards the finish line because he was losing energy. But if he didn't switch leads, that would have happened a lot earlier in the race.
Well, it is a good run from a horse who you say doesn't normally stay 6 furlongs even, Tom. So an impressive victory for Mahalek. But again, as you say, shame that we didn't see Good Connection. Plenty of comments coming in on YouTube, so do keep them coming. We love to hear from you. Love to know what you think of the day's action. 11 more races still to go, so plenty more excitement still to come from the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. Thank you for joining us on YouTube at the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia channel. We do love to see those comments coming in. So Tom, another 11 races, as we've said now a number of times, we are sticking over the 6 furlongs for the next one. Different kind of race though this one will be. Yeah,
it's for the older horses still, but 6 furlongs, local and imported horses, but it's an open, not a handicap for 0 to 80. So we have some horses in here that have more talent than the horses in the first race, the likes of Groom, rated 98, Atisalat rated 90, Amici 93, Ryan's Party 96, Pagan 94. So these horses are too talented to run in a race like the opener, and I imagine we'll see a quicker time than the 1:12.99 seconds in this event. I'm looking forward to it. There's a couple of horses that I saw at Taif that ran extremely well at that venue, the likes of Groom, who won at meeting 45 when I was there, travelled beautifully on that occasion. Ryan's Party as well, meeting 48 when I was also there. So a couple of horses that I'm used to seeing enter the winners' enclosure, now facing off against one another.
Who's your favourite horse from Taif, Tom?
What a question. Al Motterhead would be my favourite horse. We haven't seen him just yet at Riyadh. He's 2 from 2 in his career so far, or 3 from 3. I can't actually remember. He's unbeaten, that's for sure. A 2-year-old gelding, exceptionally talented. I will talk about him later on as well because there is a piece of form that comes into play for one of our later races where Al Motterhead won, and the runner-up from that race is actually running today. So we'll get back to him, but yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot for him.
Perfect. Well, let's speak now to Shamila. She's out and about for us, and she's got someone she'd like to introduce to us.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'm in the parade ring and I've managed to corner our friends from Weatherby's, Amy and Sharon. Welcome back to Saudi Arabia. Obviously, last time I spoke to you was in Taif Racecourse. We're now in Riyadh. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, we're back here and we're preparing for kind of the launch of our new system. We've been working quite hard this week and we've been starting to train some of the trainers and showing them the product that we've been producing.
That's great. And what is the system exactly? Can you just explain for the viewers at home?
It is a trainers portal for all of the trainers here in the kingdom, and it will allow them to do all of their registrations, entries, declarations, all of their sort of racing administration effectively in a digital platform. That will link into a back-end system that will also support the racing administration here inside in the club as well to share their data, you know, pass it around the world, basically, you know, advertise what wonderful sport we have here in Riyadh.
That's brilliant, and it'll just take racing in Saudi Arabia to that next level, won't it?
Yeah, it'll mean that the data and the sort of outputs of the racing here are available worldwide, and I think it's, you know, things like the Saudi Cup, it's really starting to grow internationally, and it will just bring more interest to the racing here.
Did you have a time limit to get it done in? Was it quite tight or...?
Yeah, we've been developing it across the summer. We actually had it here for Saudi Cup last year, so we sort of soft launched it for then with some of the media partners, commercial partners here within the club, and now we're going to roll it out for the trainers and also for the racing administration team.
And you had a great experience in Taif. The hospitality was fantastic to you guys. How are you experiencing it in Riyadh?
Yeah, so I think we've had a few trips out here now and we've been sampling all the different hotels and things, really enjoying it. Everyone's been very welcoming. We're in a lovely hotel, enjoying the gorgeous weather and the pools.
And once the portal is all set up, will you guys still take regular trips out here just to make sure everything is working smoothly and everyone's happy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any excuse to get out to this fabulous weather and the great racing that they have here. So I think, look, we've got a long partnership, long-standing relationship with the club here. We've been doing some of their studbook administration for a long, long time. So that's something we absolutely want to maintain and continue into the future.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, many thanks to Shamila, and it's great to hear the insights from round and about the racetrack here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And Tom, it's good to see Weatherby's represented here in Riyadh, and how will that help put Saudi racing on the map?
Yeah, exactly. The expansion of Saudi racing seems to be quick and fast. You know, we've got lots of people coming over. We've had people from Goffs and Tattersalls that Shamila's interviewed when we were in Taif, and now Weatherby's are here too. You know, this product is only getting bigger and better. And the Saudi Cup is obviously at the forefront of everyone's attention, but we've also got fantastic races on the undercards, as well as at the start of the meet in Taif and here in the early days of Riyadh.
Absolutely. Well, let's go to our commentator now, John Blans, who is ready to call the second race for us.
Many thanks, Rebecca. I used to work at Weatherby's a long time ago. Clearly improved in leaps and bounds since I was there. Right, horse number 1 is taking names. Tariq Al Mansour looking for a quick double on the card. Fast Start is the mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 3 is Groom, a very, very interesting contender in this race. Of that, there is very little doubt. Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina is aboard that one. Jcsa, horse number 5, and Yusuf Al Hussein. Horse number 6 is Adel in the hands of Omar Maki. Horse number 7 is Etisalat, one of 2 greys in the race. Ahmed Al-Azari is aboard. Horse number 8 is Infrared, another one who comes out to near the top on official ratings. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. Horse number 9 is Amici, that's the man of Ahmed Al Shra. Horse number 10 is Tabarak Al Kalek. the mount of Ahmed Al Mimoni. Ryan's Party, Ahmed Al Mimoni. Horse number 10, Tabrek Al Khalek, is the mount of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Getting ahead of myself here. There is Ryan's Party, who's definitely got a legitimate chance in this race. Horse number 12 is Meshael, the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. Horse number 13 is Saudi Star. Rayan Al Toesh is aboard. Number 14 is Pagan. Alexis Moreno rides, very good wins to runs ratio. That one, Pagan. Horse number 15 is Everyday, Ayan Al Turisi. Horse number 16 is Beehive, Naif Al Anazi. And horse number 17 is Soros, in the hands of Luis Morales. 17 got a post for this open race. We're over the 1,200 metres once more. It's the second of our 12 races, and it's back to Tom and Rebecca.
John, well, Weatherby's loss is our gain. This is the second race. We've already seen horse number 1. Let's skip forward to horse number 3, Tom. It's Groom.
Yeah, Groom, this is one of the horses we were talking about just as we reviewed the last race that I saw in Tythe winning it back in meeting 45. He travelled amazingly well in that contest and put the race to bed instantly. He's a stalker, so won't be directly on the lead, but he's got an explosive turn of foot if he's on his A game. His last twice he hasn't been on his A game, finishing 3rd and then 8th, but a little break since Tythe may see him back to his best.
Amarillo Gold, Tom, was also in Tythe.
He was, and he won back in meeting 41 under Camilo Ospina. This is a horse who didn't really show much ability in the UK for Jamie Osborne. Saudi Arabia has brought him into his own, and he's become a very nice animal.
And Jcsa, horse number 5.
A son of Muhara, as we see horse number 2. We're going back the reverse order. I'll quickly talk about Jcsa, then talk about horse number 2. Jcsa is a 3-year-old gelding by Muhara. He won an open over 1,200 metres last time. He's rated 83, so it does have outside claims. And horse number 2 was Fast Start. Used to be owned by Godolphin Dubawi Colt, so he'll definitely stay this trip, if not a lot further than the 6 furlongs. You very rarely see Dubawis over this distance, I have to say. It's his first run in Saudi Arabia today.
That is Jcsa, who you've already spoken about, Tom. So let's look at Adele, number 6.
Yeah, he's a nice looking type, Adele, albeit quite small. Outclassed, basically, in this race. He's only rated 60, facing horses in the 90s, so if you're taking the 1 pound to 1 length metric, he should be around 30 lengths behind at the finish, and therefore shouldn't play a major role.
Number 7, Etisalat.
An 8-year-old now, Etisalat, though we have just seen an 8-year-old run second in our first race. This horse is a consistent performer. He's won 6 times. It was a fair run on his penultimate effort where he took second at meeting 45. Last time he finished 7th, but he could improve from that.
Infrared is number 8.
A 4-year-old by Pivotal, one of the younger horses in this race. 2 wins so far this season, both over 1,400 metres, so he's now dropping down in trip to 1,200 metres. He's a classy animal. At his best, he could be a major player. I think there are a couple of other stronger horses in here, though.
Horse number 9, Amici.
I really like this horse. I actually really liked him in the UK as well last season as a 2-year-old for Ed Walker, in the Lawrence Bellman blue and white silk. So he has lots of horses with Tom Dascombe, which is why I got confused. He was a very good 2-year-old. He won a sales race worth a lot of money. He was then purchased for $325,000 at the sales, and he now represents the Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz, and Jimmy Jerkins. If he's fit and ready to go, and if he handles this dirt track, he's a leading player.
So you really like Amici, Tom, and let's find out who Shamila likes the look of.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Well, I have decided not to go for my favourite little pocket rocket, Infrared, this time, but I'm siding with horse number 3, Groom, a 4-year-old colt by Acclaim, ridden by Abdullah Al Ajmi. He's come back from Kuwait just for him. He is also one of his favourite rides, trained by Abdullah Al-Faraj. He was 8th last time out. I think he was very unlucky in that race. It was a very tough race for him. I think this is a lot easier. He is up against quite the same rivals that he has been in Tythe Racecourse, and I think today will be his day. He's built a bit like a Whippet, so very skinny, but a very big, tall, imposing horse in the parade ring. He does stand out, and I hope he can get his head in front today.
Well, let's see a little later on. Many thanks to Shamila, who very much likes the look of horse number 3, that's Groom, so keeping an eye out for him. This is Saudi Star, Tom.
First start this year, had 11 runs so far in his career. He struggled to make an impact, winning 0 of them. He makes his debut today for the season.
We move on to Pagan. We mentioned Pagan earlier, Tom.
One of the leading players in this race, a 5-year-old Jcsa Prancelot, progressed into a really nice type throughout his time here. He used to be trained in the UK. 1,400 metres looks to be his ideal distance, so he's running over shorter, but he did win last time.
Every day is 15.
Not from 10 and rated just 57. I'm sure that Connections will have better targets for him. This win looks ascertainable.
Beehive, number 16.
In and out 6-year-old. He's a gelding too. He's won 7 times. Finished 3rd last time up, a better display than prior when he finished 12th. Naif Al-Nazi on board. Again, Naif is on a horse drawn wide.
But Naif is in red hot form, Tom.
He
Horse
is.
number 17, Soros.
Another 6-year-old. Lots of older horses in this contest. Lou Morellas takes the ride, which is definitely a positive considering he rode a winner yesterday and 2 on Thursday as well. This horse makes his Saudi debut.
Well, there are a few horses, Tom, that we are yet to mention, so let's go back through the card. Horse number 10, we didn't get to, Tabarak Al-Khalek.
He's won his last 2 starts, only a 3-year-old as well, so he gets some weight allowance. He was impressive last time, but this is a big step up.
And Ryan's Party.
Consistent performer in those same silks as Amarillo Gold. I would imagine Camilo Ospina would have got the choice between the two, and he chose to ride Amarillo Gold, so that's a slight negative for Ryan's Party. But he ran well last time. I think he could be a Thai specialist.
Meshael is horse number 12.
Yes, 2 from 91 for this 7-year-old. He's had lots of starts and doesn't win all that often. Saying that, he's been consistent last 3 occasions, finishing 4th twice and 5th.
And Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride on taking names.
Yeah, it's horse number 1, the last horse that we are going to mention here. He's a son of Arrogate. Arrogate was a great animal, won the Dubai World Cup, and just a phenomenal horse in the US as well for Bob Baffert and Juddmonte. This horse taking names is yet to win in Saudi. He's struggled at this level generally. Previously he won when he was in the UK, but yeah, I think he's going to struggle here as well.
We were talking a little earlier, Tom, about Saudi racing, the expansion of the sport here, and it really getting put on the map. And these races, these local and imported horses racing in these races, that obviously helps, doesn't it? Because there are some, big names down the race card in terms of the breeding of these horses.
Yeah, exactly. We've got some very well-bred horses. Pagan is one of those. He's just in shot right now under Alex Moreno. He's by Sir Prancelot, who might not be the best sire represented in this race, but he's one of the best. And let's see him last time up, winning at meeting 52. He again showed good pace this day. He battled with a white stable horse on the outside. He still has more in the locker at this stage and draws a length clear. He was riding the rail, which I think was probably a positive throughout the whole meeting at Taif. But as you can see, the other pace horse in the green cap is going backwards in the closing stages while he maintains his stride and momentum. So it was a good performance. If he builds on this, he's got to have great chance today.
Let's have a little look at Ryan's Party.
Again, as we pick this race up, Ryan Party in the black and the white silks, just angling out there for a run. This horse was trained in the UK. Didn't really show too much, actually, on those shores, but seems to have really progressed for these new connections in Saudi Arabia. He was just off the pace, but he manages to use a late run to come up and beat the eventual leader, who was in the red cap there. Again, I think he's a bit of a Taif specialist. I think he was favoured by that track, and I'd be surprised to see him win today.
And this is Tabarak Al-Khalek.
Winner of his last 2 outings, and you can see why. Taif favoured front runners. Tabarak Al-Khalek's got lots of early speed. He moves on the front end as we pick this up. Duelled again with horse number 3 in the blue and black silks and really put the race to bed, switching leads quite cosily and staying on powerfully in the final stages of the race. This is a big step up in class. The opposition he was facing in this footage that we're watching right now wasn't all that great, so he'll have to show much more.
And of course we have to take a look at Groom. We've spoken quite a bit about Groom, and here he is.
This was the race back in Taif that I was talking about earlier, where he showed a real good turn of foot and he travelled lovely in the race. He was off the speed. The pace does collapse late, but just that look, he had a bit of interference there. The jockey had to move out wide, 4 off the rail to try and get a run, but he quickens up takingly at this stage of the race. Moving across to the rail, has it won, and I really like this performance. If he produced this today, I think he's probably going to win the race, but his last 2 runs at Taif, where he finished 3rd and 8th, were not as good, so it's hard to know what to predict from Groom.
And what do you make of him, looking at him down there, Tom, as he heads to the start?
He's a nice looking type, definitely one of the leading contenders in this race. As I say, the only 2 negatives I have for him are, 1, he's drawn inside and he's a closer, so he needs a bit of luck in running. And 2, his last 2 runs weren't as good as prior to that. If he is at his best, he's probably the most likely winner.
But he is fit, Tom. He ran quite a bit in Taif, and of course you saw him there as you were working there a few weeks ago. So you know this horse quite well.
Yeah, exactly. I know a fair few of these from the time in Taif. The likes of Ryan's Party, Amarillo Gold as well. They're definite players for the same connections. Pagan has got to be one of the leading players. But I'm going to side with Amici for James Jerkins. I hope he can run well, first time up. This horse, I believe, has the most talent in the race, but sometimes you don't have to be the most talented to win. He might not handle the conditions. He also doesn't have fitness on his side. But if he is ready to go today, then I think Amici could be the likely winner.
Well, that will please the Jimmy Jerkins fans. You choosing Amici. Tom Shamila's gone with Groom, and there is support for horses numbers 10 and 12 on our YouTube comments. So look out for those as well. Many thanks, guys, for those selections. And it's time to join John Blance, who is going to talk us through this next race.
Well, not want to unduly worry Shamila, but I do like Groom in this race as well. Certainly from stall 3, she get a nice run round. 1 or 2 of the other better rated horses will have just a little bit of trouble getting up the kind of position that Groom will be able to take up in the run pretty easily. Has been running at this level very successfully. Was at a slightly higher level last time. Drops in class. Nicely named as well. He's by a claim out of a mare called To Have and To Hold. Groom obviously being very apt name for horse number 3, and Abdullah Al-Ajmi aboard a significant jockey booking as well. There's Saudi Star in shot. You can see Soros as well, and there is Groom, the predominantly white colours with a bit of red, and will be emerging from stall number 3. So the horses are currently circling ahead of the loading process getting underway here at Riyadh for the second race on the card. Continue your interaction as well. Always nice to hear from you on the YouTube channel. And we've got a long afternoon in front of us, and some good racing towards the back end of the card. But 12 races, very much the order of the day here at our Riyadh meetings. And the more interaction, the better, as the rest of them make their way behind. You see Adele in the background there. 2 horses in the same ownership here, Amarillo Gold and Ryan's Party. Ahmed Al-Mimoni will be sporting the white cap on Ryan's Party, Amarillo Gold in the first colours, the black cap there of Rafai Sanat Al-Ghuraban. So they are about to load. You can see there in shot the horse I was talking about, Amarillo Gold. And there is Ryan's Party in the white distinguishing cap there as well. Horse number 8 is Infrared, that horse that Shamila talked quite positively about in the parade ring as well. And there's the James Jerkins runner Amici, which is Tom Collins' selection for the race. And there's Taking Names, Tariq Al-Mansour, looking for a quick double on the card. Certainly can't complain about the draw that he's got here. Loading, about to get underway. It's a real feature of Saudi racing, how quickly they get their horses into the starting gate. So they don't muck around once the loading process has got underway. You pretty much guaranteed them to be all in the next couple of minutes. If that, Tabrak Al-Khalek goes forward. Horse number 6 is Ardell, where the saddlecloths do correspond to the starting stalls this time round. In goes horse number 8, Infrared. Number 9 is Amici. Will he be the Don today? Amici moving forward. Joining there, Etisalat, one of 2 greys in the race as well. Well, there's Pagan, definitely one of the leading chances here. You can still see Groom to go in, Amarillo Gold to move forward as well, as indeed is Ryan's Party. If Ryan's Party can get decent position from stall 11, he's not out of it either. A couple of good runs at 1,200 metres at Taif towards the back end of the Taif season. Red and black colours there of Every Day is in. Stall number 15, tricky to overcome. Still waiting for the 1 to go in, Taking Names. The 4 coming forward as well, that's Amarillo Gold. 14 goes in as well, Pagan. So we're just left with the 1 out of the starting gate now. Taking Names to come forward. There is Jcsa in stall 5, which always gets the live camera treatment here at the Saudi Arabian Jockey Club. Stand by. They're ready. all in. They're off and racing for the second on the card. Adele was a little bit slowly away, the white cap at the rear of the field as we look at them now. Amarillo Gold spears forwards into a good early position, as indeed does Taking Names right up the inside. Getting across is Soros, and also trying to do exactly that is Beehive. The red colours there also prominent is Amici just off the speed. Tabarak Al-Khalek can't quite take up his usual prominent position. Groom is in mid-division at the moment. The red and white colours right up the inside rail is Fast Start, who's hugging the paint at the moment. Right at the back of the field is Every Day. Another one towards the rear of the field is Meshael. So they take this long sweeping turn. It's Taking Names, the green and red colours that leads. Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina towards the outside in second. Soros takes the scenic route in third, but is making progress. Then in fourth spot, Beehive, who's not too far away. Amici is looking to get involved. Then after that, in around about fifth spot, Groom, but a bit of work to do from there. Then Tabarak Al-Khalek, but it's Amici who hits the frontier as they go inside the closing stages. Amici to Amarillo Gold. Then after that, down the centre of the track, Soros, Tabarak Al-Khalek, and also Groom, but it's Amici who's lengthening on here by a couple of lengths, and it's Amici as they race up towards the line. Groom is finishing off quite well. Amarillo Gold persevering, and Tabarak Al-Khalek. But this is all about Amici, who takes out the second race. Amarillo Gold was second, Groom was in third, Tabarak Al-Khalek finished in fourth. Fifth horse home was Soros. Tom Collins booms the second race there with Amici, who got into a lovely position early. Just had to be extricated to get a run as they came round the bend there. There were one or two even wider than Amici, not necessarily helping their chances, but he was always well positioned. Ahmed Al-Sharar aboard this one, a 3-year-old, just the 3 runs prior to today. And, well, a good result for all you Jimmy Jerkins fans as well. And there are plenty of you out there on YouTube. This horse has won very nicely indeed in a time of 1:12.24 seconds. Amarillo Gold in second, a good run from him. Groom has run a pretty similar race in third, didn't maybe quite take full advantage of that draw. Tabarak Al-Khalek in fourth, then we had Soros and Atissa Latin. One didn't really get involved in any meaningful way, stayed on a bit there at the end. Was in for red. So there we go, Amici on only start 4. There's clearly some upside to this one, has won by 3 lengths in the end and has scored very easily indeed. Amarillo Gold, who's been very consistent, continues that level of consistency here at Riyadh, with Groom finishing in third. But it's Amici, maybe a bit of upside to this horse, has certainly proven that here. And it was a very nice performance from the 9 on the card. And we've still got 10 more races to come. Plenty more opportunities for winners here at the Saudi Jockey Club.
Well, Tom, you called it. Amici, the winner. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, great ride as well. I thought there from Ahmed Al-Sharar. Jimmy Jerkins, first winner on the board in Riyadh. And this horse, he showed lots of ability last year. He won a big sales race for Ed Walker in the Lawrence Bellman Silks. And they paid a fair chunk, $325,000 for him. So they would have expected this horse to progress into a nice type. I don't know whether they thought he would have won first up, like I had hoped today. He probably will come on for this run quite a bit. But at the same time, he has so much raw talent that he just outshone all of these horses.
So raw talent, he outshone them. Do you think it was an easy win, Tom?
I do think it was relatively easy. He never really looked in trouble. Travelled beautifully just behind the leaders. Made a good move off the turn when the gap opened up, which was obviously not guaranteed to, but it did. The jockey just pushed him through. He picked up quickly and had the race just at his mercy from an early stage. So I think it was an easy win. He's definitely a horse for cup races later in the season over this 6-furlong trip.
So that's the long-term plan, do you think, Tom? But in the near term, what can we expect from Amici?
Yeah, well, in the near term, I think he's going to improve for this, and Jimmy Jerkins will probably have a target laid out, and hopefully we'll hear from him, as we can see him in shot right there. Shamila will conduct an interview with him in due course, and hopefully he'll tell us where this horse will go next. At the end of the season, I think they'll be aiming him at some big races, either on Saudi Cup night or in the build-up towards the Saudi Cup, because there will be some big prizes there that Jimmy Jerkins will be hopeful of landing. But he has won this first prize of 47,500 Saudi Riyal. Not too bad for a seasonal reappearance.
Not bad at all. And of course, the people watching on YouTube, plenty of comments coming in support of the Jimmy Jerkins horses as well. So I'm sure that plenty of our viewers will be pleased with this result as well. Amici with the win. Amarillo Gold in second, and Groom, Shamila's horse, in third. What did you make of the other horses in this, Tom?
Groom ran a very fair race back in third. It was probably kind of the performance I was expecting from him. He was going to be there or thereabouts, but he just didn't have that same firepower that he showed at Taif when he won back in meeting 45. Now we've seen 3 performances from Groom since that victory, and I'm starting to believe he was very much pace favoured that day when he won. And Amarillo Gold is super consistent. Again, ran another great race in second. 3-year-old colt Gelding seems to be running at his best all season long.
Amici barely looks troubled there, Tom.
Yeah, he won. It was a bloodless success, wasn't it? He won easily, cosily, if you will. This horse is just way superior to the rest of these.
Yeah, it really was an impressive win. And talk us through the start, Tom.
Amici briefly missed it, as you can see there, the big grey in the middle in the red silks. But he's instantly hurried and picks up his stride, now moving into around 7th or 6th position and getting into that prominent spot that he needs to win. It was a good little bit of jockeyship there in the early stages. Amarillo Gold, the eventual runner-up, is always in the firing line, with the yellow saddlecloth in the black and white silks just moving into second now. And the eventual third, Groom, is just off the speed, tracking through the eventual winner, Amici.
Yeah, great race from Amici, and like you say, a class above the rest, Tom. At what point do we see him make his move?
Not just yet, because the gap's not there, but as we come off the bend, in about 2 or 3 seconds time, you'll see Amici push through in this hole right now, just at this moment, coming alongside Amarillo Gold, showing that high cruising speed and good turn of foot. And from this point onwards, he draws further and further clear. Amarillo Gold, to his credit, along the inside with the yellow saddlecloth, keeps running all the way to the line. Groom goes between horses on the outside with the red cap and takes third. And the horse on the outside in the purple silks, I believe, was Tabarak Al-Khalek, and he ran another good race after 2 wins coming into today.
Well, it was a race for second, wasn't it, Tom, if you look at the overhead shot there. But it was a really well-timed ride.
It was. Made the move just off at the perfect point, off the bend, getting this race won at the early point. And, you don't want to be in battles late on with horses that are having their first run of the season, because they could be lacking a bit of fitness. And when that happens, they could easily capitulate a little. So it was a great ride, got the race won at the perfect point.
So he's certainly one, Tom, that you'd advise people to keep an eye on throughout the season.
Definitely. He's only going to go from strength to strength this term. Jimmy Jerkins never really has his horses ready first up, so I'm sure that there's going to be improvement there, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him in an interview with Shamila.
Yeah, and I'm sure that our viewers will be excited to hear from him as well. We've got Doc, who's commented on our YouTube channel. Way to go, Jimmy. So plenty of interest in his horses today. And he does have a few more runners across the card, doesn't he, Tom?
He does. I think he's still got 5 left today, so there is every chance of a double and maybe even a hat-trick for Jimmy Jerkins. This is his first big day in Riyadh where he is well represented. He's got a phenomenal string of horses as well, and not only is he a great trainer and has been throughout his whole career from the US to Saudi Arabia, but he's also very honest in his interviews, so I like to hear the true perspective from the trainer of these fantastic horses.
Yeah, it's great to get that insight. And you, Tom, are 1 from 1 today.
I am, which is weird considering we've had 2 races, but yeah, the first horse unfortunately didn't run. I think I should be celebrating 2 from 2, but as I say, maybe that's just a little bit of bias because I thought my horse was the best in the opener. But you can only go downhill from 1 from 1, can't you? Unless I pick the remaining 10 winners, which is some feat if I do.
Well, we will see, Tom. We will see. That's a big ask for sure. But just another look then at how the race was won. Amici there, the grey horse in the red. Any hard luck stories, Tom, do you think? Any horses that you think should have done a little better in this race?
A couple that should have done a little better, including maybe Ryan's Party, who, again, I thought is a type specialist, and he kind of proved that here by not contending the finish. Pagan was a bit disappointing. The horse that we showed in our menu right at the top of the show under Alex Moreno. He was drawn wide, never really looked like playing a part, so he was a touch disappointing in this race. But otherwise, the leading contenders, Groom, Amarillo Gold and Amici, finished first, second, third in reverse order. So yeah, the main horses did come to the fore.
That wide draw for Pagan shouldn't have been an issue, though. We've seen throughout the week that horses drawn wide it hasn't really been an issue at all?
No, it's not always it's not always not an issue, but it can sometimes be an issue. I don't think it was for Pagan here. I just think he underperformed. But I need to watch the race again to actually see where he was, because I was too focused on Amici, Groom, Amarillo Gold, etc.
And Tabarak Al-Khalek, just a word on his run as well, Tom.
He ran nicely. You know, he was probably pitched in the deep end here, rated just 83, but he finished a good fourth and continued his fine form this year.
Well, Tom, you've been looking forward to hearing Jimmy Jerkins' comments, and Shamila is with him now.
Thank you, Rebecca. First winner of the Riyadh season for the one and only Jimmy Jerkins. Well, congratulations, Jimmy. You must be delighted with that.
One and only, thank God. Yeah, it was great because you know, he's a long time coming running. He just had a little problems in Taif that we had to work out, and he was ready to run. He was ready to run in Taif, but we decided to ship home a little early instead of sticking around and then aimed for this spot. So you know, like I was saying before, I think, you know, he's a good quality horse by his record in Europe, and he, you know, he wasn't a cheap purchase either. So it's certainly there. So and he trained very well, and still, you know, the tracks are a lot slower than I'm used to back home. Even this track, you know, Taif was a totally different story, but here still is slower, and I thought he might need one, but he might have caught some of these horses a little tired. A lot of them have run an awful lot, you know, by our standards back home. We don't run them, try not to run quite that much, but it's different because you got to go where the opportunities are. Some of the same races are all in bunches, and then you don't run for a while, so you're kind of forced to do that. So, but yeah, but I was happy. He was well placed early, and Ahmed's done you know, he works for us in the morning. Seems to have horses in a nice spot where they feel like running. So you know, happy for him, happy for our crew, especially Dr. Abdullah. He's just been my right arm and left leg since I've been here, as far as dealing with with the language barrier, dealing with that with the help, and helping get the sets ready, and just overall just helping me with everything. And I couldn't be more proud of him, and Raju, my foreman, too. I don't want to leave him out. He's there every day, and it's a grind. It's a lot of horses and a lot of pressure, and a lot of intense, lot of work in a short period of time in the morning. You know, training that many horses in that short of time, and trying to do it right. You know, takes a lot of help, and I couldn't be any more grateful to them.
How does Amici compare to your other 6 furlong horses, in your opinion?
He's about the only one I have. Honky Tonk Man is kind of more of a 7/8 mile, might be stretching it, but he's seems to be really good at 7 furlongs. I keep saying 7 furlongs, 1400.
I do the same.
So, but he's like the first dyed-in-the-wool sprinter that I've had since I've been here. So, you know, I think he could probably stretch out some. You know, 1400. I'm sure the way there's nothing. Certainly the way he ran today, it looks like he could, and maybe even as long as he stays at one turn here, I think he keeps his head screwed on right and rates good. Seems like he rates kind. Who knows? He might could go on and be a real good middle distance horse.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jimmy, and best of luck to your other runners for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, thanks. It's a long day.
Jimmy Jerkins, their first win of the day for him, perhaps the first win of many, and a first win for Tom as well. And Tom, I know you were keen to find out about how Amici compares to his other 6 furlong horses, and what did you make of what he said there?
Sure, so in America, Jimmy Jerkins generally had the middle distance horses or stayers. He was known for that, so I was quite surprised to see him have a sprinter, which is why I wanted to know where this horse stood in the pecking order. I thought there might have been 1 or 2 other sprinters, I have to admit. So Amici must be burning these horses up in the mornings if they're all working together. The fact that Amici's his only one suggests that he might pay a little bit more attention to this horse and actually aim him for the big prizes, because other horses he might have to run up against each other over longer trips and whatnot, whereas Amici's going to be his only representative in these kind of races. So Yeah, I like the answer, and I like Jimmy Jerkins' interviews as general, really, because he's a phenomenal talker, isn't he?
He is. And Amici, his only sprinter, but what a great sprinter to have as well. You must be a joy to train a horse like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he said right at the top of the interview that this horse might have needed to run. And I thought that could be the case because Jimmy Jerkins doesn't tend to get them super ready off the layoff. And if that was a horse maybe 80%, 85% fit, we're yet to see what he's like 100% fit. He could be very good.
Sky is the limit, perhaps, Tom.
Yeah.
But he said, it was interesting, he was talking about the intense pressure, the hard work, but he looked so relaxed, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he likes talking to Shamila, to be fair, especially coming off the back of the Arabic Channel interview where there is a bit of a language barrier there. So he was nice and relaxed. And when you get a winner on the board early as well, I think it just calms you down because he has 5 other chances on the day as well.
Absolutely, and we've got plenty of comments coming in on YouTube for Jimmy Jerkins runners, so please let us know your thoughts on those. We are heading to our next race now. Only 5 runners in this next one. We are sticking over the 6 furlong distance, but let's head over to our commentator, John Blans, who's going to talk to us about all the runners and riders.
Post here, Al Kayed is in the hands of Adil Al Furedi. That's horse number 1. 2 is Adal Fla, who, should be, in terms of all the form so far, winning this race. Luis Morales is aboard. Horse number 3 is Emblem Desert, Camilo Ospina. Camilo Ospina and Shamila Hanley interviews are often quite good as well. Horse number 4 is Hua Alanaya. Abdullah Al Fayrouz is aboard. And horse number 5 is Parkside Boy, the mount of Sanad Al Dayhani. It's a race for 2-year-olds, for fillies and colts local and imported, but just the 5, a relatively small field going to post. Alda Fla looks to me like the one to beat.
Alda Fla, the one to beat, according to John Blans. And what do you think, Tom? You've had a look at the race card, you've studied all of this, and do you agree with what he said?
John's a very good judge, and he'll love that I'm saying that on there, I'm sure. I do agree with John, yes. Alda Fla is going to be my selection in the race as well. He looks the horse to beat on ratings alone. He's rated 91. The other 2 horses that have ratings in this race have marks of 82 and 72. So Alda Fla is the standout. And the others that don't have the ratings have shown some kind of ability, but not enough, in my opinion, to trouble a prime Alda Fla. If he can get back to his best, and maybe we haven't seen it lately, albeit he did finish 4th in the Taif Cup, then Alda Fla should just dominate this race from start to finish.
Well, the horses are just behind us. They're in the parade ring just behind, and we'll have a good look at those shortly. But just 5 horses in this one. It's so much easier to pick a winner from that. And here come the 5 jockeys as well, ready to take their mounts. All looking pretty relaxed, pretty happy here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack before this 3rd race, the 6th furlong for local and imported fillies and colts. So, Tom, you are 1 from 1, so is John, and the pressure is on this next one.
Yeah, Alda Fla hopefully will get the job done. Hopefully the 2nd winner of the day. She's a very good filly as well. You know, this is an open race for the 2-year-olds, so that's why we've got a small field. There aren't that many 2-year-olds that can run at this level already in their career. And some of those that can won't be running in this race because they have better targets in the next couple of weeks. And you don't want to run too many times and spoil the horse for the main event. So that's why we've got a smaller field. 6 furlongs, again, we can compare this time to the previous 2 races, albeit they were participated by the older horses, so I imagine this race will be slower. But yeah, some good animals. Alda Fla rated 91, could easily be 100 horse in time.
And what about this horse, Tom? Al-Kayed?
Probably a contender to finish last, I have to admit. A 2-year-old colt by a sire called Daddy Longlegs was bred in the US. This horse does get Adel Al-Furedi, which is a huge positive. Maybe why he won't finish last, but at the same time, last time up when he finished 4th, he never made any kind of impact.
And Alda Fla, we've spoken at length about him. He looks really impressive, doesn't he, Tom? Just have a look in there as he goes around the parade ring.
She actually looks like the biggest horse in the race, yet she's a filly against the boys, which is kind of surprising, especially for a 2-year-old. She finished 4th in the Taif Cup last time, 2nd in an Open on her 2nd start as well, and she's a previous winner.
Emblem Desert, number 3.
He struggled since he made his victory on his 2nd outing back at meeting 6. Had 2 more runs in Taif, finishing 4th and 5th. The trip is fine. Camilo Ospina is a good jockey booking, but I think he's going to find this tough against Alda Fla.
And what about this horse, Tom, Our Alanaya?
Lovely name, and those silks have already entered the winners' enclosure so far at Riyadh. She won first time up at meeting 9. Last time finished 8th in the Taif Cup behind Aldaflar. Will struggle to reverse that form.
And the 5th runner of this race is Parkside Boy.
Won on debut. That came at Dundalk in Ireland way back when. Well, it was only earlier this season, to be honest. But before he obviously came over here. One run in Saudi, finished 9th at meeting 52. Needs to build on that, but has previously handled all weather surfaces, so should be fine on the track.
And as ever, Shamila is having a good long look at the horses. Shamila, what are your thoughts?
Well, Rebecca, there are only 5 runners in this race. However, you have heard this filly's name about 100 times already. And John Blance took the words out of my mouth, honestly. Aldaflar, horse number 2, is the best looking horse in the parade ring for this race. Huge high hopes on her. She's only a 2-year-old. She has a lot more growing to do. She's only small. However, she looks fantastic. She is a little bit on her toes, however, she's not sweating, she is not getting hot behind the saddle at all. She is paired with Louis Morales for this race. 4th last time out. I have got massive hopes for her. She looks absolutely stunning. And we've seen before, these fillies do not have any problems going up against the colts and geldings in races like this, so I would love to see her have a winner.
Many thanks, Shamila. So Aldaflar is the firm favourite amongst the entire team, and she really does look so impressive, doesn't she, Tom? We've had a good look at her out the window as she's passed by our studio here, and she does look like a different beast.
Yeah, she's definitely the best looker. It's hard to tell with greys whether they're fit and you can't see the muscle definition as well, but to my eyes, she looks the best of these in the pre-parade ring, in the paddock, and on form as well. So she's really getting the tick in every box. Louis Morales is looking for his first winner of the day, but he's already had 3 winners here in Riyadh over the first 2 days. So I'm with her. John's going to be with her, I believe. Shamila's with her. Are you making it a 4-timer?
I'm going to jump on the bandwagon as well, I think so, yes. How could I not? She looks absolutely fantastic. So yes, definitely. Louis Morales, of course, with those 2 quick wins on the opening day, and he got a couple of winners yesterday as well. I don't know what bird that is that we're looking at. We should really be looking at the horses. Tom, do you have any idea?
I'm not the bird watching here. That would be you.
Looks like some kind of magpie, but who knows? Almost ready to get underway here anyway. In the 3rd race of the day, 12 races across the card for us to enjoy, and do keep those comments coming in on YouTube. We do love to hear from you, and we love to have your company across the day's action as well, so plenty more to enjoy for us as well. Jockeys on board, and the horses will shortly be making their way out onto the track and down towards the stalls. What do you make of this race, Tom, with just the 5 runners in it? It's something we're not really used to seeing here, is it?
No, we're used to seeing bigger fields, aside from the Arabian races where there have been a couple of smaller fields. We generally expect around 9 or 10 for those races. So just the 5 here. But as I say, that's largely due to the fact that it's an open race for the 2-year-olds. Most of the 2-year-olds have either not run yet, or they're not good enough to run in open races, or those that are probably targeting bigger and better contests further down the line, which is why we have a small field. They would have hoped that they would have had a deeper contest here, more horses in the race, but at the same time it's still a nice and tactical affair, and I'm looking forward to seeing Aldaflar.
Well, hopefully we can have a little look at Aldaflar now. This is some footage from one of her previous races.
You can see her just on the outside, the big grey filly in the 2-tone blue and the white sleeves. She's wide on the track here at Taif, which is not where you want it to be. She also lost a lot of ground and momentum coming around that bend as well. She stays on relatively well in the home straight to finish 3rd, but plenty went against her this day. This was back in meeting 30. Emblem Desert, who again reopposes today, finishing 4th, and has no real reason to reverse the form given how bad a trip Aldaflar had. So not only is Emblem Desert behind Aldaflar on this occasion, but our Alanaya was behind Aldaflar prior to since then. So that's 2 horses she should already be beating.
Well, we can have a look at Al-Qaeda now. Tom, you think this horse is going to finish in last?
Yeah, last or second last, I'd say. Just generally not a contender in this race. It seems like Connections have realised there was only going to be a small field and then looked to pick up some good prize money for a minor placing. This was a relatively good run, but the word relative is crucial here because this was a maiden and now we're stepping up to an open race. So, we need much better than this for Al-Qaeda to play a major part in the finish.
Thank you very much, Tom. So I think it's unanimous. We all think that Aldaflar is going to win this one. Who do you pick for second, Tom?
Ooh, maybe our Alanaya. Finished 8th in the Taif Cup last time, so they obviously think this horse is capable of running well at a higher level. She's the other filly in the race. look, she's only had 2 starts. She's relatively unexposed, and we don't know what to expect from her. She's the unknown quantity in the race. Emblem Desert, we know, has the ability to take 2nd or 3rd as well. But I'll go Aldaflar to win, Our Alanai to finish 2nd.
Parkside Boy, though, Tom, has run more recently. He was in Taif.
Yeah, it was a poor run, though, finishing 9th. And that was on Saudi debut. So we're yet to see this horse actually prove that he can run around these kind of tracks in Saudi Arabia. The previous victory came at Dundalk in Ireland. So this is a completely different climate.
Well, we know as well that our commentator John Blance likes the look of Aldaflar along with the rest of the team. So, John, Tom has given us his selection for 2nd place, and we'd be keen to hear what you think of the rest of the runners as well.
Thanks, Rebecca and Tom. Yeah, it's, as I say, if you've been watching Saudi racing with us since Taif, it's a curiously small field, explained very eloquently as to the size of it by Tom earlier on there. But yeah, Aldaflar really just should be winning this race. Actually, I didn't think she ran as well as maybe she should have done last time. That was a perfectly respectable effort, but on rating, she probably should have got a bit closer to the winner of that race that day. Having said that, here, the opposition, unless there's a big improver in there, most notably maybe Parkside Boy, then she really should find this a pretty straightforward stroll in the early evening sunshine over there in Riyadh. There she is, Aldaflar. Luis Morales is aboard. There's horse number 5, Parkside Boy. Much more yellow colours than the ones that you might be working off if you're looking at your colours, wherever they're published, or certainly on the Jockey Club website. There's Emblem Desert in shot. Camilo Ospina is riding that one, the blue checked sleeves, and there's horse number 4, Our Alanai, who's got a bit to find with Aldaflar. Might be able to do it, but I just think this is the type of test for Aldaflar that she should be able to pass, because it's a small field. It's a field that she is on all known form either slightly better than or considerably better than. There shouldn't be any traffic problems. There shouldn't be any tactical problems at all. So she really should be getting the job done from stall number 2. They are at the starting point, the third 1200 metre race of the day, moving up to 1400 metre races after that. Some much bigger fields coming up in the fullness of time. And we've also got some Arabian races as well to enjoy, and we go all the way through until the closing cup race, which should be a real cracker as well, over the 2,400 metres, so a 1.5-mile race to close things off. Good work from Shamila as well in the parade ring there, speaking to James Jerkins, who of course is over here in Saudi and still trying to settle in and get used to a completely new racing jurisdiction. But I'm sure that the odd winner or two will definitely aid that particular process, and he seemed rather satisfied with the results of Amichi's win in that previous contest, and one to keep an eye on as the Riyadh season progresses and of course builds to the crescendo when we get to the Saudi Cup in the early part of 2024. So still waiting for this quintet to get underway or get loaded. There's Al Qaed in the foreground there, the green and red colours. The favourite there, the grey horse number 2, is, well, say the favourite, the horse that is carrying the tips of all 4 members of the team here at the Saudi Jockey Club, Aldaflar. As Al Qaed's about to go in, Emblem Desert will be following that one. Al Qaed is in. No wins from 2 starts thus far. Emblem Desert to come forward. Here's Aldaflar, horse number 2. Aldaflar goes in. 3 in, 2 to go. Horse number 5 is Parkside Boy. And then Our Alanea will be the last to move forward into stall number 4. Third 1200 metre race on the day. Keep an eye on the time as well to maybe compare it to the other 2 races. These, of course, younger horses, but interesting to see how they go here. They're ready. The quintet, locked and loaded. Stand by. Our Alanea just getting a little bit lively in the starting stalls. Off they go. They are racing for the 3rd on the card, and well, Aldaflar broke pretty well, gets into a reasonable posse, getting across from a slightly wider position is Our Alanea. And Our Alanea, she's going to take them on here to Al Daflar, the purple cap, racing in second. Emblem Desert is in third, the check sleeves, followed then by Al Kayed, the red sleeves at the inside rail. At the back of the field is Parkside Boy. I say that just rather pulling quite hard there to get round into a more prominent position. So they've gone through the first 400 metres in 24.56 seconds, and up the inside it's Our Alanea that leads. To round the outside, Parkside Boy. They're then followed in third by Emblem Desert. Now Al Daflar just being asked one or two questions in fourth spot, and then after that Al Kayed's at the rear of the field. They've swung for home, 400 metres left to go, and it's Our Alanea who grabbed a pretty good early posse. He leads by a couple of lengths here to Emblem Desert in second. Al Daflar's got a fight on her hooves to win this, and at the moment she's not finding a great deal. It's Our Alanea who goes on by about 2 to Emblem Desert racing in second. Our Alanea and Emblem Desert, and Our Alanea, if anything, is stretching further clear here. Emblem Desert is boxing on in second. Our Alanea and Emblem Desert, nothing much from Al Daflar, racing up towards the line. Our Alanea needs it and just about finds it, beats Emblem Desert into second. Third also was Al Daflar. Then we had Al Kayed, and the last to cross the line was Parkside Boy. Our Alanea, who had plenty to find with Al Daflar on that run, meeting 39 in your form books, well, has found it with bells on. And she's won in a time of 1 minute 14.49 seconds, so considerably slower than the other two 1,200 metre races on the card, albeit this is for 2-year-olds. But Our Alanea has won. Emblem Desert has finished in second in 1 minute 14.56. And yeah, Al Daflar got a good start. She seemed to be somewhat outpaced in the middle part of the contest, has boxed on okay at one pace, but only okay, and she's well, either she's regressed or those two that have beaten her have moved on a bit from a form perspective. It's probably the former over the latter, in the sense that she's probably not run a race there, Al Daflar, but Our Alanea has taken full advantage, got into a good early posse, and went on to score. Parkside Boy did far too much work in the run early and faded to finish last of the 5. But it's Our Alanea who's won race number 3 against the prevailing wisdom.
Well, we didn't see that one coming, did we, Tom? Our Alanea gets the win. Al Al-Dafla back in third.
Yeah, I thought she was the main danger to Al-Dafla, but to actually beat Al-Dafla and beat her cosily, yeah, I wasn't predicting that to happen, that's for sure. She's definitely improved from her Taif Cup 8th place finish, but I think she was helped by the way this race panned out. Small fields can become very tactical affairs. She managed to get to the front with her early speed, and I was surprised that Luis Morales didn't try to keep hold of his inside rail position. He was happy seemingly to take a pull and go in behind, but that caused the filly all kinds of trouble. She was then slowed up. They really slowed the pace in the middle part of the race, which is kind of telling in the time. It wasn't overly quick, and that didn't help Al-Dafla. If you're in front, when you slow it down and quicken, you have the advantage, and Awa Al-Anaya was right in the prime position throughout.
What do you think his thinking was there, Tom?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm not a jockey, and it's fraught with danger telling jockeys what to do when you can't ride yourself. But if I was him, and I'm saying this in hindsight, I would have definitely not allowed Awa Al-Anaya to cross in front of me, because not only did it mean he was in a bad position, but it meant his rivals had a much better chance of winning. So he kind of lost the race in the early stages. Maybe the filly underperformed anyway, and it wasn't just down to Luis Morales' decision. But at the same time, I think he could have been a bit more proactive in the way he rode Al-Dafla.
But how impressed were you with the winner?
Yeah, she was good today. She showed good speed, she quickened up off the bend. She was clinging on late. Maybe this trip is either stretching her, or she potentially was just flattered by the way the race pans out and she wasn't actually the best horse in the race. But that means it was a very good ride, especially on the front end. Look, you can see him leaning towards the rail, giving her something to run against. Emblem Desert does close under Camila Ospina, who's now had 2 seconds today, but just not good enough. As you can see here, as we take it from the start, Al-Dafla breaks well on the inside, just 2 off the rail, and at this point, Awa Al-Anaya is ahead, but Luis Morales could just push up a little bit to continue having that inside rail position. Instead, he decides to take a pull. See, look, there's a gap there. Now Awa Al-Anaya goes across, Luis Morales takes a pull, and immediately, he's now back into third, now he's fourth, and he's about to be in last. That decision probably changed the race for horse number 2, Al-Dafla. Yes, she makes a little bit of a run coming around this bend right now to close up a touch, but she's having to exert so much energy without really gaining much position.
I'm sure there will be lessons to learn there for Luis Morales looking back on this footage. Tom, a bit on Emblem Desert then, the horse that finished in second. He's not one that we really picked out before this race. All the focus, of course, on Al-Dafla, and she didn't really live up to that expectation. But what about Emblem Desert?
Well, the best 3 horses have finished first, second, third. We said that before. They just finished in the reverse-ish kind of order. Emblem Desert finished behind Al-Dafla last time up. So really passing and beating Al-Dafla by that kind of distance was surprising. He stayed onto the line very powerfully. He would have beaten the eventual winner, Awa Al-Anaya, in 2 more strides. But obviously the race is only 1,200 metres, so that wasn't to be the case. I thought he had every chance of winning. Camilo put him in a perfect position, just on the shoulder, and he just wasn't quick enough to go with the eventual victor.
And what about Awa Al-Anaya? What next for her?
Good question. I don't really know, to be honest. I'll stick to this trip, that's for sure. But I don't know where they'll go from a class perspective, as I don't really know the 2-year-old open race schedule. I'll have to have a look at that to see if there's another suitable prize.
And there has been a bit of a break since Al-Dafla was last on the track. Do you think that could have been a factor?
Maybe, but it's the same. She ran in the same race that Awa Al-Anaya last ran in, so they've had similar breaks. I doubt that's probably the reason. Plus, Al-Dafla won first time up as a 2-year-old, so she can quite clearly go well fresh. I just think it was the race position that really put her on the back foot today.
Just not her day today then, clearly. We'd like to hear what you think of this race on YouTube, on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Please do keep those comments coming in. There's plenty of support there in the comment section for Jimmy Jerkins, and he does have a runner in the next race. Another runner. He's already had 1 win today, and he'll be looking for plenty more as the day goes on. We heard from him a little earlier on as well. And we could be speaking to him again. Tom, he's a trainer that you really like hearing from, don't you? Because he gives such good insight into the horses that he's training.
He does, yeah. Obviously, there's no language barrier there, so he is able to communicate with the English language broadcast a little better, and therefore he can provide a little bit more details regarding his runners. But saying that, he does provide a lot of details, more than you get from most trainers across the world, which is fantastic because you know, we look at horse racing and we love our horse racing. We see the jockeys, we see the trainers, all written down on a piece of paper, but we don't really know the insights from the stable. I might get the odd message here and now, and every now and again in the UK, but not out here, about a horse that's going well. So it's good to see that Jimmy Jerkins can provide that detail, and that's why I wanted to know how good Amici was, because it gives us the knowledge about what other horses he's got, what he's thinking about his horses, where he's going to place them further down the line.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating to get those insights. He does have another runner not in the next in the race after that. Apologies, that was my mistake there. Skipping ahead in the race cards. Well, we will be stepping up in trip slightly to another in our next race. 7 furlongs, that'll be our longest trip of the day so far. There are 12 races all in all on today's card, so do stick with us because there is plenty more action still to come here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And do keep those YouTube comments coming in as well. Just looking at the finish here, Tom, it was quite a close finish, wasn't it? The second horse finishing, running on really well.
Yeah, not much separated them. I think it was either a head or a short head at the line, so it was a close finish between the two. Though saying that, you never really thought that Emblem Desert was ever going to get up, because it looked like Alanaya had the race won from the outset. As we see the start again, horse number 1 stumbles badly on the inside. You can see that the horse almost goes down on his nose, which is a good excuse for number 1.
Well, let's head over to Shamila now, who is with the winning owner.
Thank you very much to our winning owner, Tariq Mohammed, for joining us for the first time on the English channel. Congratulations for that race.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate having me with you guys.
And she was only one of 2 fillies in the race, but very strong contender.
Actually, she's shown some good signs since we started working her. And she won a race in Taif, then we put her in a cup race, and she wasn't that ready. So now she's coming back. Actually, also one of the issues that we had with the filly, she didn't like Taif so much. So the weather in Taif has been, there are some horses that accept Taif and some horses that do not accept it. And this filly, as soon as she came back, she came much fresher and working good in the morning. And I think she's a good contender in the 2 years old filly arena.
So do you think that's why she was 8th last time out, was because she didn't agree with Taif as such?
That's one of the reasons. And another reason we gave the trainer and I gave instructions to the jockey to go in front. And it was a fast race, so she shouldn't catch up, and she got tired early. But again, this is the beginning of season of Riyadh, and we hope the best. I think this year our stallions are doing very well, especially Command and Simber Fortis. And we're happy to have those stallions, and in majority of the horses that we raced in Taif and won are our own breeding. So.
And how many horses do you have this season?
We have around 26, and we have around 16 foals coming into the stable. So we're going to start breaking them maybe within the next month or 2, and that's going to be about 36, 37 horses.
All local bred horses or some imported as well?
We have some imported horses. We have another horse on the next race, which is an import horse. We imported 3 horses from the US last year. They ran well on Taif. One of them came second in an open race, and another one came second and I think 4th in an open race. They all ran in open races. So we're looking for, to improve our status in the card of racing stables, and we're doing good. I think now we're number 7 in the local bred horses.
And do you think that the local bred horses, in the time that you've been here owning horses in Saudi Arabia, the quality is going up year by year?
I think so. The conditions here are rougher. So from my experience and experiences of others in the past, local bred will have at least 7 or 8 months advantage over the other imported horses. It's based on because they take time to climatize, and our horses, the local breds, are already climatized with it. And training them and putting them in condition are easier than training and conditioning imported horses. The other part is, we know the bloods here pretty well. We know which one is going to produce, and what drives the 2-year-old, I think, is the King Abdulaziz Cup, which is a 1600, so you need faster horses. What comes from the US usually are 1800 and 2000 meter horses and 3-year-olds. And this makes a big difference in how do you climatize 1800 to 2000 meter horses to 1600. And it's a combination of, you have to have mixes of different type of horses to be able to win, I think, in good cups in Saudi Arabia.
And you mentioned that you have foals coming in and then you're slowly going to start breaking them. So do you breed them, break them, and run them all under your same control?
Yes, we do. I have a farm south of Riyadh, and over there we breed. Actually we breed in Janadriya. Then as soon as mares fall, they get bred and they go back to the farm, and they live in big, huge paddocks over there, and babies are also living there. And which makes a big difference, I think, in our breeding system. We have big, pretty sized farm that takes care of a big number of horses.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tarek, and wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely fascinating insights there from the winning owner, Tarek Mohammed. And Tom, I just want to get your thoughts on that interview and where to begin. He said so much about horses acclimatizing, about the breeding, about local versus imported horses. But I want to ask you about the winner, about our Alanaya. He said she didn't like Taif, and it's interesting, isn't it, how horses adapt to different courses?
Yeah, because the difference between the two isn't that stark. You know, we haven't got one turf track and one dirt track, and there's a huge difference in surface, for example. The tracks are different in regards to their layout, their topography, what they're like. The surface is a little deeper in Taif than it is here, but at the same time, they're quite similar. So for a horse not to like Taif and then come here and love Riyadh, that's quite astounding for me.
Yeah, really absolutely fascinating. But what he did say was that he said to the jockey, get a quick start.
Yeah.
And we've seen that throughout the week, haven't we?
Absolutely. You want to be on the front no matter who your horse is, I think. If you're off the speed, you find it very difficult to win. She got a great start. She went immediately to the front, and that was race over from there, especially considering she took the horse that we thought was going to win out of the lead.
And he said she'll be a good contender. That sounded a bit like an understatement, don't you think?
Yeah, usually we're used to seeing a lot of confidence from these owners and trainers and jockeys as well. So a good contender, maybe an understatement, but there are some bigger races further down the line where she'll tackle some better horses. So also, he did mention the King Abdulaziz Cup, which is 1600. That was 1400, so she will need to get longer. And she was a little bit out on her feet at the end there. So I'm questioning that decision to go over a longer trip.
Well, she will be an interesting prospect to keep an eye on in the future. But in terms of the near future, let's head across to John Blands, who's got all the runners and riders for the 4th race on the card today.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yes, it's a local bred horses maiden race. Sahal, who gets a much better draw than recently, is top of the shop there. Adal Al-Faredi is aboard. Matnook is next. That's horse number 2. Naif Al-Nazi rides. So Al-Kuwait is horse number 3. Horse number 4 doesn't go. Ala Karim in the white stable colours. Camilo Ospina rides that one. Speedy Monster, Mohammed Al-Habib is aboard that. That's horse number 6. Lagaraba, easy one for the commentator there, is horse number 7. Number 8 is Precious. Number 9 is Al-Kazi. That's the mount of Ayan Al-Turisi. Horse number 10 is Katim Alwood. Horse number 11 is Al Yesub, Luis Morales aboard. Horse number 12 is Misk, Alexis Moreno. And Abdullah Al Fayrouz will be riding horse number 13, Maluk Alane. So without number 4, there are 12 horses going to post over the 1400, the first of the 1400 metre races, the first 7 furlong race of the day. They're in the parade ring. And it's back to the studio.
Many thanks, John. Yes, as John said there, we are stepping up in trip to 1400 metres or 7 furlongs. So let's take a look at all the runners and riders. Tom, Sassal is horse number 1. We have skipped by horse number 1, so let's go on to horse number 5, Al Karim.
Yeah, he's very green, shouting currently in the paddock right now, as we could hear there. That horse is from the White Stable. He debuts for them today. He's by Blame, an amazing sire and a great horse. He beat Zenyatta famously in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He has to be a leading player, horse number 5, Al Karim.
Speedy Monster, will he be speedy today?
Maybe. I don't know too much about him. It's his first run. He looks a nice physical in the paddock right now. Big, tall colt.
Makaraba is horse number 7.
He'll probably take time, this horse, I imagine. He looks like he's not really developed just yet. Not much of a muscly back end, as we can see there. It's his first start. He's nice and relaxed in the paddock, which is a tick in the box.
And this is Precious.
Again, another first-time starter. He's a local bred. Stiff task probably today.
Alkazi is the next horse that we'll be seeing.
By a sire called Jcsa, who was bred in Great Britain. This horse should get a lot longer than the 7 furlong 1400 metre trip. I imagine this is just a prep run. Generally on horses that run a mile plus, you start them over shorter distance.
And Katim Alwad is horse number 10.
This colt made a fair debut when he finished 5th back at meeting 21. It was an okay effort. It wasn't the best of races, and this maiden today is one of the stronger ones I've seen here in Saudi Arabia, so he's going to find it tough.
Next up is Al-Yasub.
A first-time starter by American Pharaoh, Triple Crown winner. Shout out to all the American viewers that are watching right now for Jimmy Jerkins. We've also got an American Pharaoh progeny in this race. Lou Morales takes the ride. He'll be hoping that this colt breaks nicely, and from there could go close on his debut.
We have Misk, number 12.
Another US-bred horse in this race, ridden by Alex Moreno. This colt has a good chance as well. I think he looks pretty nice in the prelims. He's one of the standouts for me. Hopefully he can break well from the wide draw.
And Tom, last but not least, number 13, Maluk Alanaya. What do you think of this horse?
Here are the silks that we saw in the last race, win with our Alanaya. All of the horses have the suffix Alanaya. He ran to a very good level on both his 2 starts in Thai, finishing 3rd and 4th. Again, he's drawn wide in 13, so he will need to break. And there are other horses in here that have a lot of natural talent, but he will definitely win a maiden at some point this season, potentially today.
And there are a couple of horses, Tom, that we haven't mentioned, so let's go back from the top. Sasal, horse number 1.
Competitive over 1,600 metres in all 3 outings so far. Adel Al-Faredi takes the ride, which is definitely a positive, but he's drawn inside, so we need to be sharp.
Well, Shamila's had a good look through all the horses down there in the parade ring. Shamila, what do you think?
Not only has this horse caught my attention, he's caught everybody's attention around the parade ring. It's Alakrim, horse number 5 for the White Stables, Camila Ospina on board, and he is rearing and ready to go. Honestly, he's on his toes. It is his first time out, and he is only a 2-year-old. He's very babyish, very green. However, he is very much ready to go, and he looks like an absolute bull. He is built. And you wouldn't think he was a 2-year-old just looking at him. So all the neighing in the parade ring must be a good thing, and I really think that he can do it. A paddock negative for me would be horse number 9, Al-Kasi, on his toes, on the edge a little bit too much. Hopefully he doesn't boil over by the time he gets down to the start.
Many thanks, Shamila. So Shamila likes the look of horse number 5, Ala Kareem. What are your thoughts on him, Tom, having had a look at him now going around the parade ring?
Yeah, he's one of the better lookers. There's nothing, I can say nothing is negative in that regard. He's a beautiful type. He's by Blame, as I say, who's probably the best sire represented in this race. His natural ability on the track was phenomenal. As I say, he beat Zenyatta, who only lost once in her career. She was 19 from 20 and lost to Blame in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So he's bred to be very good. He's bred to handle the dirt as well. The fact that he is on his toes and neighing and showing real big signs of inexperience is a bit of a negative for me, though.
Well, we will see once the race gets underway very shortly. We didn't mention, Tom, the second horse, Matt Nuke.
Yeah, this is the horse I think has got the best chance of winning. He's a 2-year-old as well, of course, in this race. He's a gelding. Most of these aren't geldings or colts, but aren't geldings, but they are colts. He's the son of Vino Rosso, another horse that won the Breeders' Cup Classic. So this track and the dirt should be absolutely fine for him. He's finished second in both starts so far. Last time, second in the Taif Sprint Cup, behind Al-Motahad, the horse I mentioned right at the top of the show, my favourite horse that I saw in Taif. That form is pretty strong. He was miles behind, but it was a good race.
Well, this is the horse that Shamila doesn't so much like the look of, number 9, Al-Kazi. What are your thoughts on him, Tom?
I thought he looked okay. Look, he's not a massive positive for me either. I wouldn't say he's too much of a negative, but he's definitely one of the worst lookers at this stage of his career. He's got a lot of growing to do, that's for sure.
We'll see how he gets on in this race shortly. We'll have a look at some past footage from a couple of the runners as well very shortly. It's always useful to look at past performances from the horses that are running in this race. We'll have a little look at Matt Nuke shortly. That is a horse that you like, Tom, and you're backing him to win this one, Matt Nuke.
Yeah, I think Matt Nuke is the horse to beat, for sure. The inside gate, again, isn't always a positive, especially from what we've seen so far at Riyadh. It actually helps to be wide on the track. So stall 2 will present a little bit of a task for Nath Al-Anazi. But this horse has the best form in the book. You should say further, being by Vino Rosso. I think he's got a good chance on the back of 2 second-place finishes in time.
So this could be third time lucky, Tom. He could get that win. And of course, you've already got a couple of wins under your belt today. Is it 1 win or 2 wins you've had?
One win, a third, and a horse that didn't actually run in the opener. So it's been a decent start to the day from a tipping perspective. But I mean, it was similar yesterday. You know, we had 3 or 4 winners, but then a whole bunch of places as well. So hopefully this horse can run well and at least finish in the top 3. Fingers crossed, he actually gets the job done and wins.
Indeed. We will see very shortly horses making their way down to the stalls here in Riyadh. It's just getting a little dark, and I'm sure that soon we will be running under the floodlights. It gets dark very quickly here, and then the track is lit up like a Christmas tree. It gets quite atmospheric out there on the King Abdulaziz racetrack as night falls here in Riyadh. The horses just making their way now down the track. And this is a smaller field than some of the others that we've had today, Tom. We've seen the vast expanse of track that we have here. It's so wide that even when we've had 20 runners, there's space even for more.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see a race that is straight down without a bend, because then they'd race all the way across the track. Here's we see horse number 2, which is Matt Nuke. This was the race I was talking about. This is the race I was talking about with Al-Mothead in the lead. Matt Nuke kind of right down the outside. Al-Mothead in the orange is one of the favourite horses, if not my favourite horse that I saw in Taif. I absolutely love him. I think he's extremely talented and he is unbeaten. Matt Nuke passed all the other horses in the field, running home powerfully over the trip. As I say, he'll stay further, being by Vino Rosso, so I have no doubts about the distance for him. And I liked how he finished this race.
Impressive indeed. And this is Sahal.
Yeah, Adel Al-Faredi takes over today on Sahal, which is definitely a positive. Again, he's the leading rider aside from Camilo Ospina. And talking about Camilo Ospina, he rode the winner of this race for the White Stable. The leading 2 jockeys finishing first and second. Sahal really was no match in the end, and he was hanging to the left-hand side, which wasn't ideal. If he has that tendency again today, he's going to find it difficult to beat some of these talented rivals. But at the same time, you know, he's shown a decent level of form so far.
Well, let's head over to John Blans, who is going to talk us through all the runners and riders for this next race. John, you've heard from Tom, who likes Matt Nuke. Shamila likes Ala Karim. Who do you like for this next one?
Well, I think Sahal might run quite well. He's got a bit to find on the form with the likes of Matt Nuke. And obviously, there could be 1 or 2 debutants here who are a good bit better than his rating of 64. But this fella's had 3 runs thus far, has drawn 18, 10 and 7 and gets stall 1 here. He's got a bit of early pace, and I think that might stand this fella in good stead here, Sahal. So I wouldn't say he's the obvious winner of the race, but I think he might run pretty well. He certainly should run much better than he did last time out when he was wide, having to get across from stall 18 this time round. Beautifully positioned in stall number 1. He should be a bit sharper than Matt Nuke to the punch in the early stages. Matt Nuke is almost certainly a better horse, but as we've seen, Sahal's ability to get into a prominent position here might just stand him in good stead. We will see. There is Maluk Al-Anaya in shot. You can also see there the yellow and red colours of Sur Al Kuwait. That's horse number 3. The white with the blue braces was Al Yesu. Luis Morales is aboard that one. Ala Karim, though, is a very, very interesting runner in this race. Of course, King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons runners are always very interesting. They've got a talented stable there. Camilo Ospina rides all the best of them, and he rides them extremely well. I always think that from what I've seen thus far, and I wouldn't have been the world's leading Camilo Ospina expert prior to taking this job in Saudi. I think he's the type of jockey who could hold his own in virtually any racing jurisdiction. He's very good. He's especially good at getting them into really good positions early, regardless of where they're drawn. Obviously, in this situation with Ala Karim, it's more a question of how well this horse is tuned up for his Saudi debut. But he's beautifully bred, and he could be a good bit better than this lot in the fullness of time, and he may be even a good bit better than this lot today. There's Misk with Alexis Moreno aboard. You can see Katim Alwad just prior to that one, and there is horse number 1, Sahal, who, as I said, is a little bit exposed compared to 1 or 2 of these, but does get the absolutely perfect run in transit to show what he can do here this afternoon. So the horses are congregating down at the start. It won't be that much longer before they are put in. Precious, we just saw in the background there, another interesting debutant. And there is Lagaraba, who's interesting name for those of us who aren't particularly fluent in Arabic. Selman Al-Rashid is aboard Lagaraba, horse number 7. So the loading is underway. Still waiting for Ala Karim to go forward. Speedy Monster to go in as well. That's horse number 6. Also at the back is Maluk Alanaya. And there is Maluk Alanaya just being sorted out down at the start. I think those are recorded pictures. There is Matnuk in the foreground. A very, very solid chance in this race. There is Precious going in. The next one to go in is Speedy Monster. Towards the outside, Misk in the two-tone blue moves forward as well. Right towards the outside, Maluk Alanaya, stall number 13 as Misk goes in. Alié Soub to come forward as well. Sheepskin noseband, Luis Morales aboard. Then we have Ala Karim into stall number 5. 12 runners in all. Horse number 2 to go in is Matnuk. There's Ala Karim. Alongside Sur Al Kuwait, Matnuk to go forward alongside Sahal, who's getting a bit lively in the starting stalls. It's not absolutely ideal for Sahal fans. Matnuk being inched in. Matnuk is in alongside Speedy Monster. 1400 metres this time, race number 4. They're all in and they're off and racing. Al-Qazi a little bit slowly away as they make their way through the early stages. One that does show good early pace is Precious and leaps into a good posse. Also prominent there is Katim Alwad. Towards the outside, Misk is showing good pace as well. Matnuk has got away well nicely as well, whereas Sahal hasn't towards the inside rail. That could have scuppered that one's chance. Right round the outside, Alié Soub is prominent there, then followed by the green colours of Speedy Monster. Very, very wide on the track is Maluk Alanaya. There then followed by Lagaraba, who's towards the rear of the field at the moment. The slow starting Al-Qazi is really struggling. Matnuk has just been shuffled back through the field a little bit, and Sahal's got plenty to do from there in the red jacket. They're starting to make this long swing for home, and up the inside the leader is Misk, who had a wide draw but has grabbed a good posse to Speedy Monster, the green colours in second. Alié Soub is racing in third. Here now the green cap of Ala Karim on debut, trying to get a little bit closer. The rest have all got plenty on their plate, headed by Maluk Alanaya, but as they swing for home, they're just about 3 wide here. The leader in the green colours is Speedy Monster, but down the centre of the track, Alié Soub is getting into this. It's Alié Soub, the sheepskin noseband, who leads to Speedy Monster in second, then Misk in third. They're clear of Ala Karim, but racing up towards the line, this 11 horse Alié Soub goes further and further clear, and it's Alié Soub hanging towards the centre of the track. Ala Karim is coming home very strongly, but racing in the shadow of the post now. It's Alié Soub who's going to hang on from Ala Karim, who's run a very good race on debut. Staying on well for third was Maluk Alanaya. Then after that in fourth was Speedy Monster. A little bit errant in the closing stages, Alié Soub, but has done enough to win in the latter part of that race in the hands of Luis Morales. Alié Soub was always prominent, once again showing the benefits of getting a good early posse. Ala Karim didn't. That is definitely a run to put in the old Saudi Arabian tracker if you have one on debut. Ala Karim a little bit green in the early stages, wasn't quite up with the pace, but has thundered home. Slightly sharper from the gates next time. We'll see Ala Karim in very good stead. 1 minute 26.95 seconds, the winning time there. Ala Karim second in 1:27.16, and Maluk Alanaya, who's run a good race from a wide draw in third, Speedy Monster in fourth. And a special mention in dispatches as well for Misk, who had to do a lot of work to get into a posse early doors, has somewhat folded up in the closing stages, but that was legitimate given the way the race all panned out. Misk has finished there in fifth, and the sixth horse home was Precious. Matnuk, a little bit disappointing, got a good posse, wasn't even able to take advantage. Sahal, my selection, didn't get a good posse, and that just made things all the more difficult for him. But it's Alié Soub who's won that horse at number 11 on debut for Luis Morales, beating another debutant in the shape of Ala Karim, and they've stretched on by 4.5 lengths to the rest of the field. 2 potentially quite useful recruits, but it's Alié Soub who lands the prize today.
Luis Morales. Luis, congrats. Triple this week with this team. How is he?
Oh, the team is good. Alhamdulillah, they're rolling.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. No, he's okay. He was scared a little bit, I don't know, from the lights or something, because he was looking out a little bit, but he was, running. Yeah. This time out, it's good. Alhamdulillah. Beautiful.
The first win of the day for Luis Morales, and a good performance from Jcsa. Again, Tom, just showing the importance of getting a good early position.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be near the front. We keep saying it, but it's true. If you're watching all these races, if you've got a horse, if you're backing a horse, if you're cheering on a horse, that you need them to be near the front. Otherwise, they can find it a bit of an ordeal. The likes of Matt Nuke, who I was hoping was going to win this race, he was way too far back. So was Sahal, horse number 1. He was too far back from the inside stall. Luis Morales got the eventual winner, Jcsa, right near the speed, and he's kept going all the way to the line. A good debut for this horse.
But we'll take another look shortly, Tom, at Matt Nuke and Sahal and see what happened in those opening stages. But just let's talk a bit about the winner. Al Karim ran well in the closing stages, didn't he?
He did. He was never getting close to Jcsa, though. Jcsa was always holding sway. Al Karim seemed to be outpaced coming around the bend and then stayed on powerfully in the straight. Maybe that horse will be seen to greater effect all the way up to 2,000 metres. This was just 1,400 today. I'm absolutely certain he'll be running over 1,600 plus next time.
Do you think that will happen in the near future, or do you think they'll keep him at 1,400 for the time being?
No, absolutely 1,600. They're moving up straight in trip next time. There's no doubt about that. He's not a 1,400 metre horse to run around.
And Jcsa, really promising debut for him. First win. What do you think connections will do with him?
He's by American Pharaoh, so he gets further than the 7 furlong trip as well, or he should do at least, judging by his pedigree. Connections will probably look towards an open race, but if they're just trying to, keep these targets a little bit more realistic, they could go to a non-winners of 2.
Well, let's hear now from Luis Morales, who is with Shamila.
I am indeed with Luis Morales. Congratulations, Luis. Very impressive for a debutant runner.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, he was working very well in the mornings. He was doing really good. We were concerned about the start, the first jump. Actually, he did it really slow, And then I catch him and let him go, come step by step. So from the 600, he was in a good position, a little bit outside. I don't know, scaring from horses or lights. I don't know, but he was pulling out. But when I asked him, I give him 1-2 whips, he started running pretty well.
Did it concern you then, because he jumped slow from the stalls that he was in stall 11?
Well, I think stall 11 was good for him because he thought, I had the opportunity to catch him and going wide, in the clear, and then he started responding very well. Yeah. No, he's good.
And what would you do with him, like, if you could choose to stay at this distance, maybe go further, bring him back a little bit?
No, I think he can go further. Easily. Hopefully after this race, he learned how to jump and, and don't lose too many lengths in the beginning. That cost him at the end. But he has a lot of power.
So you definitely think he will improve as a 3-year-old maybe going forward in the season?
I think so. 100%.
And Hisham Stables is doing really well this Riyadh season. I think it was a bit tough for them in Taif. But are there any stable stars that are standing out to you so far from galloping them in the mornings or anything?
Well, I work for Prince Sultan Mishal bin Abdulaziz, alhamdulillah. Hopefully we start doing good also. And, Prince Saud Stable, he did all right in Taif. Not that well, but good. But he has some horses for Riyadh. I know, they always do good here.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lou.
Appreciate it.
That was a really interesting interview, wasn't it, Tom? It was really fascinating what Luis Morales, the winning jockey, said there about not starting or about losing ground at the beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just watched the replay there. He didn't actually lose that much ground. He only lost 2 lengths on the leaders, and he was wide, which allowed him the chance to move up. But at the same time, it wasn't a terrible break by any means. This horse broke relatively well for a first-time starter. He was forced to touch wide around the bend right here, as number 6. It was Speedy Monster made a big move early in the race in the green and the yellow, just surging between runners. That horse has lots of early speed and could be seen to better effect over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres next time. Louis was 3 wide because that horse surged through the middle. which wasn't ideal, but at the same time, being wide on the track seems to be kind of where you want to be at this stage of the race. Horses on the rail tend to be going backwards. As you can see now, the horse in fourth, Ala Kareem, is going up and down on the spot. It looks like he's going to make no inroads whatsoever, but when he's switched out wide in the straight by Camilo Ospina, he stays on very well to finish second. So maybe you don't want to be right towards the inside. It could be riding deeper than wider on the track.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing from Morales there, who said stall 11 was a good stall for him, and he said the horse could easily go further, Tom.
Yeah, as I said beforehand, before that interview, I said American Pharaoh is a sire, these horses get further. American Pharaoh won the Triple Crown. That's, you need to run up to 1.5 miles to win the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes. So this horse, 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres, is definitely the minimum limit of his stamina. He wants to go further. He does need to race more efficiently to be able to get longer distances, but at the same time, he's bred to stay. So I'm not surprised he said that by any means.
Morales also said that he'll improve as a 3-year-old, and presumably that stamina will come as he gets older.
Yeah, I presume so too. He's only going to be progressing. At this stage of his career, he's very young. Racing is a completely new thing for him, and he's inexperienced. So there were things he would have done wrong in the race. Morales said braking from the stalls was number one, but I think he could possibly have just not hung out to his right in the straight, for example. He could have run in a straight line. Morales wouldn't have had to switch his leads as he did there. There are numerous factors that he can improve on, and one of those will, when he does improve on those, it will mean he'll get longer trips much easier.
Morales also said that he'd been working well at home, so clearly he thinks a lot of this horse, and he's developing a good relationship with him going forward, Tom.
Exactly. You always want the jockey and the horse to have a good relationship. There are famous cases where jockeys and horses haven't got on in the past, and that's led to a change from the jockey. But to be fair, in all winning interviews, the jockeys are going to say these horses are working well in the morning, so read into that what you want.
Well, he said he was concerned about the start. Are you seeing anything here, Tom, that looks too concerning?
He missed a beat, but you kind of expect that for first-time starters. Most horses that have never run before do miss the start. The only ones that I can say consistently don't are those from the white stable, and that is largely because they must work them from the gate far more than any other operation. Ala Kareem from the white stable in this race, in fact, did miss it by just half a stride, but he was banged there in the firing line thereafter. It wasn't the best of breaks. I'm not going to say Louis was completely wrong, but at the same time, it wasn't the worst either.
What do you make of Ala Kareem then?
It was a good run, just the wrong trip for that horse in second. And if we look through back to the other horses that contended to finish, horse number 13, Maluk Alanaya had the previous experience and he ran well again to take third. I thought Matt Nuke and Sahal, the two horses drawn inside that had that tie form, they didn't get anywhere near the lead in the early stages and that affected their performances, albeit Matt Nuke did run home okay, I think for 5th or 6th. And the horse I'm taking out of the race that wasn't there at the finish was Speedy Monster, because as I say, he made that big move. He's the horse in the green and the yellow right at the front of the shot right now, turning for home. He faded out of things late on, but that was largely due to the fact that he raced super inefficiently. He used a lot of energy in the early stages. As you can see here, he didn't run in a straight line in the home straight either. So there are reasons why he might not have contested next time up for that horse, especially if he's dropped back to 1200. Speedy Monster could be a leading player.
And what about Matt Nuke, Tom? You picked him out to be a really promising horse in this race. You've touched on him there briefly, but just how disappointing a run was that from Matt Nuke? Relatively disappointing, but I think there were reasons as to why. As I say, like he didn't break, he was inside, and then Nathan Anazi switched him outside, and there are reasons why he potentially lost a lot of ground at the crucial parts of the race, and he was disappointing. There was no doubt about that. He was the horse to beat on figures. I think maybe next time they'll try to run him over further just so he can get into a more prominent position against slower horses. Well, there is plenty more to look forward to here in Riyadh, so let's head to John Blans, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for race number 5.
Yes, night falling here in Riyadh. We're on to race number 5 now. Red and Blue Candy, horse number 1, a very interesting runner from the Jerkin stable. Ahmed Al-Shrar is aboard that one. Sar Al-Taif is next. That's horse number 3 in the hands of Sultan Al-Mimoni. Horse number 4 is Reem Al-Riyad. Asil Al-Sahani rides. Just a tad, Tariq Al-Mansour aboard. Horse number 6 is Sandura, Fahed Al-Furedi. Horse number 7 is Helsinki Heights. Number 8 is Al-Mondi Alea in the hands of Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. Horse number 9 is Mobathar. That's the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. Horse 10 is Baidat Al-Marami, the mount of Abdullah Al-Orfi. Horse number 11 is Celestial Star. Ahmed Al-Azari rides. Number 13 is Hidden Spell. Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 14 is Jana Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 15 is Ganuma. Interesting contender, Luis Morales rides that one. Already had a winner today. Rose of Ithaca is horse number 16. That's the man of Mohammed Saeed. Number 17 is Clodovea. Number 18 is Consensus de Vega. And number 19 is Alpha Solea in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Horses 2 and 12 are non-runners here, leaving a field in all of 19, making their way to the start. Let's head back to the guys in the studio.
Many thanks, John. So another big field for us, Tom, to pick through. Horses are now in the parade ring. Plenty of them there for us to take a look at. And we've got another Jimmy Jerkins runner, Tom, and I think you're going to go for this one after your earlier success?
No, I don't think so. Red and Blue Candy does have a chance, another horse that used to be trained in the UK, and the Jimmy Jerkins has subsequently picked up. But I don't like the draw. The inside draws, I've worked out in 3 days here that the inside draw is not good. No matter what horse you're on, it's very difficult to win from stall 1. Even stall 2 and 3 are quite hard to win from. So that would be a negative. But this filly, you know, she does have a chance. I don't want to completely write her off for Jimmy Jerkins, and I would love to see another Jerkins winner. But she's going to struggle, I think, from that post position, especially first up in Saudi Arabia.
Where do you want to be then in terms of the draw?
Mid to wide, I think. Obviously, if you've got a horse that's got loads of early, being inside isn't too much of a negative. But this horse used to be trained in the UK. Generally, 9 times out of 10, horses in the UK tend to miss the start compared to horses that are trained previously in the US or even over here. So it's got to be a little bit of a negative.
And here she is, but she looks good, Tom. She looks perhaps a bit excited, but she looks certainly very well in her coat anyway.
She was good. She was a relatively good horse, you know, for Tom Dascombe as a 2-year-old. She cost 167,000 prior to racing, so she has ability. I'm not taking anything away from that. It's just there are plenty of negatives there for her.
And this is Sa Al Taif, number 3.
Rated just 53, first time up this season, not today.
Reem Al Riyadh is number 4.
3-year-old filly in the Fihan bin Faisal silks that we've seen to great effect so far in Riyadh, Reem Al Riyadh. This horse has a good chance. Won the Sprint Championship at Taif last time up. Prior to that was second in the Taif Cup. So providing she handles the switch to Riyadh, I think she's the most likely winner.
So an exciting prospect, number 4. So just a tad is horse number 5.
By Intello, who was a good horse on the racetrack, French. Used to run in the Wertheimer Brothers silks, the blue and the white. But now this progeny probably isn't the best that Intello has produced. Only rated 44, struggled so far in Saudi Arabia, finishing 18th, 17th, 12th and 13th.
What about this one, Sanjura?
0 from 9 so far in her career. Again, she's in over her head here. This is a race against much better opposition. She's rated just 60 and finished 5th last time up.
Helsinki Heights is the next horse we're looking at.
Another one that needs to improve on the recent efforts. 1 from 17 so far in her career. She finished 8th on her Saudi run this season, but that came back at 31. She's by Shala, so should be a sprinter. 7 finals could stretch the stamina.
Almond Dialea is number 8.
Another one on ratings you can't really have in this race, just rated 67. The next horse will also fit the same bill. She runs regularly, she's at least race fit, but she was 9th last time and 18th the time before. Not exactly winning form.
I'm sure you're going to say the same for this one as well, Tom, Mabotha.
She was bad on her latest run, 16th back in meeting 54, the last day of Taif. Prior to that, she did win, if you look back to meeting 31. So there is some winning form there, but she used to be owned by the White Stable and has moved on since.
And this is Baidat Al-Marami.
Not run so far this season. She's gleaming in her coat, so she's looking nice and well, albeit she isn't 100% fit, judging by those images. Last year, she won once. Prior to that, she also won, so she has won a couple of times. Winning by Abdullah Al-Alfi, which is never a negative.
Celestial Star is next up, number 11.
0 from 9 when trained in the UK by Keith Dalgleish. Didn't really show much, if I'm being honest. The form wasn't strong. She's by Ribchester, who was a good horse.
Hidden Spell.
Finds winning tough. Just 1 victory to her name. She also looks pretty fat, I have to admit.
Don't hold back, Tom.
Trying to be nice about it, but she definitely needs to have this start to get the fitness back.
And Dana is next up.
She's yet to break through. She's 0 from 7, finishing 9th on her only run so far this season. That came at meeting 6. Long layoff since then.
Ganuma, horse number 15.
Rated 88, so must be a player in this race given the majority of these are in the 60s or 50s. Ganuma won on her debut last year, so going fresh isn't always a negative for her. Lua Morales fresh off the back of a victory as well. She's got to have a chance.
Number 16 is Rose of Ithaca.
By Ulysses, so should stay middle distances. She's a 3-year-old filly, regressed in 4 Taif runs this year though after moving from the UK. 5th on her debut in Saudi Arabia back in meeting 7 was promising. Not sure what's happened since.
Well, we will see. Number 17 is Clodovea.
Formerly owned by Nick Bradley Racing, if you like your UK racing, the famous white and black silks. This filly is relatively limited in terms of talent, but she's been there or thereabouts in some runs at Taif. Finishing 6th at meeting 5 was a highlight.
Census de Vega, number 18.
Quite a decent filly. She was also previously trained in the UK, but has now made a move over here and seems to be running to a fair level. She's ridden by Adele Alfaredi, which is, again, a positive. She was 2nd last time up, and this is definitely her trip.
Well, let's see what Shamila makes of all the runners and riders. We'll come back to horse number 19 shortly, but let's get Shamila's thoughts.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I am siding with horse number 4, Reem Al Riyadh. First time, she was first last time out, a 3-year-old bay filly by Ortad, and she just looks stunning. And the Almondale stables are having a fantastic weekend. After their first winner of today, I went up to them and I was like, you know what, guys, you have to give somebody else a chance because this is absolutely ridiculous. But their fillies are so strong. I couldn't not go with Reem Al Riyadh. I do have to give a shout out to Fahad Al Faredi as well. It's great to see him back after he was wearing a neck brace yesterday, I saw on Snapchat. However, he is back and kicking to go, which is fantastic to see that after the event on the first day that all the jockeys are absolutely fine. I do have 2 paddock negatives for this race, and it is horse number 8 and horse number 15. They are getting so sweaty, absolutely dripping in sweat, and it is nice climate out, so that is a huge red flag for me. Obviously, another horse that really caught my eye is horse number 18, Consensus de Vega. 2nd last time out, was a big player in Taif, and she is looking really fit. However, I will stick to horse number 4, Reem Al Riyadh, for the Almondale stables.
Shamila, thank you very much. Shamila, going with your horse, Tom.
Yeah, we're teaming up. We haven't done that all that often in these first 3 days, I have to admit. But we're teaming up here. Hopefully, we're going to team up and be successful.
Indeed. Well, Reem Al Riyadh, of course, Shamila down there gets a really good look at those horses. And Tom, from what you've seen as well, you're obviously impressed.
Yeah, I don't think she's a massive looker in terms of, I don't think she really stands out in terms of her physical size and scope, but at the same time her form is bang there, and she's turned out nicely in her coat. So there are no negatives for me, that's for sure.
Well, there was one horse, Tom, that we didn't manage to get round when we were looking at those horses. That was horse number 19, Al Fire Sailor. What did you make of that one?
By Raja Singh, who used to be trained in the UK. I don't remember seeing any progeny by this horse, so maybe this is the first one, or at least in the first crop. She's ridden by Alex Moreno. Again, he had a relatively up and down day yesterday, but he did have a win on Sunset Flash. She's drawn wide in 19, which might not be a positive. She's rated 85 though, so she's got to be one of the leading players. And her first run this year, back at meeting 21, where she was 2nd, was a good performance. So providing she can bounce back from her latest disappointing effort where she was 12th, then she's got to be one that you've got to pay attention to.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that horse. That is horse number 19. Many thanks for going through those runners and riders, Tom. Reem Al Riyadh looks like the horse that most of the team is siding with. Horse number 4, both Shamila and Tom very much liking the look of her. We'll soon get John Blance's thoughts on which horse he fancies in this race. But firstly, Tom, let's just have a bit more of a chat about those runners and riders. And we will be seeing horse number 4, Reem Al Riyadh, shortly in action.
Yeah, here she is, moving around the outside. She's got a high cruising speed. And as I said before, round Taif, you don't want to be wide on the track. You lose so much ground, it's very hard to win. You also don't want to close from behind, which she did. So there were 2 factors as to why she may have lost this race, but she didn't, she won. That proves that she was by far the best horse in this contest. I like how she finished off. She got the job done nicely, put her head right down and really saw that winning line and went for it. She got up and eventually won by 3/4 of a length. This was a very good display.
Yeah, very good display indeed from horse number 4, Reem Al Riyadh. And let's head to our commentator, John Blance, and see if he's going to side with both Shamila and Tom's pick for this one. What do you think of horse number 4, John?
Yeah, she's obviously a very, very strong contender. I think she's got every chance of running a really good race. Reem Al Riyadh, stall 4. Interesting what Tom was saying about the draw. I think you still would like to be drawn a bit closer to the rail, certainly in a race like this, when you've got 17 runners, so the likes of Consensus de Vega, who's not without a chance actually on her best form. She's got a very tricky stall there in stall 18. I think if Reem Al Riyadh can get away and get into a nice posse, she's going to be pretty tough to hold back. Red and Blue Candy did show exceptionally good speed early stages of that race. She ran in over a mile last time out. Didn't quite see that trip out. She'll get into a good posse here from stall 1, and we'll see how she goes. I think one or two of the inside drawn runners thus far have just not got away particularly well, and that's always put them at a disadvantage. Red and Blue Candy, though, does have really good gate speed. We're looking there at Sar Al Taif in the hands of Sultan Al Mimoni, and there is Celestial Star as well. Ahmed Al Azari rides this one. A horse on debut, second 1400 metre race of the night. They are down at the start, or very close to the start. Just the 17 runners there, I might have said 19 in the preamble. Never too far away from an egregious error, but there we go, got that one wrong. But anyway, yeah, 17 going to post without numbers 2 and 12, but still leaves a pretty competitive little contest. There are one or two that are better than this lot in terms of overall ratings. Red and Blue Candy, Reem Al Riyadh and Ganumar as well. But there are one or two that might just step up a little bit on what they've done thus far. There's horse number 18 going to post, Consensus de Vega. If you've been a regular with us watching at TAFE, you'll have seen that horse run on many, many occasions. And there's horse number 17, Clodovea, in the grey colours. And that one so far has just won 1 from 18. So there are one or two here that are a good bit more exposed than those that are more fancied. There's Baidat Al Marami, hasn't been seen for a while. Abdullah Al Lorfi is aboard that one. That's horse number 10 in the purple saddle cloth. The 5 there is Just a Tad. Tariq Al Mansour looking for another winner on the card. And there is the 9 Mabuthar in quite similar colours. Helsinki Heights as well. Look out for those 3 in black and white colours. I certainly will be. Helsinki Heights, Mabuthar and Baidat Al Marami. But there is the horse that a lot of us here at the Saudi Jockey Club this afternoon think will win, Reem Al Riyadh, in those green colours. Look very similar to the Aga Khans, don't they? But they are the Fihan bin Faisal Al Mindil and Sons colours. And there is Reem Al Riyadh in the foreground. The background there, horse number 10, Baidat Al Ramari. There's horse number 1, Red and Blue Candy, who is a very interesting runner. It's a question of whether she can overcome the long absence as well. And that's always been a bit of a bit more of a question mark, I think, in Saudi, from my still not extensive knowledge of doing the work that I have done here thus far. There are quite a lot of horses who really do need their first run. They can be trained to win well, either on debut or after a long layoff, but the amount of horses who've made significant improvement from start 1 to start 2 or start 2 to start 3 has been pretty stark here, just following racing over the last few months or so. There's Hidden Spell, looks like the old Brocade Racing colours back in the UK. Hidden Spell, certainly very similar to those. And there in shot is Sar Al Taif, who on all known ratings, all known form, has a little bit to find. So they're putting them in for race number 5, race 5 of 12, still not got to halfway yet. So make sure you've paced yourselves. There's horse number 12 in shot. That's oh, sorry, 12's a non-runner. You've got the 1 going in there. That's Red and Blue Candy. I think I'm getting my coloured saddlecloth slightly mixed up. It's a slightly trickier angle from here. There is the 4, Reem Al Riyadh. That interesting little nose band there. Reem Al Riyadh in the hands of Asil Al Sahani. Nice ride for him here. There's Consensus de Vega in the background. They're going in though. Red and Blue Candy is in. The 3 is also in. Sar Al Taif. The 6 and the 5, Sandura and Just a Tad have gone in there as well. Horse number 10 coming forward is Baidat Al Marami. There's one of the lesser fancied runners. Well, I say that. Might actually improve for that last run. Alpha Sailor in the hands of Alexis Moreno. There's the the green of Rimal Riyadh. Goggles coming down for Asil Al-Sahani. You can see in the background there Sar Al-Taif, who's already been installed next to red and blue Candy. Next to go in is Ganuma, a red cap. Right towards the outside there is Alpha Salar. The two-tone blue of Celestial Star to go in as well. Still waiting for Clodovea, the... Actually, no, it's Helsinki Star or Helsinki Heights, the 7. Clodovea of similar colours with a similar colour saddlecloth as well. Tough game being a race caller. Next in is Almondialea in the yellow colours. Vast majority of them set now, though. The 7 Helsinki Heights goes in. The 17 Clodovea could well be the last just to edge forward. But the majority are installed. Problems there with the 8, Almondialea getting rather leery in the starting gate. Rest of them waiting patiently, though. To shouting jockeys, but they're off and racing for the 5th on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. Good start was made by Almondialea in the yellow colours. A bit nervous in the starting gate, but has transferred the adrenaline to a good start. Ganuma is also prominent, as indeed is Celestial Star. That's your leading trio. Also prominent right up the inside rail is red and blue Candy. Has always had good gate speed, this one, and has shown that again. Right round the outside, Alpha Zalea is also relatively prominent. And then after that, Consensus de Vega towards the rear of the field at the moment. Rose of Ithaca is a long way back through the field, as indeed is Jana, but they're sorting themselves out as they make their way around this sweeping turn, and it's Almondialea that leads to up the inside red and blue Candy. Then right round the outer is Ganuma now making headway there, the red cap. Even further out is Alpha Sailor in the green sleeves and the green cap there, then followed by Consensus de Vega. Then after that, the two-tone blue of Celestial Star. Here now comes Rimal Riyadh after a pretty tardy beginning, is circling the field but getting up ahead of steam, but it's Alpha Sailor who hits the frontier in the latter stages. Here now down the centre of the track, though, is Rimal Riyadh, and is really now pouring it on down the centre of the course. Alpha Sailor the far side, though, just finds a bit extra. Rimal Riyadh is now having to find a couple of lengths quite quickly. Consensus de Vega is plugging on as well, but it's Alpha Sailor the far side, the green sleeves, who's going to hold the ball at bay here. Alpha Sailor from a wide starting stall in the hands of Alexis Moreno has won. Two in second position, Rimal Riyadh. They were then followed home in third by Consensus de Vega, who's run a pretty good race. There was quite a group in there for 4th spot as well, but it's Alpha Sailor who did need to improve on that most recent run at TAFE back on meeting 39, but has done just that here from a tricky draw in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Was wide throughout, but that wasn't a handicap. We've seen that quite a bit thus far today. And Alpha Sailor, who from a wide gate was about 4 to 5 horses wide round that long turn, not ideal at all, has won in a time of 1 minute 26.30 seconds, comparing with 1 minute 26.95 seconds in the opening 7 furlong race. The 4 horse in second, Rimal Riyadh. Consensus de Vega, the 18, was third. 4th horse home there was Ganuma, who's run a pretty good race, and the 5th horse home was Sar Al-Taif, who got into the race quite a bit on the late side there. But that was your 1, 2, 3 anyway. Alpha Sailor has scored by 2 lengths to Rimal Riyadh. Consensus de Vega in third, beaten the neck into that position, and then Ganuma in 4th. It was Sandur actually who's finished there in 4th spot, or 5th spot, horse number 6, and Clodovea has plugged on as well from position towards the rear of the field. But Alpha Sailor zipping across from a wide draw, zipping into a prominent position from a wide draw, had to sort of sit and suffer a little bit, but then was able to really let down as they got towards the latter stages, and looked a sitting duck to Rimal Riyadh, but ultimately had plenty left. Alpha Sailor, the winner there of race number 5.
Alex, congrats, double this week. How is he?
First time with him? Well, she's good. Today, I keep him behind the pace. Yeah, I was 19, so you have to wait, The race was a little speed. She's a good performer, and we did. Mabruk to Hisham, to the team, Sham, Saad. Well done, man. Thank you. No, I don't want that. Okay, thank you.
Well, Alpha Sailor gets the win, a first win of the day for Luis Morales. And it looked as though Alpha Sailor could have been caught in the closing stages, didn't it, Tom?
Yeah, Alex Moreno on board. Alex Moreno, yes, a good ride, and this horse has really hit the line powerfully. She looked like she was going to get past by Raja Singh, who was a good sprinter in the UK, but as I say, hadn't seen too many of his progeny. Alex was adamant he wanted to get towards the front. You know, that's the place you want to be, no matter what your draw is. He managed to do it despite going wide, and from there, she clung on well. You know, I thought we were going to be celebrating a winner with Reem Al Riyadh. She made a big move coming for home, and she looked like she was coming to pass this eventual winner, but that just wasn't to be. She looked a little tired in the final 100 metres. But
the winning horse still had plenty in the tank, it looked like.
Yeah, she just hung on all the way to the line. She wasn't exactly quickening, but she wasn't slowing down either. The runner-up was slowing down in the final 100 metres when her challenge came to an end, but it's very hard to sustain your efforts around this track if you're coming from behind, like Reem Al Riyadh did. Just to continue that high-power move all the way up the field is very hard. So she ran great in second. She was just not flattered by the bias of this track, and the winner probably was, who was always up with the pace.
Well, Shamila is standing by now with our winning jockey, Alex Moreno.
I'm with my favourite jockey at Riyadh Racecourse, Alex Moreno, after he won the 5th race. Congratulations. Just talk me through that race beginning to end.
Well, thank you. Well done to Ahmed Al-Wahed, Hisham, all the team. Well, she's a good filly. She finished second behind by Mab and Taif. Actually, good horse. Well, today she ran with fillies. She was outside, so I just weren't behind the pace. When I started asking after 600, she just gave me all what she got, you know. And she did it.
Were you afraid of Reem Al Riyadh at any point?
Sure, I have to be afraid. She's a nice filly. She was the favorite, you know. But I beat her today. So.
Tell me about how the track is riding. Do you think there's a bias to be towards the rail or towards the center of the track? We're seeing mixed results.
Oh, I think everywhere is good, you know. Actually, if you have a good horse, you can be outside. Like yesterday, the filly of behind, she beat me so far, so outside. So I think in every way she's good.
Well, when you're confident like you, I'm sure you can win on anything.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, Jim.
Alex Moreno, the winning jockey there. It's been really fascinating, Tom, to see these horses drawn out wide being the most successful.
Yeah, when we came to Riyadh, I wasn't expecting that, I have to admit. You can get that in the US occasionally, but generally you want to be drawn inside no matter what. But outside seems to hold sway here, whether that be the track is riding slightly better down the middle, or just the horses on the inside are not being suited by what's going on, or the jockeys find it difficult to get clearer runs and avoiding kickback up the inside. But being wide and in the clean air is definitely the way forward. As you can see, the winner now is currently 5 wide on the turn in the yellow and green. And generally, that kind of move from a rider would get them in some kind of trouble because, you know, trainers don't want their jockeys out there wide on the track, losing ground and momentum. But it's working. Race after race, it seems to be the widest horses are winning.
And Consensus de Vega, the horse that finished in third, drawn in the next stall as well.
Yeah,
coming from out wide.
He was slightly more. Was slightly more towards the inside. She moved slightly more towards the inside early in the race. She then made her move down the middle of the track. This is right now where we're seeing Reem Al Riyadh in the green surge up towards the eventual winner. She's actually only around 3/4 of a length down at this point, maybe a length, and that's when the effort kind of stops. She then decides to hang slightly to the right. She was obviously getting tired. She was on the correct left lead, but she just couldn't continue her run. And you know what, in a few strides, she probably would have even lost second. She ran great, to be fair, to be runner-up from the position she was in. But Alex Moreno was always in the ideal spot on the eventual successor.
Do you think that Reem Al Riyadh needs a shorter trip?
No, just a better run through the race, maybe not too far behind the leaders. She was quite a way back. She made a big run early. You know, there are many reasons why a filly like this, or a horse in general like this, can lose races, especially when you come from off the speed. You need everything to go right up front, and even when it does, you then need to get a clear passage, you need to not use energy at the wrong time. And I think our rider probably used the energy slightly early in the race. Again, this is in hindsight, because during the race, I thought it was time to perfection. So this is the analysis side of things. If he could have that race back, he might have waited till the end of the turn, 400 metres, to go for her, because she did finish the race pretty tired.
I'm just coming round the bend now, Tom. Talk us through what's happening at this stage in the race.
Yeah, at this stage we're just seeing the eventual winner, Alpha Sailor, just taking the lead in the big white noseband. You can't miss her, 2 off the rail. Just on the inside was Gonuma, who showed early, but was having her first run of the year and was just fading out of contention at this point. Consensus to Vega is the big yellow filly in the centre of the shot. She eventually finishes third, but as we can see, Alex Moreno on the inside, tight, compact, powerful in the saddle. Very good rider. I love how he celebrates with every winner as well. We don't see that all that often in Europe.
No, it's fantastic to see. Great to see a jockey really enjoying the sport as well. And why wouldn't you celebrate those winners?
Given the little finger point and the slap. He did exactly the same thing on Sunset Flash. That must be his favourite celebration.
It must be, and of course he's right to celebrate that as well. Still yet to see the wiggle though, Tom. That's what I really want to see.
Roberto's not had the best couple of days, has he, Roberto Ramos? He hasn't got that many rides today, to be honest, and the ones he does have generally don't have too much of a chance. He does have one later that I'm interested in, so hopefully Wigberto will get a winner on the board then.
Well, yes, indeed. That's something to look forward to a little later on. And of course, there is still plenty more to look forward to later on. We are not even halfway through our card yet. We have 12 races in total today. This, of course, the start of the season in Riyadh, and the races are coming thick and fast. Up next is race number 6, and it will be the first Arabian race of the night. Of course, there are 2 Arabian races on every card here in Riyadh. So certainly something to look forward to, a real change of pace from the thoroughbred racing that we've seen so far throughout the day. This is going to be an Arabian race over the distance of 1 mile. And Tom, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it should be a good race with lots of Al Khaladiya horses in the field. Wathab Al Khaladiya is the horse I'm most interested in, I have to admit, for Farhad Al Faradi, who Shamila said earlier in the day is actually back riding after the incident on Thursday. So hopefully he can get a winner on the board.
Fantastic to see him back. He was in a neck brace earlier, as Shamila told us, so good to see that he's made a full recovery and he is raring to get back in the saddle, so that's fantastic to see. Please do get in touch with us on YouTube. We love to get your comments. We love to know that you are watching us and enjoying all the action as much as we are, so do get in touch with us on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel and keep those comments coming in. I know there's been a lot of support for the Jimmy Jerkins horses so far. He's had the 1 winner today, as has Tom, but he's got plenty more runners coming up throughout the rest of the day, so plenty to look forward to here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. This is the start of the season that will culminate in the Saudi Cup at the end of February, so certainly racing in this neck of the woods, Tom, is a huge deal.
Yeah, exactly, and the product that Saudi racing is providing is only getting bigger and better right now. The Saudi Cup is first and foremost, always. You know, we get lots of, we get Frankie Dettori probably coming over this year. US challengers will come across, there'll be UK horses too, as well as the undercard featuring lots of grade 1s. But even the racing right now, especially today, with all the opens and the cup race to end the card, we have some fantastic fare. And maybe you've not watched Saudi racing all that often in the past, you definitely should, because some of these horses are exceptionally well known to yourself if you like UK or US racing. And we've got a whole plethora of Arabian horses too, which we'll see some of them in this next race.
Absolutely, we will. I think you've made a really compelling case there, Tom, for the merits of racing in Saudi Arabia. So I do hope that you are enjoying this. And of course, 12 races on the card is such a treat for us all. The action coming thick and fast. Next up is race number 6 over a mile for the Arabian horses. It's something we're seeing a bit more often in Europe as well, Tom. It's gaining in popularity across other continents as well. The Arabian racing, of course, the Arab horses bred here in this region, but they are finding their way across much of the rest of the world as well.
Yeah, they are. We're getting Arabian races everywhere right now, and you know, this is a breed that's getting centre stage more and more often, and it's great to see. I love some of these horses that we're about to talk about. All the Al Khaladiyas in here makes this race a fantastic spectacle, and hopefully John is going to run us through the runners and riders for this next race.
Yes, well, that'll be the plan anyway. 11 of them going to post here. And I've been around this game long enough now in Saudi Arabia to know that you don't go too far wrong if you stick with an Al Khaladiya horse in these Arabian races. Dagui Lotois is horse number 1. Horse number 2 is Al Qasser. Asil Al Zahari is aboard. Horse number 3 is Takdir. Number 4 is the first of the Al Khaladiyas. Naif Al Anazi rides this one. Saloum Al Khaladiya. Horse number 5 is Al Hareth, who is actually the top rated of this start at 114, 3 wins from 12 starts. That's horse number 5. Number 6 is Jamran Al Khaladiya. Horse number 7 is Watheb Al Khaladir, who showed some pretty good pace to get into a good position last time and was victorious and might be able to use that to good effect here. Horse number 8 is Alpha Mega. That's the next on the list. Horse number 9 is Fakir Dupoy. Abdullah Al Kradis rides this one. Horse number 10 is Abercrombie in the hands of Nawith Al Mudiani. And horse number 11 is Katir Al Khaladir. Camillo Ospina is aboard. So the 1, 2, 3, 4 Al Khaladirs here for race number 6 on the card. It's our first Arabian race, and they are in the pre-parade ring.
Many thanks, John. Yes, in the pre-parade ring, we saw Shamila in there yesterday. She said it was a much more tranquil place to be than the parade ring, which can get a little bit frantic before those horses head out. But horses look pretty calm in there, Tom. And these Arabian horses are a completely different type to the thoroughbreds that we've been seeing. They've, as you were saying the other day, Tom, you know, they've got the dished faces, they've got the high tail carriage, and certainly interesting to look at, aren't they, these horses?
Yeah, they're completely different looking types. Obviously, it's a different breed, so you would expect that. We get plenty more greys in these races as well, if you like your grey horses. That's a big tick in the box for the Arabians. So, yeah, it's an interesting race. This is a good race as well, being an open. Plenty of horses rated in the 100s. In fact, all bar 3 of these are rated 100 plus. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this, Rebecca.
Yeah, it looks like a really high quality field from what you've just said there, Tom. Really interesting to be watching this one, that's for sure. Quite a big-ish field as well, not quite the 20 runners we've seen from some of the previous races, but nevertheless, certainly a very competitive race indeed. Plenty of Al Khaladirs in there as well, as you said, Tom. Horses just making their way into the parade ring now. Plenty of greys as well, Tom, as you said, plenty of grey horses well represented in the Arabian races. I think we had 8 yesterday in one of the races, which is quite an unusual sight to see in thoroughbred racing, that's for sure, but not so much in the Arabian classes. But they are now making their way into the parade ring. We are under the floodlights here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We are also under a full moon as well. 11, that's yet another grey. Jockeys also making their way into the parade ring as well. And we do see some of a crossover, don't we, Tom, between the jockeys who are riding in the thoroughbred races as well as the Arabian races. So these jockeys do switch between both of the classes. Certainly interesting. Anyway, do they need to adapt their riding styles at all, Tom, if they're dealing with a thoroughbred versus an Arabian horse?
A little bit, yeah. These horses generally require a little bit more force in the saddle. They've only got the 1 speed and not turn of foot, so they generally need to be a little bit more forceful to get the horse up to full speed. Once that is the case, they need to keep them there. Though these Arabian horses do have that abundant stamina in their breed, so they stay the trip well no matter what. Yeah, they just need to be at their strongest and their best to win races like this. But there are some jockeys in here that regularly ride in Arabian horse races, the likes of Farhad Al Faradi, Abdullah Al Alfi. We see them race in, race out. The likes of Camilo Ospina and Wigberto Ramos don't necessarily ride all the time in these contests. So, albeit they might be the best riders generally in the thoroughbred races, they're a little bit more inexperienced in these.
This is a completely different beast, you might say. This is horse number 3, Takdir.
Takdir rated 105, consistent horse. She's a filly, albeit she doesn't necessarily look like one. She broke through last time at meeting 47 when she won. She's inside drawn, which hasn't been a positive so far. Maybe she goes close, but I think there are some stronger contenders.
This should be horse number 4. Let's have a little look in a minute when we see the graphic come up. Yes, it is horse number 4.
The first of the Al Khaladirs in this race for the Al Khaladir stables. This is a 5-year-old colt. He finished 3rd in a sprint championship behind Watheb Al Khaladir, who we'll talk about very shortly. Naif Al Anazi, who rode the winner of an Arabian race yesterday, partners him.
Interesting indeed. Next up, number 6.
Yeah, horse number 6. I've just seen that horse number 5 is a late scratch in here. That was Al Hareth, who was actually rated 114. It's a late scratch. So horse number 6, Jamran Al Khaladir, is the second Al Khaladirs, ridden by Abdullah Al Alfi, beaten in 290 to 105 handicaps in Taif. This is tougher.
Yes, big ask indeed. Let's have a little look at the next horse, horse number 8.
We'll quickly touch on horse number 7 first, Watheb Al Khaladir. This is the horse I think will win this event. He's a son of Layth Al Khaladia, the leading sire of Arabian horses, trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif, ridden by Fahed Al Faradi. These connections tend to thrive in Arabian horse races, and Watheb Al Khaladia won the sprint championship at Taif. He's the horse to beat. Horse 8 is Alpha Mega, not run so far in Saudi Arabia and probably outclassed, rated just 63. And horse 9 is Fakir Depoy, rated 106, so it has to be a player when it comes to just the marks, but he's an 8-year-old. He has ability. He won back at meeting 12 at Taif, but subsequently disappointed in 4 runs.
Thank you very much, Tom. Well, next up is Abercrombie, number 10.
A big grey individual. He's a 9-year-old veteran of this team. He's quite small, as you can see there, albeit the groom is definitely tall. Abercrombie rated just 70. He will struggle here, Rebecca.
We have another Al Khaladia here in number 11, Katia Al Khaladia.
4th in the sprint championship last time up. That was behind Watheb Al Khaladia. This horse needs to improve. Camilo Ospina takes the ride, and the wide gates have been doing it, so maybe this will be the day for the number 11. I just think he faces better opposition.
Indeed. Well, Shamila is standing by, ready to give us her thoughts on these horses. Shamila, of course, big fan of the Arabian racing.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It is our first Arabian race of the night, and I'm very excited. As you can see, a lot of quality Arabians in this race. Horse that caught my eye is horse number 7, Watheb Al Khaladia, rated 109. First last time out, Fahed Al Faradi on board. Hopefully he can get a winner after his accident on the first day of racing here at Riyadh Racecourse. So that would be fantastic to see. The horses are just coming up behind me now into the parade ring. And you know what? A horse that I also need to mention is the other Al Khaladia horse, horse number 6, Jamran Al Khaladia. I do love my grey horses now, so this is probably why I love Arabian racing so much as well. And as you've probably seen, Rebecca, over your first weekend of being here, how strong the Al Khaladia stable horses are. And Wathab Al Khaladia was one of the horses that I mentioned in my feature stable tour with them when they were in Taif, and they have kindly invited us to join them in their breeding farm as well at some point this season, so that will be fantastic to see. He is by a sire called Layth Al Khaladia, who is also the same sire as horse number 6. So very strong bloodlines there. He is a little pocket rocket, really tiny. You wouldn't think much of him. However, he can get the job done, not a bother to him. The other horses in this race, I don't have any paddock negatives per se. However, horse number 6 and 7 will come very close together, in my opinion.
Well, thank you very much, Shamila. And here are the 3 Al Khaladia jockeys in those distinctive white and black silks.
You can just see Fahed Al Faradi on the left there, sporting a couple of plasters on his neck after the incident a couple of days ago. Abdullah Al-Alfi was there and in the middle, and Naif Al-Nazi on the right. I'm sure one of them is going to be successful. As you can see, Mutlaq bin Mishrif, the trainer, is giving them the debrief right now just on what to do with all of these. And he's staring down Fahed Al Faradi. So Watheb Al Khaladia, in my opinion, and hopefully in Mutlaq bin Mishrif's opinion as well, is the horse to beat in here.
Well, we will see soon, Tom. All will be revealed. But this looks like quite an intense chat, doesn't it, between the jockeys and the trainers. The jockeys look relaxed, but trainers looking a little more intense and serious about things.
These open races are extremely important, not only because there's a lot of prize money up for grabs, not only because they have strike rates that they want to uphold, but also for these horses, Arabian horses, the majority of them, if not all of them, are still colts. All of the 3 Al Khaladia horses in this field representing the Al Khaladia stables are all colts. So a win like this will easily put this horse at the top of or towards the top of the pecking order for future stallion rides.
So there is a lot at stake, not just the victory in the race, but then, of course, the future of the horse as well.
Exactly, and the Al Khaladia stables, as good as they are on the track, they're better at breeding horses. So that will always be the number one thought. First and foremost, keep these horses racing, keep these horses succeeding and achieving great things on the track, because they know that not only are they racking up prize money now and potentially win the Owners' Championship when it comes to the Arabian horses, but in the future they're going to have sires and mares that they can breed from and continue the fantastic bloodlines, and therefore have long-term dominance in this section of the sport.
Yeah, it's all about the long-term thinking, which is pretty sensible, really. We'll shortly be having a little look at some of the contenders in this next race. This is number 3, Takdir.
Yeah, this is Takdir in the light blue silks with the white cap, just in second at this stage. She's not the biggest of individuals, as you can see, but she quickens up nicely off the turn at Taif, and she manages to kick clear. And Al Khaladia horse is back in third in this race, so she did manage to get rid of one of those big rivals, and she wins this race decisively. Now, the question mark is, was this an improvement on the previous efforts, or were the opposition just a lot weaker? I think it might have been a little bit of both, but she'll need to improve even more today to beat the Al Khaladia representatives.
Well, next up is Al Hareth.
No, so he's a non-runner, a late non-runner in this race. So next up is Watheb Al Khaladia. And as you can see, look at this race, full of the Al Khaladias with all the different coloured caps. He was up front early on, he's got the blinkers on, and he kicks off the bend really nicely, getting the job done. Aggressive in the saddle this day, and he moves clear despite hanging slightly to his right. He's affected by the whip, as you can see, when the jockey moves his whip to the right hand. He hangs slightly back into the left, but he wins decisively and finds all the way to the line. He has an abundance of stamina.
Leading that charge of grey horses. Fascinating to see. Well, we'd love to know what you think about the Arabian racing, so do get in touch on the YouTube channel. You've given us your thoughts on the 12 race card. You've given us your thoughts on Jimmy Jerkins, and we'd love to know what you think about this Arabian race. And we'd love to know as well what our commentator thinks. John Blance, over to you.
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, well, I called that Watheb Al Khaladia race, and I think this is absolutely ideal for this horse in the hands of Fahid Al Furedi to actually double up, because he does have good gate speed, and he also has a bit more extra stamina as well. It has gone a good bit further than 1,200 metres, and I think the 1,400 will be absolutely ideal for Watheb Al Khaladia. There in shot is horse number 9, Fakir Dupoy, who's in the black and red colours. Abdullah Al-Kradis aboard that one. The red headgear and the blue noseband for horse number 9, winner of 7 of his 15 races in all. And there is Takdir in shot. That was a very easy win last time out for Takdir, wasn't it? But this is a definite tougher assignment. There's some pretty good, high quality Arabian runners here. In fact, we've got 8 horses all rated north of 100 here, so this is a good race. There's Saloum Al Khaladia, there is the 7 Watheb Al Khaladia, and yeah, I think given the way this race will run, I think this one will get into a nice prominent posse early, and we've seen, whether it be a thoroughbred race or indeed an Arabian race, how important a bit of early speed is, and I think this horse has definitely got that. Confirmation of your caps as well here. We've got the red cap for Jamran Al Khaladia, the yellow cap for Wathab Al Khaladia. Saloum Al Khaladia runs in the usual colours. There in shot is Fakir Dupoy, who has a little bit to find on the Al Khaladia battalion, but not too much. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in racing if this one went pretty well. As the tape is being stretched behind the runners, there's Dagui Lotois, who definitely has a bit to find on all known form, but that's been a pretty consistent performer, albeit at a lower level at Taif. You'd have seen that one run in quite a few of those Arabian races over at Taif. You can see Al Qasser as well, another of the greys. Plenty of greys running here. There's Watheb Al Khaladia, who's in behind. There's another Al Khaladia, Katir Al Khaladia, who's won 7 races, is a 7-year-old as well. It's not the first flush of youth. There's horse number 6, Jamran Al Khaladia. Abdullah Al-Orfi rides that one. And there is that last start winner, Takdir, as well. You can see the maroon and white colours of Al Qasser. So they're still milling around. They're going to be loaded up very shortly for the 6th race of this 12-race card here at Riyadh this afternoon. And the level of racing notches up a gear or two as we get to the 9th. That's 125,000 Saudi Riyal race for horses that have won 1 to 3 races. Then a Fillies Open race for 95 grand, race number 10. Then move to 150 grand race, an Arabian race there. One or two Al Khaladias to get your teeth into there, and we close off with the Eastern Governance Region Cup for 3-year-olds and upwards, and quite a few, I wouldn't say household names, but names that you'd have become rather familiar with. You've been watching our action over at TAFE for quite some time, and it's going to be a pretty good end to the card there. Under the full moon here at Riyadh. Hopefully the producer is not transforming into something altogether more frightening. Anyway, they're going in for the 6th race on the card. Dagui Lottois is in. Also going forward is Saloum Al Khaladir. Horse number 10 is Abercrombie, another grey. The saddlecloths do correspond to the race card numbers. The 7 going in, Watheb Al Khaladir. How this one starts is crucial, I think, to the way this race will work out from a tactical perspective. There's horse number 2, Al Qasser, to go in. Still waiting for the 6 to go in as well, Jamran Al Khaladir. Jamran Al Khaladir goes forward. 2 is Al Qasser. But hopefully nestle into stall number 2. But an all-in scenario, 1400 metres. Arabians, Al Qasser, very, very restless in the starting gate, but they are off and racing. Al Qasser a bit awkward out the gate, rather slowly away as well was Fakir Dupoy as they make their way through the early stages of this Arabian contest. Saloum Al Khaladir in the black cap is the leader at the moment, to Watheb Al Khaladir, who's racing there, horse number 7 in the yellow cap. They're then followed towards the outside by Katir Al Khaladir, the black cap, followed then by the red cap of Jamran Al Khaladir. The blue colours of Taktir follows that little lot. Then towards the outside we have Alpha Mega. In between the pair, the red and white colours of Al Qasser. Dagui Lottois is towards the rear of the field, and Abercrombie is your back marker at the moment, and also towards the rear of the field is Fakir Dupoy. So they start to make the turn here, this long sweeping bend, and the leaders with Saloum Al Khaladir, but poised nicely is Watheb Al Khaladir. Then the red and black colours of Katir Al Khaladir. That's your leading trio, followed then in fourth by Jamran Al Khaladir, then Al Qasser, who's round the outside. Taktir is puffing out the old cheeks to try and stay in touch, so they make the swing for home, and it's Katir Al Khaladir for Camilo Ospina that goes on to Watheb Al Khaladir, who's trying to battle back in second. Then Jamran Al Khaladir down the centre of the track as they make their way down towards the final furlong, and it's Katir Al Khaladir who's the leader, but it's now Jamran Al Khaladir and Abdullah Alofi down the centre of the track, who's just about levelling up. Good battle between the two, and it's Jamran Al Khaladir who's taken it up as they go towards the closing stages, just veering towards the centre of the track. It's Jamran Al Khaladir from the back staying on. We've got Fakir Dupoy. That's tight on the line in the end. Looks like maybe the 6 Jamran Al Khaladir, but battling back over on the far side was Katir Al Khaladir, and absolutely flying home as well was Fakir Dupoy, who was completely and utterly outpaced in the early stages, but has come home very, very well. What a dramatic finish there. Jamran Al Khaladir hasn't helped its chance by veering towards the centre of the track. Now, they're not always the most reliable in the finish, some of these Arabian horses, or have certainly got only kind of one gear, and then in the end, well, Jamran Al Khaladir has held on, stuck in that one gear, but maybe just had a bit of a think about it, or thought the job had been done, but has held on by a head there to Fakir Dupoy from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula into second, and Katir Al Khaladir, who was headed, looked a beaten horse, but then battled back. They were finishing from all over the place there. Well, a race after which the caller would need to lie down in a darkened room with something a bit on the strong side, but it's Jamran Al Khaladir who's held on there. Tight for second. Fakir Dupoy gets it though ahead of Katir Al Khaladir. Spread across the track. The fourth or so was Watheb Al Khaladir, who held every chance, got into a nice posse, and then Al Qasser has finished in fifth. A dramatic first Arabian race on the card here, the 6th. The 7th is a fillies maiden back with the thoroughbreds. That'll be coming up shortly, but to pick the bones out of that, it's back to Rebecca and Tom.
Well, a dramatic finish in our first Arabian race on the card, and it was Jamran Al-Khalidiyah just holding on to win that one, Tom, but Fakir Depoy coming out of nowhere, fast finish, and Jamran just holding on for the win. It was a pretty exciting finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. All the Al-Khalidiyahs were bang there right at the start of the race. It looked like they were going to potentially have a 1-2-3 if you stopped the race at halfway, but a couple of them faded out of things. Saloum Al-Khalidiyah cried enough very early, and Watheb Al-Khalidiyah disappointingly didn't find much in the straight and eventually finished fourth. That left Jamran Al-Khalidiyah to make the winning move in these red, white and black silks. Obviously, red hat aside, the very famous Arabian horse silks. But he was fortunate because, you know, both Katir Al-Khalidiyah and Fakir Depoy looked like they were going to win the race at certain points. Katir Al-Khalidiyah made a huge move off the bend and looked the most likely winner before Jamran Al-Khalidiyah got on top. One more stride, Fakir Depoy would have won. So the line came just at the perfect moment for the eventual winner, Jamran Al-Khalidiyah.
It'd be good to have a look at that finish again when we see a replay in a moment, but Jamran Al-Khalidiyah sort of looked to be veering off to one side in those closing stages, Tom.
Yeah, it can be what happens with tired horses. You know, they don't always run in a straight line. It's also an Arabian horse, so he can have his mind on other things. They're not as focused as the thoroughbreds. But Abdullah Al-Alfi is used to riding these Arabian horses, so he would have tried, as his might, to keep this horse dead straight. He did a very good job for most part, but the horse obviously has the main control here, so he hung slightly out to the right and almost threw it away, but fortunately he gained the first prize. And you know, we're so used to seeing these silks in the winner's enclosure after an Arabian horse race. This isn't open, so as I say, it means a lot. Jamran Al-Khalidiyah is only a 5-year-old. This is his biggest success to date as well, and being by the sire, Layth Al-Khalidiyah, it means a lot for the bloodline.
Well, it's expected, isn't it, that the Al-Khalidiyah horses will generally win, but we thought maybe it would be Watheb Al-Khalidiyah. What happened there?
I don't know, he was very disappointing. Coming off the bend, he was actually travelling the best, and then 2 strides later, he was just passed by Katir Al-Khalidiyah. So it was game over from there. He kept running all the way to the line, but he didn't change leads in the straight either, so he did a lot wrong.
And Fakir Depoy was outpaced completely in the early stages. We just didn't see him finishing where he did at all, did we?
No, he was outpaced early. I don't know whether that's necessarily because they went super hard or just because this horse needs a much longer trip. But he stayed on powerfully, and as I say, literally one stride after the line, Fakir Depoy's in front. So if this was 1,403 metres, he would have won. But unfortunately for him, it's not. And Jamran Al-Khalidiyah just clings on.
And pretty fast times as well there, Tom.
Yeah, relatively, though we are seeing the times appearing faster for the Arabian horses. I think that's due to the fact that track records aren't actually that quick compared to the thoroughbred race track records over all distances. As I say, there are reasons for that. We've had a lot more thoroughbred racing over the years, and therefore a lot more horses able to run quick times. But also, some of these Arabian horse track records aren't held by the best horses, so they'll probably be broken at certain points during this meet.
Well, let's see if that proves to be true. That'll be certainly exciting to see that if that happens. The closing stages then of the first Arabian race on the card, won, of course, by an Al-Khalidiyah horse. That was Jamran Al-Khalidiyah. And we should be seeing some more of those replays a little earlier on. Here's the start, Tom. Just talk us through what happened here.
Yeah, Saloum Al-Khalidiyah with the bright yellow saddlecloth broke lovely. The plan was obviously to go to the front with that 5-year-old and set it up for the other Al-Khalidiyahs. Watheb Al-Khalidiyah similarly broke very well in the orange number cloth with the yellow cap in second place, and he was in the perfect position. The eventual winners with the red cap on the rail back in third, getting a good toe into the event, and the horse that eventually finishes third is in fourth at this point, Katir Al-Khalidiyah in the red, wide on the track. The eventual runner-up, Fakir Depoy, is not in shot right now.
He seemed to come from absolutely nowhere, didn't he, Tom? And we've talked a lot about this specific breed of horse not really having the turn of pace. They're more endurance horses, but he certainly disproved that.
Yeah, he had a turn of speed, but also obviously the trip was short for him, so he was only really hitting high gear in the closing stages. Still currently not in shot. I think the pace did collapse to quite a big degree. The early leader, horse number 4, Saloum Al-Khalidiyah, is going backwards at this stage on the rail. Watheb Al-Khalidiyah in the orange saddlecloth is about to cry enough as well. Takdir, wide on the track in the light blue, was up there with the pace and is going backwards too. And now you can just see Fakir Depoy making his run towards the back of the pack, moving now into 6th. in the red silk, into 5th, between horses, 4th, and then soon to be 3rd, and he's really picking up close to home. In a second, you're about to see the eventual winner, Jamran Al Khalidi, hang badly to his right with the red cap right now. That opens up a huge gap in the middle, and Fikir Depoy is one stride away from winning this race, but the line comes just there in time for the Al Khalidi horse.
Well, one of the closest finishes we've seen all day, Tom. You did say if there were just a couple more metres in it, then it wouldn't have been that horse that won.
No, exactly. It would have been a different result, but I'm glad that the ownership will be glad that they get this valuable win next to this horse's name. And Mutlaq bin Mishrif seems to be entering the winner's enclosure with his horses in all of these Arabian races right now.
Well, that horse as well, just 5 years old, one of the younger horses on the card. We do see older horses entered into these Arabian races, and I think looking through the list of horses, there's a 4-year-old and another 5-year-old in this one. So certainly Connections will be excited about where this horse can go in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, these Al Khalidi horses are retired earlier than other Arabian horses because they have that breeding side of things in mind, the Connections. So they race between maybe 3 and 7, and then they'll be retired and be sires or brood mares, and just for the next bloodline to keep going.
Certainly valuable horses indeed for Connections. If they can keep the long-term prospect going of those horses, that's the aim for them. Well, we still have plenty more action still to come today. We've got a 12-race card, and we switch to the Saudi-bred horses. This is a race for the local horses coming up next. We are stepping up in trip to a mile, and we are with the locally bred fillies, and we'd love to get our commentators' thoughts. John Blands will be standing by to run through all the runners and riders in this next one.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. Yep, the horse is about to go through your screen for this local bred fillies maiden. Horse number 1 is Modaima. That's the mount of Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 2 is Tusti. That's the mount of Ali Al Mutib, a horse who's yet to win in 3 starts, but run with not completely lacking in promise. Horse number 3 is Seiba. That's the mount of Rakan Al Boaid. Horse number 4 is Nazmat Al Massar. Horse number 5 is Hadaba, who's the highest rated of those that have run in this particular race. So maybe the one they all have to beat. Abdullah Al-Lofi is riding that one. Horse number 6 is Yusuf Al Hussein's mount. That's Doro Field, who's won nothing yet from 3 starts. Kawafi is next in the hands of Luis Morales. This one is on debut. Horse number 8 is Hamra Newt, who's had a few tries already, 4 to be precise. Tariq Al Mansour looking for the winner on the card. Osula is horse number 9, another debutant. Mohammed Saeed rides. Next on the card is horse number 10, Istatea, who definitely looks an interesting recruit here, again on debut, but in the white stable colours, the King Abdullah bin Al Aziz and Sons colours. Camilo Ospina is riding that one. You're never too far away from a Camilo Ospina winner here in Saudi Arabia. Next in the list is a Terat Al Jabal in the hands of Alexis Moreno. And the last horse on the card is Wash Al Kurashayat, one for race callers everywhere, and one that, well, we all hope gets involved in the driving finish. Fahed Al Furedi is riding. So those are the runners and riders for race 7 on the card for this local bred fillies maiden contest, due off at local time at 6:40. You've still got about 17 minutes to have a little look at the card and finalise who you might want to score. They're in the pre-parade ring. We can get back to the studio.
Many thanks, John, for going through those runners and riders for this, the 7th race. And Tom, I believe that this is the first of the locally bred horses races on the card for tonight. We've seen imported and local horses, we've seen Arabians, and this is just for the Saudi bred horses.
Yeah, so today would have been one of the, well, is the best of the day's action so far in the first week of racing here in Riyadh. So obviously Saudi horses, the local horses are cherished over here, and they're trying to get the breeding to be better and better. But at the moment, the Saudi horses are generally a little bit lower class than the imported. So with all the big races, the open events, the cup races to come, the maidens as well, they want to fill them with good horses. And that's why we haven't seen just a Saudi-bred race until this point in the card.
Well, it's certainly going to be one to look forward to. Stepping up to a mile as well, Tom, for the first time in the evening. This is the longest distance that we will be covering so far. So these horses going over 1,600 metres. And as you heard there from John, they are currently in the pre-parade ring before they make their way out in to the parade ring. And a little later on, we'll be hearing from our reporter Shamila, who'll be having a good look at all those horses. But Tom, you've studied this card in great detail, and what are your initial thoughts?
It's an interesting race, a vast discrepancy of talent in here. We have horses rated as low as 41, but we have a horse rated as high as 77. So there's a big difference in level of ability. There are a couple of first-time starters that would definitely need to be looked at, especially horse number 10. But we'll get into that when we see the runner by runner, as we just see them now walking into the parade ring from the pre-parade. Lovely infrastructure around the pre-parade as well, isn't it? Well lit, and it's a really good place to be. If you go to pre-parades generally in England, for example, they're not as glam as this.
No, absolutely not. There's so much space in there as well. So it really is a vast pre-parade ring. The parade ring a little smaller. There's plenty of space in there. This, of course, is a vast race course. We've spoken when we've seen those overhead shots from just how wide the track is, and it really is a big, imposing race course. It covers a vast amount of land. Of course, well, the crowds will be pouring in over the next few months ahead of the Saudi Cup, which is the culmination of this season in Riyadh. So plenty to look forward to, that's for sure. Well, please do keep those comments coming in on YouTube. Ed has joined us. Ed's been with us for the last 2 days. He's joined us on day 3, so many thanks to Ed for following the coverage here in Riyadh. We do appreciate your comments as well. He said he missed the race, but he's caught up on replays. So thank you very much for joining us, Ed, and do keep those comments coming in. We'd love to know where you're joining us from. We've had people joining us from Germany, from Riyadh, from all over the world, really, Tom. So clearly, racing in Riyadh is taking off.
Yeah, plenty of comments from the US as well with the Jimmy Jerkins horses. I'm sure all of you are hopefully still watching, as Jimmy's still got a fair few runners to come on the card. He's got a couple in the Cup race to end as well, and I think he's got one in race 9. He does indeed, maybe. So stick around. You know, these next couple of races for the local break, he doesn't have any, but we're sure to see a couple more Jimmy Jerkins horses in the red stables.
And he's got an interesting story, doesn't he, Tom? Coming from the US to train here in Saudi Arabia, and of course he's brought all those fans of US racing over with him. And you, of course, yourself are a fan of US racing, or something of an expert in that field. So Tom clearly is the man in the know with regards to global racing. He's covered racing in Saudi Arabia, in the US, in the UK. And we're lucky to have him here in our studio in Riyadh to lend all his thoughts on the week's action. Jockeys making their way to the parade ring now, ready to join their mounts. And what do you think these jockeys are thinking, Tom, as they head over to join the owners and trainers and see their horses?
They'll be thinking about which horse they're riding. They'll have probably just watched some replays, if not they would have earlier, regarding how these horses have run before. They'll be thinking about what tactics they're probably hoping to employ. You know, it depends who the jockey is, who the trainer, who the owners are. But sometimes the jockey will be given instructions, e.g., break well, get to the front. Or sometimes the trainer or the owner will leave it up to the jockey. That happens quite often in the UK, for example, with the veteran riders. The likes of Frankie Vittori, he wouldn't really be told what to do. They'll leave it up to him, as he will know best during the race. Some of these younger riders will obviously need to receive the instruction, but maybe Camilo Ospina for the White Stable. He's probably ridden horse number 10 before in the mornings, this first-time starter filly. He'll know what to expect, and therefore he doesn't need too many instructions.
And the White Stable hasn't really been as prominently featured across the card today as in previous days, has it, Tom?
No, they've had a couple of runners, but yeah, not too many so far. They've got one in this, and they'll be hoping that this horse will get off the mark at the first time of asking. Camilo Ospina certainly will, because he needs another winner on the board. Adele Alfredi is now back in the riding mix, so Camilo needs to keep going with his winners, otherwise Adele could be quickly on his coattails.
Absolutely, he's in danger of falling behind, so he'll be certainly hoping that he can get off to a winning start, possibly in this one anyway. Just looking through the card, Tom, and there's any names that really stick out for you?
Horse number 10 is the one I like in here. We'll just get that out of the way early doors. That is Istita. She's a filly by Seeking a Home, first-time starter in the White Stable Silks, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, ridden by Camilo Ospina, and the trainer is Ahmed Mohamoud. So you've got the leading owner, the leading trainer, and the leading rider all teaming up. First-time starter, so I do want to see what she looks like, because you never know about these horses. But I would guess that she's going to be a fine physical specimen, like all of these White Stable horses are. She's not by Premium Tap, so she probably won't be super big, but she'll probably look nice in her coat. We'll see her in the next couple of minutes. Of those with form, I guess number 5, Hadaba, has to be the horse that we focus on there, because she's rated 77. She's had 7 starts, was second last time up, and it was a good second too. So with Abdullah Alafi riding the last winner and on board her, he'll be hopeful to have back-to-back successes.
And she ran recently, didn't she, Tom, in Taif, so she should be fit for this one.
Yeah, last day in Taif, meeting 54, so that was 3 weeks ago today. So she should be fitter than most of these horses, that's for sure. I'd be surprised if she wasn't in the first 3 home, but I'm going to side with horse number 10 as my play, because I think this race is open to a first-time starter winning, and she just looks the best of them on pedigree.
Well, we will get a bit of a closer look at her shortly as the horses make their way around the parade ring. So horse number 10, despite the fact that she's never had a run, Tom, you're still siding with her, just based on the fact that she's for the white stable and she's got Camilo Ospina on board.
Yeah, I'm just looking over my shoulder right now as we're talking. She was messing around just a little bit there. I don't know whether there was a tack issue actually, or whether she was playing about, because she's nice and settled now. But she is going to be my pick of this race. There are some good-looking fillies, some not so good-looking fillies in here. She's definitely part of the former category.
Well, Shamila is down there looking at all these fillies, Tom, so let's see what she thinks.
There are a lot of positives and negatives in this race. However, 2 fillies that initially caught my eye, surprisingly enough, are 2 debutantes, horse number 7 and horse number 10. Huge toss-up for me between them in the look stakes. I think if I had to choose one, gun to my head, or Tom's gun to my head, I would have to choose horse number 10, the White Stables debutant, just because the White Stables debutant runners always look so nice. And she's coming up behind me slowly but surely. 2 handlers on her each side just to keep her a bit more calm. She was getting a little worked up in the preliminaries in the pre-parade ring. However, she's settled down perfectly now. I'll continue talking about her just as she's coming past me before I get onto my paddock negatives, because she is just looking absolutely stunning. And we've seen Camilo Ospina on board these debutante horses a lot, and she just looks like a fantastic filly. Her conformation is perfection, really nice, and her coat is looking absolutely stunning under these floodlights. I think you would be wrong to choose any other horse bar her in the looking stakes. 2 horses for me that are paddock negatives are at the bottom of your cards, horse number 11 and 12. A bit on the skinnier side for my liking, not carrying as much condition as I would like to see. Horse number 11, I wasn't super impressed with her gait walking around the paddock, but however, that could just be her normal gait, and she was 9th last time out in Taif and 2nd before that. So I could eat my words here, however, I will stick to the debutante in number 10 for Camilo Ospina.
Shamila, thank you. Tom, she's gone for your horse as well, number 10. She described this horse as perfection, the perfect 10. So you and Shamila both choosing the same horses throughout the day.
Yeah, we seem to be, which is rare for us, I have to admit. We generally choose completely different horses in most of these races, but we're singing off the same hymn sheet today, and yeah, it seems like we both like this white stable first-time starter in here, Estita. I think she's the horse to beat. She's a good-looking type. I agree with Shamila there for sure. The best-looking of these. I actually didn't mind horse number 12 from a looks perspective, albeit Shamila didn't, and she's closer to the paddock than I am, obviously. But horse number 11, I agree, was a little bit of a negative there.
Horse number 11 should just be following on behind horse number 10 there. That one, Shamila described this horse as not having a great gait when walking, but it's the galloping, I suppose, Tom, that counts?
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell numerous things in the paddock about a horse, but you can't tell necessarily how quick they are. Numerous factors, obviously, are put together to determine how good and talented a horse is, and you know, how they look is one of them, how they're walking is another, but sometimes you can get the worst walkers are the quickest horses.
Well, let's go through these horse by horse then, Tom, and get proper detailed insight into these runners. Let's start with horse number 1, Nodahima.
She's by Dance with Ravens, a classic Saudi sire that we see all too often in these kind of Saudi races, Saudi local bred races. The penultimate second was a very fair run at meeting 47. Last time on the last day of Taif, she was disappointing in 11th, but she's rated 69, the second highest rated horse in the race.
Next up, horse number 2, Tassi.
Only had 3 starts, 6th, 8th and then 7th. 2 quick-fire runs as well. The second and third efforts were just a couple of days apart. Mid-division finishes, as I've touched on there, probably due another one here.
Well, that is number 5, Hadaba, and let's see this horse in action.
She's the form setter, just based on this effort alone, when she closes nicely from the back of the pack to eventually finish second. It was a good run. It's hard to make ground up, as I said, at Taif, and she ran very respectively, keeping on all the way to the line. The one thing with her is she's very one-paced, but what we do know is that she handles this distance very nicely. She'll be bang there in the finish, and as I say, I'll be disappointed if Abdullah Alafi couldn't ride her to take it at least first, second or third. She should be in the places, that's for sure.
So that is horse number 5. We'll keep an eye out for. Looks well anyway, Tom, going down to the start nicely indeed. Let's get back to the runners and riders. We haven't mentioned then, Tom, any other real standouts here?
Talking of standouts, probably not. I'll go through a couple of them though. Horse number 4, Nazmat Al Massar's had 5 starts, seemed to be rounding in form and was a good third last time up. She could be another place player in here. Doro Field, horse number 6, has been improving lately, but still needs to take a huge jump forward to play a part. Horse number 7, Kawfi's never run before, gets Luis Morales on board, which is a big positive. Horse number 8, Hamra Newt. The jockey rode 2 winners yesterday, Tariq Al Mansour, and a winner earlier on. Finished 7th last time, this filly. Horse number 9 has never run before either. I didn't really like that horse's physical, as you can see here. Will probably come on for the effort. Doesn't look super fit. And horse number 11, the penultimate run definitely gives her a chance, Aitarat Al Jabal, but her last time out 9th wasn't great. Alex Moreno, though, fresh off a win.
Well, yes, he'll be in high spirits after that one and certainly full of confidence, I'm sure. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs in this next race. This is race number 7 of 12, a full card here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And we do hope that you are enjoying the action as much as we are. Keep those comments coming into YouTube on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia channel on the comments section there. We do love to know that you are watching and enjoying the action as well. Well, John, our commentator, John Blance, is standing by, ready and waiting. And John, do you like horse number 10 as much as the rest of the team?
Well, I wouldn't knowingly contradict Shamila down there in the parading. Obviously, she's a very interesting recruit to racing here in Saudi, albeit within the Saudi-bred, the home-bred cohort. But it really wouldn't be a big surprise to see her run very well. Camilo Ospina aboard in those successful white stable colours. I'm going to go with Hadabar, though. The 5-horse has been very consistent, has run against non-local bred horses and run pretty well. There is surely a race of this nature in Hadabar, and it could well be today. In terms of the horses that have actually run, as Tom has touched upon, there's not a great deal to get too concerned about from a form perspective. The only worry would really be is if Istatea was a bit better than average on debut, and she might be, but I think you've just got to take that chance. And I think Hadabar, if they'd all run, there were no debutants in this race, and you were just going on form that's already in the book, you'd definitely go with her, and she's going to be the one for me here. She was very wide in that run that we saw on that piece of VT that we showed, and she shouldn't really be in that position here. There is Modahima in shot. Asiel Al Sahani rides that one. Sheepskin noseband for the 1 horse, because this is a locally bred maiden race. Again, the saddlecloth corresponding to the post position. There in the foreground is Tusti. The green and orange colours there of Hammer and Newt. Tariq Al Mansour rides this one. Needs to improve, certainly to get to the level of Hadabar. That said, if Hadabar doesn't run to her best, and maybe Istatea is not much cop, it suddenly becomes a really open race, because there's quite a few sort of much of a muchness on quite similar ratings here. So interesting from that perspective. There's horse number 4, Nazmat Al Massar. We are down at the start over the 1600 metres here at Riyadh, which, if you're watching for the first time, is a slightly more expansive and galloping track than Taif. Not hugely so, but there is a subtle difference there. The 2 furlong run in, and races over the 2,000 metres there start on a shoot right at the top of the back straight. So whereas Taif, of course, 2,000 metre races start in the home straight. So it's a little bit tighter there at Taif, a bit more galloping here at Riyadh. This is Nazmat Al Massar, and there is Istatea. Camilo Ospina, cool customer in the saddle, is aboard. And there is Hadabar. There is Asula, the other of the debutants. Mohammed Saeed takes the mount. So they're down at the start. Loading will be getting underway pretty shortly. And once that loading gets underway, it's all done with a minimum of fuss. There's Kawafi in shot as well, the 7 horse in the red, white and blue colours. The 2 is Tusti, and the 8 is Hamra Newt, and the 3 is Saibar, who's off a relatively lowly rating of 41. Lottie, about to get underway. Welcome to you if you're just joining the show, wherever you are in the world as well. Of course, we go out live on YouTube at the Riyadh part of the Saudi racing year, which of course builds to the Saudi Cup crescendo at this venue in February. There's Nalmat Al-Massar, and the boggles down now for Camilo. He means business. Saibar is already in, as indeed is Doro Field, the green colours there of Hadaba. And we have Nazmat Al-Massar to go in. Asula in the gold and blue colours. There's the colours of Atirat Al-Jabal. Should have mentioned that. No colours published, but in the white with a yellow sash and the blue and white halved sleeves. There goes Tusti into stall number 2. Blindfold coming off that one. Still waiting for Kawafi to go forward. And also Istatea. And also the 1 Modamia. There are 3 to go. Atirat Al-Jabal goes in. 10 to go forward is Istitea, green cap. How will she go on debut? It's the key to this race, I think. Modamia to come forward as well. Modima to go in. It's a little bit reluctant, Modima. She goes in now, though. We're over a mile. Stand by. Gate back, and away they go. They're racing, making their way through the early part of the race. Istitea has got away pretty well, actually. The green cap, one of the debutantes, of course. Kawafi, the blue sleeves, also shows good early pace and zips across to get into a position very close to the rail. Also prominent there is Tusti in the blue and yellow colours. Hadabar, the best of these on ratings, is in mid-division at the moment, the green and yellow colours with a sheepskin noseband. Also prominent is Atirat Al-Jabal, the blue cap. Light blue colours very wide on the course is Wash Al-Qurashayat, racing in around about 7th spot. Then up the inside, Modaima, followed then towards the outer by Nazmat Al-Massar. Tailed off at the moment is Hamra Newt. That one is really struggling, and also towards the back of the field is Doro Field. So they start to make the turn here, and this debutant Istitea in the hands of Camilo Ospina is travelling like a good one at the moment through the 848.44 to in second position Kawafi. They've just kicked on from Hadaba, who's now racing in 3rd, then round the outside in 4th Atirat Al-Jabal. They're then followed now by an under pressure Modaima as they start to make the turn for home. Istitea is just strolling away from them. 6-7 lengths to the good over Kawafi, who's got nothing by way of a response in second position. Then Hadabar in 3rd, down the centre of the track Atirat Al-Jabal. But this leader Istitea looked a picture in the parade ring, and handsome is as handsome does here, because she's transferred the good looks in the preliminaries to a very nice performance here. Istitea well clear and racing up towards the line, has spaced them. Won by panels here in race number 7. Istitea looks a pretty useful recruit. Wins very, very easily indeed. So in second position, Hadabar, who's probably upheld the form of the race reasonably well. Atirat Al-Jabal has finished in 3rd. And the 4th horse home was Nazmat Al-Massar, who's got going late. Istitea, just far too good for them. You heard in the parade ring Shamila say how lovely this horse was looking, and well, she is representing a very powerful stable with one of the top jockeys, of course, here in Saudi Arabia aboard, and she got out quickly. I suppose that was the key. If you're an Istitea fan, you'd be very happy with the way she got out the gates into an early prominent position, and she's just absolutely sluiced to victory there. No problems whatsoever. And Hadabar, who, as we said before, is the best of those that had run, has finished 10 lengths beaten in second, but in turn 4 3/4 lengths ahead of the 3rd. So I think that's probably a pretty good form yardstick, Hadabar, which means Istitea for a locally bred filly is probably pretty useful. Atirat Al-Jabal has finished in 3rd. Tusti it was who finished in 4th there in the end, getting going late, and Azmat Al-Massar has finished in 5th. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Istitea, so much better than them in the parade ring, has absolutely outclassed them and won very easily.
خيال Camilo, mashallah, تبارك الرحمن. Camilo, good race. Camilo, tell me about the race.
You know, always the first thing, you know, intensive with the frisbee, Tabin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, Ahmed Neri. And thanks God, you know, it's great feeling, you know. She brought very good, and she brought together with the hay force. And thanks God she keep going. When I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good. And thanks God she can win the race. Thank you very much.
You got a fly.
Well, what a win for Jcsa. Just too good, wasn't she, Tom? She was a class above.
Yeah, she was really good today. Look, I mean, John said in the commentary that you'd have been hoping that she broke well, and you'll be glad that she did. All these white stable first-timers break well. I don't know what they do, but they get their horses incredibly professional before their debut runs. They always break on terms, show good early speed, and she did just that. She took over around the halfway point, moved across to the rail, and from there on, she looked like a winner. She won decisively and could be a horse for opens and cup races in the future.
And Connections will obviously be excited about this horse, given that she's won on debut. How good can she be, do you think, just based on what you saw there?
Could be pretty good. It's obviously hard to tell. You know, the runner-up's rated 77 and she beat her by 10 lengths. So technically, this performance, if the runner-up ran to her mark of 77, this performance is worthy of a mark of 87. Now, to run in opens and cup races, you can easily go in off 87, but you generally want to be a little higher in the 90s or 100s. But for a 2-year-old to run to that level on her first start suggests that she can only go on from here.
Well, Shamila is with the winning jockey, Camilo Ospina.
That was absolutely poetry in motion the first time out for that filly. And finally, a winner on the day for Camilo Ospina. Tell me about that race and how strong that filly really is.
You know, Shamila, the first thing always, you know, thank you to the Prince Tabin Abdullah, the manager Talal bin Sharai, and the trainer Ahmed Neri. And yes, finally, today 3 seconds. But thanks God, this is a good filly, you know, she broke very good, and she's coming in front with another filly, but she's coming very comfortable. And thanks God, when I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good.
The white stables have so many impressive young horses. Do you think that will translate to them being 3-year-olds as well?
Yeah, inshallah. You know, our horses all year is coming very good horses, but this year, thanks God, we have very, very good horses. And thanks God she continuing the 3 years old, 4 years old. And thanks God, this year we are very good.
And I asked Alex this question already, but do you think there's a better place to be in the track, like on the rail is better or in the middle of the track?
You know, this track is very good. You know, this track in any place is very good. But sometimes inside is better because you're saving a little bit distance, you know. But this track is fantastic, you know, in which place in the first line and the last line is the same thing.
So do you prefer this track to the one in Taif, how it's riding?
Yeah, the Taif also is very good, but his is more heavy than here, you know. And we are high there, you know, here is more better. The horses can breathe in better than in Taif, but thanks God he's our place, you know, he's our place, and thanks God the horses run very good.
Thank you so much, Camila, well done.
Thank you to you.
Well, some really interesting comments there from the winning jockey, Tom. Let's just have another look at the start of this race. You said that she broke well, and here's just another look.
Yeah, she was on top after about 3 strides. Now, Jcsa does get passed by a horse towards her inside. I believe that's horse number 7, Kawafi, also making her debut in the race under Louis Morales. They both showed natural early speed and kicked 3 lengths clear at this stage of the race. It looked like they had it between them from about the first furlong. They just continued to move further and further clear. Camilo, as he takes this filly to the bend, decides to ask for a little bit more. And he said the inside is potentially better. Now, that's a general comment, I think, more in regards to when you're riding a race anyway, you want to be towards the inside to save all kinds of energy. Camilo, as you can see, does angle towards the inside, just at around this spot. On the eventual winner, Jcsa, when she can clear Kawafi, and he makes sure that he's not covering more ground than he needs to. But to be fair, this filly could have won if she was 6 wide throughout, because she was miles the best in this race. The eventual runner-up's in the green, back in 3rd right now, but the runner-up does fade after setting the pace in the early stages.
He said he asked her for more in the last 400. Did he need to ask for more?
No, but with first-time starters, you can teach them a fair few things. Just cruising along in the early stages when he was firmly on the bridle and she was picking up, she wasn't really learning anything. She was just showing some natural speed like she would have done in the mornings or in the workouts. Whereas when you push the horse along in the early stages, you really get her to understand that she needs to start racing. It also stops errant behaviour. Right now, you can see she's literally running in a dead straight line on that same groove of the track. Camilo's taught her something there. With immaturity comes mistakes. And if a horse is mature, she can really get the job done, and this filly really was.
Well, she's mature at 2, but he said he has high hopes for her as a 3-year-old as well. How good can she be, Tom?
Yeah, she can be very good, but we say this about all the white stable horses. They have so many first-time starter winners that it really depends where they can find spots for them, and they know better than anyone just how good all of these first-timers are. They sometimes face weak opposition. This wasn't the best maiden, for example. The runner-up was rated 77, but apart from her, it wasn't a field full of good horses. So we don't really know just how good she is, but she looks pretty talented.
Well, Hadabar second ran to form, didn't she? You predicted that she'd be in second, Tom.
Yeah, predicted the winner and the second. That's a little bit of an extra bonus there. I thought she was the horse to beat Hadabar, but this filly, who eventually won the race, was quite clearly extremely talented and a great looker. As we see the start in slow-mo, the winner in the green hat, breaking from stall 10, quickly finds her feet. She cuts across, the horse inside her missed the kick, and that allowed her to move across quicker. So it was the perfect start, really, for the eventual winner, Jcsa, in the white silks with the green cap.
And Hadabar still looking for that first win, but do you think that'll come soon, Tom?
Probably. A horse rated 77 will generally find a maiden. She'll just have to avoid all of these white stable horses and other good first-time starters too. Her best chance of winning was probably in Taif, to be honest, because the quality of the opposition is only going to increase now as we enter Riyadh and go through the Riyadh season. You're going to get more of these first-time starters that have been held back. Maybe they're late developers, or maybe they're held back because the targets for them are right at the end of the year and they don't want to burn them out too soon. So she's going to struggle, but there will be at least 1 or 2 perfect places where she can run if she's ready to go.
You mentioned Taif just there, Tom, and we heard from the winning jockey that this track rides faster than Taif. Is that what you've been experiencing this week?
Yeah, absolutely. Taif is a very, very deep surface. I'm sure Shamila doesn't mind me saying, but she went down to the start one of the days for our footage, our output here that you're watching on YouTube right now. And when she went down to the start, she had to stand on the track, obviously, to get near the stalls. And when she did, her shoes filled with sand. That's how deep it was. You really go into the surface. Here, it's a lot quicker. There's not as much sand on the track, so albeit you can see a little bit of kickback in these shots right now, it's not dramatic, and that allows the horses really to glide along the surface rather than dig down deep.
Well, a first win of the day for the White Stable, first win of the day for Camila Ospina as well. And Tom, you've now predicted 2 winners, as has Shamila, I believe. I haven't been keeping track, but on YouTube we've got someone who said that 5 or 10 would win this race. And you're absolutely right. 10 the winner and 5 in second place. So do keep those comments coming in on YouTube and let us know what you think of the day's action. Plenty more action still to come, of course, Tom. We still have 5 more races on this card. 12 races all in all, so value for money, certainly, if you're watching this broadcast. Race number 8, we're sticking with the mile, sticking with the locally bred horses, the Saudi horses, but this is the fillies and the colts next. And it's been interesting, Tom, hasn't it, to see the fillies and the colts going up against each other, because more often than not, it's been the fillies who've been winning. Yeah, the fillies seem to have the upper hand here in Saudi Arabia in general in terms of ability. I'm not too sure why that is. They do have obviously a fantastic group of the horses, but there are some good colts as well. We've seen a couple of good geldings, Amwal's Head being one. I keep mentioning him, despite the fact that he's not actually running today. This next race, I think the 2 main players are either a colt or a gelding. So it'll be interesting to see if the fillies can actually muster enough to play a big part in the finish. And do you think we will see another win for the White Stable? They've got another representative running here. Can they make it back-to-back wins? Ruling out a White Stable horse is folly. You should never do it. However, I will be going against the White Stable horse in this next race. That might mean that Shamila goes with the horse and we can have polarising opinions, but we'll soon see. Brave move from Tom. Let's see what our commentator thinks. John Blands is ready for this next race.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, big field to get through here, or bigger field than some of the races that we've been having thus far. Horse number 1, though, doesn't go. Salute Song. So horse number 2 is Abu Rakan in the hands of Abdul Aziz Al Musa. Number 3 is Wadat Always, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Mariamar is the mount of Eddie Castro. Horse number 5, Jawar Al Riyadh, interesting second up after a bit of a layoff. Luis Morales was actually quite a long time since that run as well, but Luis Morales is aboard, one of the higher rated horses in the field. Dore Al Fard is next in the list. Horse number 7 is Nur Al-Elia, the mount of Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 8 is Gar Al-Mali in the hands of Adel Al-Faradi. And horse number 9 is Mustafi. Next is number 10, Kareem. Victor Gutierrez rides. Horse number 11 is Al-Sharid, Fahid Al-Faradi. Horse number 12 is Mosaheb, Camilo Ospina, looking for a quick double. Horse number 13 is Liba, Alexis Moreno. Al-Kwamani. Horse number 14, Asil Al-Sahani. Al-Marlin is number 15, Abdullah Al-Kradis. And horse number 16 is Awashar. That's the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. So they go without number 1 here. So that's 15 in all for this horse, for Race for Horses, who've either won 1 or 2 races. And they are in the parade ring. So once again, Rebecca and Tom, with a little bit of help from Shamila, will run the rule over them.
Many thanks, John. Well, you can see there the jockeys heading down towards the parade ring to meet their mounts. And we have the White Stable again represented in this one, Tom, but you are not confident of another victory for them. So that's be a brave move from you.
Yeah, it probably is a brave move. Taking them on is foolish, generally. But I think there's 1 or 2 in here that could beat the White Stable representative, which is Moshaheb. We just saw footage there of Camilo Ospina talking to Alex Moreno. Seemed to be a bit of a vigorous conversation as well. I don't know what he was talking about, but Camilo wasn't happy about something, despite the fact he won the last race. Alex was listening, probably thinking, get me on my horse now.
Looked like he was having a bit of a rant, Tom. This is horse number 2, Abu Rakan.
3-year-old colt. Obviously, all of these are 3-year-olds, so I won't keep saying that. But this horse has had a decent career so far, albeit limited. Only had 3 starts. Breaks from the inside stall. I still think you should be outside now.
Wadat Always is the next up.
Rated 68, lacks early speed, this 3-year-old filly. She won on her penultimate outing at meeting 45 before disappointing last time when 6th, but that was after a quick turnaround.
Marioma is horse number 4.
Won her maiden at the start of this season, back at meeting 7. Then she struggled in an open race last time. This is a drop down in class for her, and she'll be partnered by Eddie Castro, who still seeks his first win so far in Riyadh.
Elusive first win. Jawar Al Riyadh is number 5.
Yeah, number 5. We're still looking at number 3 currently. She's a lovely looking filly, but we've talked about her a fair amount. Horse number 5, Jawar Al Riyadh. I think she's the horse to beat when we get to her. He's a lovely 3-year-old colt in this race, as we can see him right now. He's come in his coat, he looks very nice. He's a big unit as well. He finished 6th in the Grade 1 King Abdulaziz Cup last year. Now, if you're looking at the race card, you'll see ran at meeting 21, finished 14th. That was a disappointing display, but the trip was just 1,200 metres, much better over 1,600.
And we've just seen briefly number 6, Tom Dore Al Fard.
Leading player, another leading player in this race. He was a sharp 2-year-old too, winning 2 times. This is his first start of the year though, so may lack fitness.
And number 7, we've already seen Noor Alaya.
2-time winner so far this season, won at meeting 50 and meeting 52, so he's in very good form.
Number 8 is Gar Alma Ali.
Yet to run this season, but Adel Al-Faradi takes the ride. This filly could lack fitness, but the jockey booking is a positive.
Number 9, Mustafi, we've seen.
Rated 77, won penultimate outing, when looking pretty good on the front end, but last time was disappointing.
And Kareem, the horse we see now.
Rated 86, 2 starts this year, seems to be rounding into form. The second most likely winner in this race for me under Victor Gutierrez.
Al-Sharid in yellow.
One of the colts in this race, consistent in defeat this season so far, finishing 3rd at meeting 22, 7th at meeting 35, 5th at meeting 42, and 6th at meeting 53.
And Moshaheb is number 12.
This is the White Stable representative. Doesn't look great, in my opinion, for a White Stable horse, because you assume they're going to take your ride. This horse lacks speed, just general all-round pace. Camilo will have to be urging this horse along early.
Number 13 is Liba.
Alex Moreno's on board, already rode a winner today. She faces winners for the first time after breaking her maiden last time.
Number 14, Al-Qamani.
Racetrack regular, had 21 starts already, despite being just at the start of his 3-year-old campaign. Finished 4th last time up.
Al-Marlin, 15.
Seems to be a bit on the burly side. He finished 7th last time at meeting 43. Won back at meeting 25 against much weaker opposition.
And this horse, number 16, a washer.
Outside horse in the race? Of course, who rides it? Naif Al-Anazi. He seems to be on all these wide-drawn horses. She's yet to run so far this season.
Well, let's see what Shamila thinks of the runners in this race. Shamila, do you agree with Tom? He's not too impressed by the white stable horse. What do you think?
I definitely have to agree with Tom in this instance. However, the horse that's caught my eye is this horse next to me, horse number 4, Marioma, ridden by Eddie Castro. This spicy little filly by Two Step Salsa. She just looks absolutely stunning. Hopefully she doesn't boil over before she gets to the start. That would be such a shame because she is built like a colt, honestly. She looks beautiful. And hopefully my cameraman doesn't get kicked by this filly as well. That would be fantastic news. A horse that also caught my eye first time out this season would be horse number 8, Gar Ala Amli. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Adel Al Faradi will be looking for his first winner of the Riyadh season, as well as he's back riding off his ban from Taif. So that would be fantastic to see as well. No paddock negatives for you in this race. All the horses are looking really well. It was really difficult for me to choose a horse for you in this race, and no horse is getting it particularly worked up or sweaty. However, my horse is definitely being the naughtiest, and hopefully that is good for me, and hopefully she will get her head out in front.
Shamila, many thanks for that. Shamila going with Marioma, the lively looking horse, number 4. What do you think of that choice, Tom? Shamila not actually agreeing with you on this one.
Yeah, it makes a change, doesn't it? Albeit we had the winner of the last race. Yeah, I can see Marioma running a good race. She won her maiden, as I say, back at meeting 7. Look, she's taking a drop down in class, which is a positive. She last ran in an open race, but she is coming off a long layoff since meeting 17. So that is a slight concern for me. Saying that, she's got to be one of the main players. And I do really want to hear from Eddie Castro. I'm still yet to hear him in an interview over here in Saudi Arabia. I've been over here now for 5 weeks combined, 4 at Taif, 1 here at Riyadh, and he's yet to ride a winner when I've been here. So I need to hear Eddie.
Tom, maybe you're his bad luck charm.
Well, I thought that about me and Louis Morales, but that's clearly not the case anymore, considering he's had 4 winners in 3 days. So hopefully it changes, like it did with Louis for Eddie, and hopefully he rides a winner, because he's a veteran rider now, I'm sure he won't mind me saying. But he was phenomenal in his heyday in the US, like different level. If he was at his best, he would be winning race in, race out here. He doesn't have too many rides, and this is the twilight of his career, but he's still extremely talented.
Well, fingers crossed for him and you, Tom, because you're desperate to see an interview with him. This is horse number 5, Johar Al Riyadh.
So this is the filly I'm going to go for, the colt, sorry, I'm going to go for in this race. I would like to see Eddie Castro win, but I think this is the most likely winner under Louis Morales. This colt finished 6th in the King Abdulaziz Cup last year. This effort was after that when he finished 3rd. Again, a good display on this course. We know he handles Riyadh. He stays on powerfully to the line, and crucially, he's got early speed. What I love is this part right here. He looks like he was stopped running, and then that horse came alongside, and he really battles. He just wanted to pass that horse. That kind of mentality. Not all horses have it, so the fact he does is a big positive.
You were on the edge of your seat there almost, Tom, watching that one.
Yeah, I am, to be fair. I like these kind of races. I like those replays where there's something different about them. It's not just a standard race. There's a different asset or a different characteristic that I can bring up.
That horse that you were looking at, number 10, this is Kareem.
He's got a good chance too, Kareem. I said in the race runner-by-runner section that he was the 2nd most likely winner of this race, just judged by the fact he's a 2-time winner. He's run well both starts so far this season, finishing 3rd last time, which we are currently seeing at Taif. He was okay this day. Look, he doesn't change leads until that point with 200 metres to run, and then instantly starts picking up in the closing stages and eroding the deficit on the big grey, horse number 1, who eventually wins the race. The one on the outside is obviously finished it quick, but that made no difference to Kareem's display. 3rd time off the layoff is an angle I love, mainly in the US, also in the UK. It can work here with him as well.
Well, certainly a lot of interesting prospects in this one. But Tom, I'm going to need a choice from you. Who's your winner in this one?
Johar Al Riyadh, horse number 5 for me. Hopefully Louis Morales will continue his fine streak and win again for the 5th time in 3 days.
We will see Louis Morales certainly having a good week in Riyadh so far. We remember the opening races. He won a quick double on day 1, 2 wins back to back, and he's been in pretty good form all week here so far. Shamila likes the look of Marioma, the number 4 horse, very lively down in the parade ring, but hopefully, as you say, Tom, she won't have burnt too much energy there, and she'll be a bit calmer by the time she gets down to the stalls. One win already for Shamila's horse, Mariama. We haven't seen her on the track for quite a while. Do you think that will matter?
Yeah, it might do. The short layoff is definitely never a positive, but at the same time, it would have freshened her up. If she was feeling the exertions after her last win, then, you know, this little break will definitely see her in better effect. I just really do want to hear from Eddie Castro. It surprised me that he doesn't have too many rides, you know, because Eddie's a guy with a lot of experience. He's very much like Roberto Ramos in that regard, and Ramos seems to be lacking the rides in this week. So I don't know whether it's whether that's done on purpose or just they're taking fewer rides. But we're yet to see either of them in the winners' enclosure. Hopefully it's just a matter of time.
Indeed, both of those riders seeking those elusive first wins. Well, let's head over to our commentator now, John Blantz. John, what are your thoughts on this next race?
Yeah, I do like the 5 in this spot. Rebecca Jawar Al Riyadh. Obviously, Tom has made the case. This horse is dropping down quite markedly in class. Surely can win at this level after having mixed it at some pretty big races. Hasn't been seen since the 22nd of July, which is a slight concern, but only slight. I think this horse will be well and truly tuned up for this. And we'll take a little bit of beating. There's Karim in shot, the hands of Victor Gutierrez. The 12 horse there, Moshareb, but Camilo Ospina is aboard. Those two, well, recorded shots of them making their way to the start. They are now circling down behind the starting stalls. Going to be loading up very shortly for the 8th of 12 races on the card in all. And once again, we're over the 1,600 metres. And again, interesting to see how things work out from a winning time perspective here, because he couldn't fail to be impressed visually with that Istatea in the previous race, which he was only running in a locally bred fillies contest. This is a slightly better race for fillies and colt horses who have won a couple of races. But if her time is considerably faster than the time that wins this, then you'd have to be thinking that maybe we have seen a pretty useful recruit. But we will reserve judgment on all that until we get to the conclusion of this race. That was Al Kawami that just went through and shot. There's Wadat Always. Abdul Ella Al Hussein is riding that one. Horse number 6 is Dere Al Fard. And the 3 there is Wadat Always, and there is the red and black colours of horse number 2, Abu Rakan, who, although his horse number 2 is de facto number 1 here, because there's no one horse starting in the race, so Abu Rakan will get that rails run in transit. There's Al Marlin in shot, horse number 15. That's of Abdullah Al Kradis. White blinkers for that one, a blue sheepskin noseband. Horse number 10, those maroon colours, is Karim. And yeah, I think Jawar Al Riyadh will probably get into a reasonably good position here as well from stall 5. And I think it's just a case of, in this particular race, if he can bring something like his A game to the party here, he's going to be pretty tough to beat. Certainly official ratings would say that, and the company this horse has been keeping. He hasn't got that slightly more exalted rating by beating up on easier horses. He's been fishing in quite a deep pool. As the 2 horse in shot, the 8 there is Gar Al Mali. That's a nice shot of the 1,600 metre start there as well. You've got the 1,800 and 2,000 right at the end of the shoot there. So that's what I was saying before about the slightly more galloping nature of this test. There's Dare Al Fard going in. Libar we just saw in shot. There's Wadat Always as well. Libar in the light and dark blue with the white sleeves there, horse number 13. There's Al Marlin in shot, and there is Noor Al Elia, the favourite, or the horse that we've gone for in the white, red and blue colours, Jawar Al Riyadh. We are now going forward, still waiting for Jawar Al Riyadh to go in. Actually, the 12 still to load as well. That's Moshaheb, another very interesting runner in the race. This is 8 going forward, Gar Al Maili. The 11 still to come forward as well, Al Sharid, green and yellow colours for that one. 5 going in, Jawar Al Riyadh. The 2 is Wadat Always. The 10 is Karim, and the 12 is Moshaheb. Field of 15 runners in all, down at the 1,600 metre start. In goes Karim, just waiting now for the 12, Moshaheb. Spina going for a quick fire double. He'll need all his magic from gate 12. May be able to summon it up though. Stand by, they're ready. All lined up, gate back, away they go, they're racing. Not a bad start from Jawar Al Riyadh, straight as a die out of gate number 5 and into a prominent posse early, as indeed is Moshaheb towards the outside. The maroon jacket of Karim is also prominent there, spot that one with the black cap. Then Abu Rakan in the red and black colours towards the near side. They comprise the leading quartet. They're then followed by Noura Lelia in the black cap, the red shoulders there, the red sheepskin noseband too. Also prominent in this part of the run is Al Marlin as they make their way through the first 300 metres or so. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, the green and orange colours of Al Qawami. Also towards the back of the field as well is Al Washar, just about the back marker. It's a pretty well grouped up field though as they start to take this turn, and the lead is held by Karim. So up the inside though, Jawar Al Riyadh, the blue sleeves in a nice posse, skimming the rail. Then right round the outside, Gar Al Mali. They're followed in 4th position as they take the turn by Deire Al Fard, who's not too far away either, the white sheepskin noseband. And then we've got the green and yellow of Al Sharid. They're swinging for home, still going quite strongly. Karim up the inside now being asked is Jawar Al Riyadh, still on the scene but now under pressure. These two have just paired off a little bit to Gar Al Mali, who's racing in 3rd. Then down the centre of the track, Al Sharid, who's trying to get going as well and building up quite a head of steam. So it's Karim that leads, but now making good headway is Al Sharid. Karim and Al Sharid. Karim just jinked off a true line there, straight and true. Al Sharid who comes through to pick them up, and it's Al Sharid now going on for Fahed Al Furedi from the back of the field, staying on as well. We've got the 14, which is Al Qawmani, but as they race up towards the line, slightly errant in the closing stages, but goes on to win anyway. Al Sharid has beaten Al Qawmani, who finished there in 2nd. They were both towards the centre of the track in the end, but it's Al Sharid in the hands of Fahed Al Furedi who has scored, and again was coming with that really good looking run and was certainly going straighter than Karim, who jinked around in the closing stages. And then suddenly, almost as soon as I said it, Al Sharid started to jink around and has just maybe carried in the latter stages there Al Qawmani, who was coming through with that late run. Stewards might take a look at that. Not too sure it was anything that's caused the result to be any different, but certainly not carrying on a straight line. Al Sharid. Al Qawmani has finished in 2nd. 3rd horse home was Karim, who's run a pretty solid race there. It's very tight for 4th. One that was staying on there was Wadat Always in the toss-up for 4th there. Jawar Al Riyadh held a pretty good chance. Can't really argue with the run that horse got in transit. Wasn't quite able to seal the deal though. Although maybe that rail is not really a good place to be this afternoon. That could well be a conclusion to be drawn. Wadat Always has just pipped that one for 4th. The time though, Al Sharid 1:40.91 seconds. So only 2/100ths of a second slower actually than that winning filly in the previous race. So that could be an interesting indication as to the merits of the previous winner, Jcsa, who just scored in that previous race in what could have been a pretty good performance. Al Sharid though has scored there, winning by a length and a quarter. Race number 8 on the card. 4 more still to go at Riyadh this afternoon. I'll be back to the studio very shortly.
Well, what a fantastic win for Fahed Al Furedi, who was in a neck brace not so long ago, an injury earlier this week, but he's come back, he's bounced back, and he has got a win. What did you make of that, Tom?
Yeah, it's great to see Fahed getting in the winner's enclosure. When we were in Taif, he was the happiest, the most welcoming of all the riders. You know, he always had a big smile on his face. He's a good pilot as well. He sometimes lives in the shadow of his brother, Adel, who's been the champion jockey 4 times in the last 5 years and is currently sitting 2nd in the standings. But he's a very good rider in his own right, and he produced this colt at just the right time.
Yeah, and a great story to have been, you know, having that injury and missing a few rides yesterday, to come back and ride this winner. That must be a great feeling for him. Yeah,
it came back just after 2 days. These guys are made of steel. I don't know how he did it. It was a bad instant as well, that fall on Thursday. So he'll be very happy that he's returned with a winner. This colt did it very nicely as well. I couldn't have had him, I have to say, on what he's achieved so far this year. But again, a wide draw, being wide on the track seems to be an advantage.
Absolutely. We've seen it play out time and time again. Here's just another example of that happening. The time was something that I wanted to ask you about, Tom. That's something very interesting that our commentator John Blance just mentioned. He said it was 0.02 of a second slower than the winning time in the last race. A 2-year-old filly beating this 3-year-old colt. That's interesting.
Very interesting. You generally wouldn't expect any 2-year-olds to beat 3-year-olds. I mean, there are obviously anomalies. It all depends on talent. But if you're taking an average talent 3-year-old and an average talent 2-year-old, the 3-year-old would generally win in terms of a time in a race. So the fact that Istik Taya in the previous race, the 2-year-old filly, managed a quicker time than the 3-year-old colt, not only is it a different sex, different gender, and generally you would expect the fillies to be slower, but also 1 year younger. That filly must be very talented. This colt's rated 80. We said as a guess that the filly in the previous race is around 87. I think she's probably a little bit more than that, around 90s I'd have her at right now.
And she didn't have any competition at all to push her along on that running either. This horse did.
Exactly that. This horse was giving everything, and you kind of saw that late on when he was hanging out to his right. That was a sign of tiredness. He almost actually caused a little bit of interference with the runner-up, Al Khamenei, who was caught in traffic at like the final 2 strides. But at the same time, he already had the race won at this point, and Farhad's done a great job on him just to keep him away from the runner-up.
Absolutely. Kareem, you can see there as well, veering quite badly.
Yes, he was very tired too, veering out to his right towards the stick, which horses generally do. We did see one that was veering away from the stick yesterday that Alex Moreno rode in the first race and nearly unshipped him, but generally they run into the stick when they're tired. And as you can see here, he's really hanging to the middle of the track. Fortunately, he was far enough clear of the runner-up to not cause real bad interference, though the stewards will have a look at it.
What do you make of the runner-up then, Al Khamenei?
Yeah, ran all right, Al Khamenei. He's a gelding. He too, though, like this winner, I wouldn't have had based on form. So surprising couple of horses have come to the fore here. And actually, as we pick this race up from the start, you'll see both the winner and the runner-up right now towards the back of the shot. So the winner's in the green silks with the yellow bridle in around 9th place right now. The runner-up is currently in 11th in the green and the orange. So both of these are calm for the speed. That tells me that they've gone too hard up front.
And what do you make of your horse that you picked out before this race, Tom? You had high hopes, didn't you, for Jorda Al Riyadh?
Yeah, well, he was one of the 2 up front with the other horse I thought was a leading contender on form, Kareem. They were the ones that set the pace. And given I've now, in hindsight, decided they've gone far too quick because the closers have come into play, I'm thinking they were pace compromised. They went too hard, they burned the candle too soon, and had nothing left for the straight. Both Kareem and the selection Jorda Al Riyadh really stopped or slowed dramatically in the closing stages. Kareem managed to keep going for a little longer than the selection did, but neither were really contenders in the final strides.
Indeed, but it turned out to be a pretty close finish between first and second.
It did. The winner's just making his move wide on the track now in the green colours as the pacemakers are coming back to them. The runner-ups in the green and the orange eventually decides to move 4 wide and come outside rather than try to go between horses. Farhad Al-Faradi takes his mount towards Kareem just to get that fighting spirit back, and then eventually the horse in the lead right now will hang dramatically out to the right, almost go out of picture at the top as they come to the line where the light is on the track just about now.
Do you think that made any difference at all to the result?
No, but the stewards will have a look at that. They have been relatively harsh, in my opinion, with a couple of decisions they've made with careless riding, so they might have a word with Farhad here. I generally don't think this should be a ban in any way. It has caused no difference to the race, and the safety of the horse in seconds not really been affected, so I think it should be fine, but the stewards will make that decision, not me.
Of course, and here they are coming around the bend. Just talk us through this point of the race, Tom, because we don't see the leader in contention really here.
No, both Kareem and Jorda Al Riyadh, who are the 2 horses in shot, went hammer and tongs from the early stage. The actual horse on the outside there in the maroon silks with the black caps on the wrong lead. The right leg's coming down first, as you can see there in the slow-mo. Right leg, left leg, right leg, left leg. That's the wrong lead right now, and that's why that horse got super tired in the closing stages. He really doesn't change leads until then, when he finally switches. But those 2 horses went too hard early. They faded out of it at the end, and here comes the winner in the green and the yellow.
Why did the jockey not change the lead sooner on Kareem, Tom?
It's a good question. He might have tried. Unfortunately, that was just before we picked up the replay, so I'm not too sure whether he did try to jolt the horse's head to make him change his leads or not. But at the same time, a horse can be super tired and just not willing to do it. It's not always jockey error.
Well, let us know what you think of this race. Please do keep your comments coming in to YouTube, the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. We love to see those names popping up in the comments section with all your thoughts on today's action. And of course, plenty more action still to come. That was race 8 of this 12-card race. This is the third day of racing we've had here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. It's been a fantastic few days of action. And here is the start again, Tom. What do you make of this?
It looked like a clean start for all the horses. The horse in 14 was a little slowly away, and there was a little bit of interference on the inside, but not enough to really change early positions. Kareem was the horse with all the early speed, as was the selection jewel, the Al Riyadh. It was a good clean start. There were no hard luck stories there.
What next in that case, Tom, do you think, for a horse like Al Sharid?
Difficult question. I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, this race was a horses who won 1 or 2 races, so horses that, it was a small band of horses that could run in here. This was a second career success for the winner, so technically he could still run in this grade next time. It depends what connections want to do. I don't think he's a cup horse, to be honest, or even an open horse, but there have been a few interesting pieces of placing from some trainers out here, so who knows? They could set their targets high, or they could just stay at this level.
He ran in Typhon meeting number 53. Did you see that race?
I didn't. I was at home during that part, but I was there for meeting 42 when he finished 5th. I don't actually recall the race, despite watching the replay this morning, which is pretty poor, but I don't remember him being the same level of horse that we've seen today, that's for sure.
Perhaps the track has made a difference than we heard earlier, that the track is obviously a lot deeper in Typhon. He clearly prefers this kind of ground.
Yeah, exactly. It could be the track. It could be the fact that the pace collapsed here and the pace generally held up at Typh. It could be the fact that he was drawn wide and was able to make his move wide on the track. 2 things that have been an advantage today and yesterday as well. So there are numerous reasons why he might have improved. To actually define which one it is very difficult, but you can use all of them and say they're all potential angles.
Well, we will be stepping up in trip for our next one. That was a mile, and we are going over 1,800 metres for the next. Local and imported horses for this next one, Tom, and fillies and colts as well. Generally, the fillies have been more than able to hold their own, and we've seen plenty of fillies beating the colts throughout the last few days here in Riyadh, and this one is certainly going to be an interesting one as well. So that is next. That is race number 9 on the card up next. There is another white stable representative in there. They've had 1 winner already today. Tom didn't like their representative in the last race. Didn't really show too much in that one, did he, Tom?
No, he didn't feature at all. I don't even remember seeing him in the replays, which is a little concerning. Hopefully he ran okay. Camilo Ospina wouldn't have been happy with that performance, but the horse never really showed any speed in his prior efforts either. If I'm being honest, with the white stable's power and their dominance, I don't think they're going to keep that horse for all that long. I think he'll move on.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins is a name we've heard mentioned throughout the week. Today is the first time we'll be seeing any of his runners. He's had 1 winner already this week, and he's got a runner in the next. He has Maybury in this contest over 1,800 metres. So will we see another Jimmy Jerkins winner? You are certainly hoping so. On the YouTube comments, we've had plenty of comment on Jimmy Jerkins, plenty of fans watching YouTube. And you, of course, Tom, are a fan of Jimmy Jerkins too.
I am, yeah. I think he's a fantastic trainer. He was in the US and he still is now, quite clearly, in Saudi Arabia. Different group of horses at his mercy at the moment, but he's had 1 success on the card so far. Maybe he'll get another. I don't think it'll be in the next race, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. And someone like Jimmy Jerkins, Tom, who's had great success in the US, now moves over to Saudi Arabia. How does he change his training style? What new adaptations does he need to make?
Lots of different adaptations, you know. He'll be used to the same routine, day in, day out, same horses. You get to know horses as a trainer relatively quickly, but it can also take some time. Over here, you've got a different climate as well, different tracks. So there are lots of different factors. He's also got to know the jockeys. You've got to know his people in his barn. There are loads of different things that he had to learn. So it would have taken a couple of months or a couple of weeks to actually get more involved in this, but he seems to be firing on all cylinders now.
Well, someone else who is firing on all cylinders is our commentator, John Blance, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for the next race.
Too kind, Rebecca. Get back to me after the 12th is probably the best advice I can give you. Let's have a take a look at the horses in race number 9. Mr. Trinket is horse number 1 for Camillo Ospina, who is aboard. Maybury in those red colours, horse number 2. Mohammed Al Habib is aboard that one. Horse number 3 is Good Fighter. Tariq Al Mansour is aboard. Horse number 4, Liberation Point. Yusuf Al Hussein is riding. Number 5 is Al Montesh. Mohammed Al Shurima. Horse number 6 is Bin Ramthan. Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 7 is Wanham. Alexis Moreno. And horse number 8 is Baroud Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 9 is Tafbeat, Naif Al-Anazi. Horse number 10 is Gabba. That's horse number 11 is Freshwater Cliffs, Turki Alofi. Horse number 12 is Al-Zai, Medi Castro. Horse number 13, Golden Lion. Wigberto, the Wigman, is making an appearance here. Horse number 14 is Faka Al-Mamania. That's in the hands of Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Horse number 15 is Al-Wali, Adel Al-Faredi. Horse number 16 is Shagboom Al-Kale, Khalid Al-Mamoni. Horse number 17, Master Skills, Luis Morales. Horse number 18 is Land of Eagles in the hands of Ahmed Al-Azari. And horse number 19, oh yes, Rajil. That's the mount of Mohammed Al-Yami. A 19-strong field go to post for race number 9. It's worth 125,000 Saudi Riyal. It's over 1,800 metres, the first of the 1,800 metres races of the evening. And with that, it's back to the studio.
Many thanks, John. 125,000 Saudi Riyal. Not to be sniffed at, Tom, but you don't fancy Jimmy Jerkin's runner in this? Looking at this card, who's standing out for you?
Quite a few of these, actually. It's a very good race. Obviously, it's for horses who just won between 1 and 3 races, but this could be an open race judged on the quality in this field. You have the white stable horse, Bin Ramthan. You have the Lope de Vega gelding, Tafbeat. There are a couple of horses on the second page as well with Al Zaim. And number 13 is the horse that I really like in this race, Golden Line.
And what do you make of Mr. Trinket, the number 1 horse?
Son of Australia, so should easily handle this trip, 1,800 metres. He actually won over 2,400 last time. I think he needs further. He'll be staying on late, but maybe for minor money.
Maybury.
Maybury, yes, son of Aday. This is Jimmy Jerkin's runner in the contest. He will improve for his comeback 6th. Again, Jimmy Jerkin's horses generally lack fitness first up, so I expect to see a better performance, but I just don't like the draw.
Next up is Good Fighter. Will he put up a good fight in this one, Tom?
Not as good as Tyson Fury will tonight, that's for sure. He's been far from prolific in his career, winning just 1 of 24 starts, finished 13th last time out.
Liberation Point is horse number 4.
Ex-Brit trained, finished 3rd off the layoff back at meeting 44, and then last time finished 8th at meeting 47. The step back to Riyadh will definitely suit this horse. I expect him to improve, but again, he probably just doesn't have the natural ability to win a race of this nature.
Was the Liberation Point horse number 4. Next up, Tom, horse number 5, Al Montesh.
Overmatched in this race and definitely needs to run. Then that's my statement for this one. They cannot win.
Cannot win. Big words indeed. So something to prove. Number 5. Horse number 6 is Bin Ramthan.
Lovely leggy looking type. He's a very tall horse. He might be the paddock pick for Shamila, or I imagine Shamila will give him a good shout out anyway. White stable representative by Constitution, who was the sire of my favourite racehorse, Tis the Law. He could go close, but he was poor last time.
1M is this horse that we're looking at now.
Winner last time up, broke the Saudi duck at the 11th time of asking, had previously won over in the UK. That victory last time was over 2,000 metres.
This is Baroud.
Rated just 73, so in over his head against better opposition here. He's also bred to sprint, being by Kodiak, so this 1,800 metres may be a little too far.
We will see. This is Tafbeat.
By Lope de Vega, so bred to be a turf horse, maybe with give in the ground as well. He's probably waiting for all the turf to be laid here at Riyadh. The efforts at Taif were pretty fair. He won at meeting 14.
Horse number 10, Gabba.
The second string of the Rafael Senat Al Garaban barn with the black and white silks. This horse is not ridden by Naif Al-Anazi, hence why I know it's the second string. Last time he finished 5th, the time before he finished 5th. He might finish 5th once more.
And Freshwater Cliffs.
Formerly trained in the UK by Canford Cliffs, who was a very good racehorse for Richard Hannon. He was disappointing so far this season, finishing 15th at meeting 7 and 13th at meeting 43.
This is Al-Azim.
He's definitely got a chance, Al-Azim. The trip could be on the short side, but he gets Eddie Castro and should have improved for the reappearance run.
And this is Golden Line.
This is my pick in the race, Golden Line, under Wigberto Ramos. Fingers crossed we get a wiggle for the first time here in Riyadh. He's been super consistent, finishing 3rd at meeting 2, 2nd at meeting 9, he won at meeting 19, 2nd at meeting 25 and 3rd at meeting 39. Always there or thereabouts, and the wide draw is definitely a plus.
Well, we will see, Tom. Hopefully you'll have something to celebrate after this race. Al-Wali is the next one.
Yeah, horse number 15 in here, Al-Wali, rated 92, 3-time winner, won back at meeting 5, and Adele Al-Fraidy's on board.
Well, let's see what Shamila thinks. Shamila's down there having a good look at these runners. Over to you, Shamila.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. I feel like I'm in the trenches today with my paddock selections, and hopefully I don't give Tom's horse the kiss of death, because I also really like horse number 13, Golden Line, partnered by Wigberto Ramos. 3rd last time out by Cross Traffic, only a 3-year-old gelding, but he looks really, really well in the parade ring. Another horse that I would like to give a shout out to, Tom. However, I feel like I've picked this horse every single time I saw him in Taif, horse number 6, Bin Ramthan, and the best he's done is 2nd this season. So, I mean, I could eat my words today. He is a lovely looking type, really nice horse. However, not the best looking in the race. I really do think that deserves to go to horse number 13, Golden Line. As far as paddock negatives go, I don't think I have any in this race. It is really strong, and honestly the bell for the jockeys went for them to mount, and I still hadn't made my final paddock selection choice, and I had to scramble to choose one and narrow it down really finely. So I think I am going to stick to horse number 13 as well.
Thank you, Shamila. Spoilt for choice down there in the parade ring. Shamila likes horse number 13, Golden Line. Hopefully not unlucky 13 for Shamila. That's Land of Eagles, number 18.
Yes, Land of Eagles used to be trained in the UK as well, in the colours of Kayed Al Fassan, who I get to mention again today, which is fantastic. This horse, big step up last time when finishing 2nd after a layoff. Prior to that was 11th. Very disappointing that day.
And this is Rajil.
By Ortard, who used to be trained by Kevin Prendergast in Ireland. This horse is overmatched, rated 69 against much better opposition.
Well, there are a couple of horses, Tom, that we have yet to mention. Shamila's pick, number 13. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, that's my pick in the race, Golden Line. Wigberto Ramos on board. I think he's got a great chance. Super consistent, good draw. He's got to be a leading player today. Golden Line for me.
Super stuff. Thank you, Tom. We didn't mention horse number 14, Fakir Al-Amariya.
No, 1 from 37 so far in his career. He just has no chance on ratings, rated 66.
Let's skip forward to Shagmoom Al-Keel, number 16.
Rated 89, so it's got to be one of the contenders, but at the same time, I just don't think he's got the talent. His 2 last runs at Taif were good, 2nd and 4th, but this is a whole different kettle of fish.
And does Master Skills have the talent?
He does. Yeah, he's one of the leading contenders for sure for Louis Morales. Again, the nice wide draw. Back early in the season, he won at meeting 8, 2nd at meeting 1 as well. He's a nice horse.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins certainly looks to be enjoying himself today, Tom, doesn't he?
For sure. It looks like he wants to ride the finish and get on himself.
Very exuberant, whatever he's doing there. This is the horse that we will be looking at in this one. This is certainly a horse to look out for, Tom. This is Golden Line in action.
Yes, this is the horse I like, and hopefully in this footage you'll see why I like him as we pick up the replay right now. He's in the gold-ish colours with the black and the white cap. He runs a very fair race. He's just extremely consistent. He always runs to the line. This was a good contest. Naif Al-Nazi's on the winner this day. The runner-up is owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Again, a very good horse back in 2nd. And Golden Line finishes off nicely to take 3rd. He was nowhere near the front 2, but that doesn't mean he ran badly. It was a good race. It was a better race than he's running in today. And I like his wide draw.
And do you like this next horse that we're going to be seeing, number 9, Tough Beat?
I think he's a turf horse, generally. But he was running around Taif, you know, looking to try and get some wins on the board and try to use a bit of fitness and gain some fitness as well coming into the Riyadh season. He was off the pace, like you expect most of these UK imports to be in the early stages. He runs home nicely down the outside, never really in shot, which shows that he didn't really have a chance of winning at any point. But at the same time, he finished off his race well. He stays the distance. He gets Naif Al-Anazi. He's a contender, but I prefer Golden Line.
Is Mr. Trinket a contender, Tom?
I don't think so. And the reason for that is that he last ran over 2,400 metres. Of course, he gets Camilo Ospina today, and on ratings, he has to be a leading player. He's also bang in form. But this trip of 1,800 metres is a slight concern. He needs a lot further. He's got lots of stamina. And as we pick this up, he's in the green silks. He's just moving through the race now to go straight up to the lead on the outside. But he was hard pressed from an early stage here. You know, when a horse needs to be ridden that vigorously for a long way, you know they need that kind of trip. But the fact that this is now 600 metres shorter this evening suggests that maybe they'll take him off his feet in the early stages and he'll be trying to make the move late, but probably all too late.
Why do you think he's been targeted at this race?
I just think there probably wasn't another race in the schedule for him at this point of the season. He last ran 3 weeks ago, so Connections just want to keep him fit. Maybe there's another race in 3 weeks that they're really trying to go for, and this will be the prep.
A big step down for Mr. Trinket indeed. Well, let's get the thoughts of our commentator, John Blance. John, what do you think? Who's your pick for this next race?
Well, Rebecca, the word on the street is that Tathbeat might go quite well here, and I've got every chance that this one has, I think, got the ability to go well because the level at which it's been running at is a bit higher than here today. I think down to horses have won between 1 to 3 races is the ideal level for Tathbeat. And yes, does get back in the run a little bit. Stall 9 though should be good. Naif Al-Anazi aboard, very prominent in terms of ratings, and I think Tathbeat's got a good chance of going pretty well in the first of those colours as well. Gabba, haven't seen Gabba yet, but will be wearing a distinguishing cap, so just bear that in mind. But Tathbeat, horse number 9 for me, as the horses are making their way, have now made their way towards the starting position. We're over the 1,800 metres for the first time. As my producer pointed out, the first 1,800 metre race I'll have done so far in my time here in Saudi. Let's hope I don't make a pig's ear of it. Anyway, it's a big field as well. 19 runners to make their way. And you see you've got a large circle there of horses making their way around and about to head in. We can see in shot there Mr. Trinket, Camilo Ospina, looking for a double on the day. There's the 2 Maybury. Mohammed Al Habib is aboard. Horse number 11 there, the orange jacket. That is Freshwater Cliffs. The 13 is Golden Line, the one that Tom likes, and certainly has a level of consistency that you can't really quibble with. Bin Ramthan is interesting as well, the 6 horse. Also, if he could produce something like his best, wouldn't be too far away here either. There's the 3 in shot. That's a Good Fighter, the blue and white colours. The 12 is Al Zaem. Eddie Castro takes him out on this one. Has to improve considerably on previous start, but might be able to do so. And right down at the bottom there, horse number 19 is Rajil. 10 in the purple saddlecloth is Gabba. There is the white distinguishing cap as well, for those of you who are trying to distinguish between that one and Tathbeat. There's Maybury as well in the red colours with the sheepskin noseband. So, nearly ready. Al Wali is horse number 15. Horse number 14 going in is Fakka Al Mamanya. I think that's how it's pronounced. And the Arabic speakers who want to correct me are well within their rights to do so, I'm sure. This is Liberation Point going in. Horse number 8 is Barud. Golden Line about to go in as well. Surely a more than legitimate chance here. Just saw Al Montesh go in into stall number 5. Yours note stall 5, so he's got the camera there. Rajil about to go in. Shagmu Malkale, horse number 16 to go forward as well. Still waiting for Maybury. He's got to be a leading contender. The 10 to move in as well. Gabba in that white distinguishing cap. The 19 is Rajil. You might get the impression here that I'm just sort of going through them in my last bit of prep, but he wouldn't be too far wrong. There's Bin Ramthan going in. Bin Ramthan is in, Liberation Point is in, as indeed is Al Montaesh. The 17 is Master Skills in the black with the white stripes on sleeves and the white collar as well. There is Tathbeat about to go forward, dropping in class today. Will that work the oracle for Tathbeat? It's race number 9, at just about at post time. Again, ferociously good loading here in Saudi. Very, very efficient. They're off and racing over the 1800 for the first time today. This is a race for horses who've won between 1 and 3 races. And in the early stages, good speed from Bin Ramthan. That one's prominent there in the green cap. Also prominent is Al Zaem in those blue colours. Another one that's not too far away is Golden Line. Obviously kept a little bit wide, but maybe wide's the place to be today, given the way races have been going thus far. Al Zaem, as I say, still relatively prominent. Also up there is Freshwater Cliffs in the orange jacket. That's your leading cluster. They're then followed by Liberation Point. Right up the inside is Maybury in those red colours, but about 7 or 8 lengths down at the moment. It's a pretty well strung out field. One towards the back of the field at the moment is Fakar Al Maminya. That is just about your back marker. Also towards the rear of the field is Mr. Trinket. Another one that's towards the back is Wanem. Down towards, or through the first 800 metres they go, 48.2 seconds. They're going along at a pretty good clip here, and it's Bin Ramthan that leads, the green cap, the rail. Here now towards the outside is Tathbeat, who's getting in on the scene as well there. That's horse number 9. Right round the outside in the blue colours is Al Zaem. That's your leading trio. Followed then in 4th spot by Master Skills, who gets a first mention. Liberation Point is on the inside. Then right round the outer, still not too far away, is Shagmum Al Kale in those black sleeves and cap. They're making the swing for home, and it's Tathbeat just about the leader, but Al Zaem has been in the vanguard throughout as well. And here right round the outside comes Golden Line, throwing down a challenge. These 3 abreast, followed by Shagmum Al Kale as they make their way towards the latter stages now. One that's getting into it late as well is Al Wali, but out in front it's Golden Line. Al Wali though is finishing strongly as they go inside the final furlong. Golden Line the near side, Al Wali the far, but it's Golden Line who's battling hard out in front to Al Wali, who hasn't given up either. Master Skills is staying on as well as they race up towards the line. It's tight, but I reckon the 13 Golden Line has just held on from Al Wali, who's finishing strongly. Master Skills was on the scene as well, and there was another one finishing really well. I think that was Mr. Trinket, who was well off the pace early but has come through. But Golden Line, who's been a model of consistency for quite some time now here in Saudi. Another one for Tom. Golden Line has apparently been beaten, apparently. We think that Al Wali has been called the winner. So Master Skills definitely finished in 3rd, but Al Wali was finishing off strongly. Golden Line was very much there as well. It looked to me on first impression as though Golden Line had won that, but well, it's very close. The official margin is ahead. It's definitely not ahead. If anything, it's a flared nostril. Looked like like Golden Line had won, but Al Wali has been given the nod. You'd have thought they might have had a bit of a longer look at that as well. Master Skills has finished in 3rd. Mr. Trinket in 4th. Shagmum Al Kale was 5th. Al Zaem, who was prominent throughout, in 6th as well. Al Wali has won it, and he's won by, well, in athletics parlance, 1/100th of a second. But Al Wali has won it. Looked like Golden Line had held on there on the nod, but there you go. It was a very close finish, and there were plenty of chances turning for home. It was a competitive-looking race, and that's how it turned out. Terrific effort from Golden Line. But in the end, Al Wali, who put in a sustained bid from quite a long way out, from off the pace in the hands of Adel Al-Faredi. That's why he is where he is in the jockey's table. Adel Al-Faredi. He's managed to coax a further effort out of this horse. Golden Line looked all over the winner, but just wasn't in front on the bob when required. Al Wali has scored, but by a very slim margin. Master Skills has finished in 3rd, and the 4th horse home was Mr. Trinket. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Al Wali, by the barest of margins, has got the job done.
Well, in the closest of finishes, Al Wali nicks it. A heartbreaking defeat is how you described it, Tom, for your pick, Golden Line. But wow, what a finish it was from Al Wali.
Yeah, heartbreaking. I am really heartbroken, I have to say, at this stage. I thought Golden Line got the job done, but having seen the photo, yeah, Al Wali's unfortunately got the nose down. I say unfortunately for myself, of course, for connections or anyone cheering on Al Wali. This was the dream result. Adel Al Furedi back in the winner's enclosure. One of the tallest riders here in Saudi Arabia, but also one of the best. He had a ban that meant he couldn't ride yesterday or the day before that, but he's back today and back with the winner.
Look how happy he is, Tom. So heartbreaking defeat for you, but look at the reaction from him.
Exactly. It doesn't make me feel any better, Rebecca, but it is what it is. A good win for Adel. And you know, Camilo will be watching that and would have been hoping that Roberto held on, but now his lead in the jockey's title has now been cut by one.
And more success, of course, for the Al Furedi family.
Yes, exactly. Farhad had a winner earlier. Adele's now had a winner. A big win for this horse as well. A son of Hard Spun. Hard Spun was a great horse in the US. These horses are bred for the dirt as well. So, you know, he's quite clearly handled conditions. I thought Golden Line was going to win, but he's lost by 1/100th of a second. Just super unlucky. Roberto will be gutted. I can tell you that for nothing.
You're gutted as well, and this is the run in the tightest of finishes. It'd be really good to have another look at this in slow motion. Perhaps not for you, Tom. You had your heart set on a win for Golden Line and Wigberto Ramos, but this was such an exciting finish. And you said a couple of days ago that you love to see these tight finishes.
Normally, not necessarily this one, but yes, I do. It's very entertaining, isn't it? You know, you never know who's exactly won as they cross the line, and it did look like Golden Line because he was in front before the line and after the line. But just right on the bob, Al Wali and Adel Al Furedi got the win. Golden Line actually jumped really nicely, the grey horse right in the middle. Just outside him, horse number 15, Al Wali, just took a little bit of a pull and went back into mid-division. The pace was relatively strong in the early stages. Golden Line was close-ish, was 5th at this stage, you can see there. The white stable horse, Bin Rantham, is up the inside. Horse number 12, Al Zaim, is also up with the pace under Eddie Castro. Golden Line was in the perfect spot, to be honest, stalking the leaders in the box seat without getting too much kickback or being hustled along. But unfortunately, it was that final metre that really got him the loss.
Yeah, indeed. Very exciting finish for the neutral, perhaps not so much for those of the team who were supporting Golden Line in this one. Tom, I wanted to ask you again, I know we've talked about this time and time again over the last couple of days, but just looking at the result, we had the winner drawn from stall 15, second horse drawn from 13, and the third horse drawn from stall 17. So it certainly does seem like the advantage is out wide, despite what one of our winning jockeys said earlier, where he said it really didn't matter where you were.
Yeah, very much so. I think you do want to be drawn wide. I feel like we know now. In this first week in Riyadh, we need the horses to be drawn wide. Those up the inside, I don't know whether it's the rail is riding deeper or what, but those up the inside are not faring well in races with big fields. So being drawn wide is the place you want to be. Actually, the third place horse, Master Skills, albeit was drawn 17, raced towards the inside throughout in the black silks. You can see now cutting towards the rail. So he ran very well to get minor money. Golden Line's in the lead at this point as we're looking at the replay, and the eventual winners alongside in the black with the red silks. Eventually going to put his head down right now on the line to chin him. The horse in fourth, in the green silks, has also run a great race from off the speed. That was horse number 1, I believe. Yes, Mr. Trinket, who, of course, I said wanted further. He definitely wants further. Look at that. He was strong at the finish, really closed through the race nicely. He was actually hampered there as well by, I believe it was Lou. Was it Louis Morales? Yes, on Master Skills. So Louis might be in trouble. He might get a ban. Camilo Ospina would have been pretty unhappy, I imagine, on Mr. Trinket.
Yeah, he certainly was crying out for more, wasn't he, Tom, based on what we're seeing here. And funnily enough, he's the only horse in the top 6 who had a draw on the inside.
Yeah.
So, again, just proving what we've thought as we've gone throughout this week, that it pays to be in those outside stalls.
Absolutely, and he kind of cheats the draw anyway, given his running style. Like, he's a closer. He gets a lot further than this, so albeit he might have been on the worst part of the track, he still had that stamina. He's got proven stamina in the past to stay a lot further. So he can kind of cheat where he was on the track, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't even say that he necessarily proved that the low jaws can mix it. He just would have been there or thereabouts no matter where he was pitched in this race.
And Tom, you didn't particularly think much of Al-Wali heading into this, did you? He's rated highly, but you didn't necessarily think he'd provide much of a threat to the likes of Golden Line.
No, I didn't. I thought he would have been in the top 5 or 6, but I didn't think he would be there at the finish. And the reason for that is, obviously, he has a rating that suggests he can contend, which is why he would have been a player to at least get some prize money. But at the same time, he's been regressing in his Taif starts. He won right at the start of the campaign. He was second at meeting 26. Then he had a layoff and finished 9th in a disappointing display and hadn't been seen since. So I either thought there was an issue there or the fact that he just wasn't firing against a better opposition. To be honest, we should be celebrating a winner rather than talking about him finishing second. But, you know, it's all about putting your head down on the line, and Adel Al-Faradi made sure his charge did just that.
Yeah, just look at this shot here, Tom. Just talk us through what's happening here. You can see your horse there, Golden Line. The grey, just gone out of shot.
Yeah, just gone out of shot. Master Skills and the eventual winner Al-Wali was in shot just then. The camera now focuses on Golden Line. You rarely see a cross noseband and a noseband on together. That's an interesting combination. But with Berto, full drive in the saddle, as the veteran always does, tight, compact, giving the horse one last reminder to try and get the job done. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be in a thrilling finish.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see a finish that close. It really is thrilling, and we have to wait a little bit longer, Tom, to see the wiggle.
We do. I was hoping we were going to get it right there. And it would have been a good one too, because that was a pretty valuable race. But yeah, with Berto, we'll be going back into the jockey's room and probably ruining what could have been.
Absolutely. I think that's the closest finish we've seen all week. Certainly an exciting end to that race anyway. And please let us know what you think on YouTube. Keep those comments coming in. Let us know what you think of that race, who you were supporting in that one, whether you were with Tom going for Golden Line. In terms of the start, Tom, anything stand out for you there?
Relatively clean start. Horse number 7 jumped a little bit to the inside. That was 1M under Alex Moreno. The majority of them broke nicely, though. They were all able to get into the position they wanted. And yeah, no excuses. I don't see any excuses apart from Mr. Trinket in the closing stages, where he got hampered by the eventual 3rd place finisher, Master Skills. There didn't seem to be any hard luck stories other than that.
Well, Connections probably weren't expecting that Mr. Trinket would have really been featuring, would they, based on what you were saying about him needing the longer trip?
Yeah, exactly. And I tell you what, next time, if he is over further, and we do have a race, I believe it's race 12, over the 2,400 metres today. When he next runs over that trip, he's going to be a major player. He'll be the most likely winner, no matter what grade he's running in.
Yes, well, race number 12 over 2,400. That is our final race of the day. That is the feature race. So we are saving the best till last. In that sense, still plenty more to look forward to. Still another 3 races to go, Tom, on this 12-race card. A packed day of action for you all to enjoy. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are here in Riyadh. Well, next up, we are sticking over the distance of 1,800 metres, sticking with the local and imported horses, but this one is one for the fillies. And it's been interesting, Tom, hasn't it, to see the way that the fillies have been performed relative to the colts. And why do you think that is? We don't see that anywhere else. We don't see the fillies getting faster times than their male counterparts.
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest. I would love to provide insight on that one, but generally, you don't see that. As you say, the colts are always quicker. So obviously, that's just part of the physique of a male horse compared to a female horse, nothing other than that. So it's interesting that the fillies have been, but it's the good fillies. The good fillies are better than the good boys. That's what's worth pointing out here, rather than just all fillies better than the boys, because that would be incorrect. But yeah, I have no idea why that's the case, Rebecca.
Well, certainly an interesting race still to come. Fillies, another big field, 18 of them go in the next race. That's the 10th race on the card, and we will be seeing that very shortly. Indeed, the horses are just behind us now. Behind our studio, we can see them going around the parade ring, so we're looking forward to seeing those and going through the runners and riders with you in due course. And Tom, of course, as ever, you will have been studying this race card, staying up late, looking into all these runners and riders and just looking ahead to the next race. Who are you looking forward to seeing run?
Quite a few of these. It's a wide open race. There are a lot of ex-Brits in here, including Lethal Talent for Jimmy Jerkins, horse number 13. There's a white stable horse that's coming off a layoff, horse number 5, Motha Wake. Notation in here as well, under Naif Al-Nazi, who used to be trained in the UK. And the horse that I like, which is horse number 9, Jcsa, under Alex Moreno. I think that's the horse to beat in here, but it's a wide open race, no clear standouts.
Well, let's get the thoughts then of our commentator, John Blantz, who will do a deep dive into these runners and riders.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yes, the fillies on show here. Horse number 1 is Notation. Naif Al-Nazi is aboard that one. Horse number 2 is Mathael, Luis Morales riding. Horse number 3 is Mamlak, that's the man of Adel Al-Faradi. Number 4 is Craft in Silk for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 5 is Motha Wekar, Abdullah Al-Fayruz riding that one in the white stable colours. Horse number 7 is Jumanat Al-Reem. The 6 doesn't take its chance, My Sweet Story. Number 7, though, Jumanat Al-Reem does. Fahed Al-Faradi aboard. Horse number 8 is Majula for Tariq Al-Mansour. Horse number 9 is Mosa Yayar. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Horse number 10 is Jazio, that's the man of Mohammed Al-Shamari. Number 11 is Know It's Time. And then we have number 12, Capitulation, in hands of Mohammed As-Said. Horse number 13 is Lethal Talent, that's the mount of Ahmed Al-Shra. Horse number 14 is Israj, Asil Al-Sahani. Number 15 is Tajira, Mohammed Al-Sharima. Horse number 16 is Waj Al-Shams. Number 17 is Saba, Youssef Al-Hussein. And horse number 18 is Alia, in the hands of Eddie Castro, right down there at the bottom. So there you go. Those are the runners and riders for race number 10 on a 12-race card here at Riyadh this evening. It's a fillies open contest, and it's back to the studio.
Very many thanks, John. So certainly one to look forward to as ever here. Tom, you were saying earlier about the horses that are standing out for you. Let's just pick up where we left off there. Horse number 1 is Notation.
She's by Poet's Voice, so should stay middle distances. I think she needs further than this trip in general. She ran over 2 miles in the UK for Mark Johnson, so 1 mile, 1 furlong is right on the sharp side.
Mathael is the second horse.
Rated just 56, this is a tough spot under Louis Morales.
Mamlak, number 3.
Just a 3-year-old, Adel Al-Faradi on board, and we've just seen quite how good he is. She's better suited to handicaps rather than open races, but she could run well from maybe 6th or 7th position.
Certainly in capable hands as well. Well, the next horse that we'll be seeing, horse number 4, is Craft in Silk.
By Master Craftsman, this 4-year-old filly, ridden by Abdullah Al-Alfi. She won on the last day of Taif. That was the first Saudi victory for this horse. Whether she is ready to go at Riyadh, we'll see, but the 3-week layoff means she should be fit.
And Motha Weka, number 5.
Representing the white stable, a filly by Premium Tap, like most of the white stable horses are. She's very talented as well, but she does come off a long layoff. That's got to be a concern. She's rated 93, and on that basis alone, she's one of the leading players.
Interesting prospect indeed. We skip forward to number 7, Jumanat Al-Reem.
Third up this season, an angle I like to use for a good stable in the Zenith stable. Farhad Al-Faradi's ridden a winner today and he gets on board. So there are some positives here, but she's only rated 82. This is her toughest task to date.
Number 8, Majula.
US bred by a sire I've never heard of, which is quite surprising. Trap Shot, I'll have to Google that horse. 13th on the reappearance back at meeting 48. Quick turnaround, finishing 7th at meeting 54, but only rated 65. This looks too tough.
And this is Mosa Yeha.
This is the one I like in here. 4-year-old filly, daughter of Run Happy, who was excellent on the racetrack in the US. Second, both starts this season. Creditable efforts on both occasions too. Alex Moreno does exceptionally well in these silks.
What do you make of Jazio, Tom?
Rated 63, 8th last time, 13th the time before, 10th the time before, will struggle.
Horse number 11, Know It's Time.
Not got enough talent to win a race of this nature. 1 from 35 in her career.
Number 12, Capitulation.
Formerly trained in Great Britain. This is the Saudi debut for this horse, a daughter of Elzam.
And next up is Lethal Talent.
6-year-old filly, Lethal Talent, representing Jimmy Jerkins. It was a good run last time for this daughter of Lethal Force. Jerkin's already had one winner on the card. It would be nice to hear from him again.
We will see. Is Raj is horse number 14.
A daughter of Helmet, prolific filly, winning 9 times in her career. She's been consistent in defeat lately. She's got a good draw too, given the outside post the way you want to be.
Well, let's get the thoughts of Shamila, who's down there looking at all the runners. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
This stunning filly, horse number 9, Jcsa, has absolutely caught my eye. And I did mention her in my intro today. I was really, really looking forward to seeing her. The Almondale stables love their fillies, treat them really nicely, and they run really well for them. And you know what? The fillies aren't doing too badly for me today, so I'm going to stick on that. And yeah, Jcsa just looks really, really nice. Another horse that I really like the look of is horse number 13, Lethal Talent. Last time out for Jimmy Jerkins. He already had a winner today, so hopefully he can double down on that. The Almondale stables have already had a winner today as well, so they're also chasing that double. So is Alex Moreno, so it's going to be a tough competition. No paddock negatives for me in this race. Everybody is looking so sharp and ready to go. Fingers crossed for Alex.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Shamila's gone with your horse yet again, Tom. Who's copying who?
Absolute dream team today. I can tell you for something, we haven't copied each other. Well, Shamila might have copied me, I don't know. I definitely haven't copied her.
Well, let's see if horse number 9, Jcsa, is as good as you two think she is. Shamila also likes Lethal Talent. See if that horse shows much talent on the track. Shortly, we got up to horse number 15, I think, Tom.
We did,
Jcsa.
yes. Yeah, another white stable horse in here, probably the second string, a daughter of Toronado. It's been a long time since her last victory and a long time since her last run.
Jcsa is next, or what? Waj Al Shams. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm getting behind myself here. Number 16.
4-year-old filly. She's only rated 48. If I'm being honest, I don't have a clue why she's in this race. She cannot win.
Well, let's just see. You've said that before, Tom.
And I've been right every time, I have to say.
You have. Sapa is horse number 17.
Rated 59 again, and a horse that must be using this as a prep for something else.
And number 18, our final runner in this field.
Daughter of Good Magic. I love Good Magic as a sire. I keep saying this every time I see his name on the race card. Fantastic horse, great sire too. This trip should be fine for Alia. The wide post is fine. She was a talented 2-year-old as well, and we'll see her as one of her 2-year-old exploits here. Where do we pick her up? She's coming right round the outside. Alia is the horse in question. As I say, Good Magic horses generally stay the trip well. Look how far behind she is. She's making inroads despite being about 8 wide on the bend, and she stays all the way to the line. It's actually remarkable that she manages to get up because she's still 5 or 6 lengths down at the 200-metre pole, and still she continues to roll. She's rolling, she's rolling, she's rolling, and she gets up and passes the early leader, number 4 in the green silks. This is proven Riyadh form. The only concern I have is that this was when she was a 2-year-old. 2-year-olds don't always make good 3-year-olds. We're yet to see. She hasn't run so far this season.
And this, Tom, is horse number 9, the one that you and Shamila both like very much.
Yeah, she looked a picture there, to be fair. Jcsa, that just increases my confidence. This is the race that we saw earlier, actually, with the horse down the outside eventually winning over the 2,400 metres, who ran in the last race. Was it Mr. Trinket or from the inside stall? But Jcsa ran a great race to finish second. It was behind Mr. Trinket, yes. That horse did plenty for the form by finishing 4th in the last race, and probably could have got even closer with a clear run. Again, positive in the box. Seems to be far too many for this horse to make it seem true.
What do you think of this horse, Tom, the white stable horse?
Again, hasn't run for a long period of time, much like the first horse we covered there in Alia. But this horse is a 5-year-old, the other horse is a 3-year-old, so there's a bit of a difference there. Was the second string in this race that we're looking at now from Riyadh last year. Just gallops on at the 1 speed all the way to the line. No real impact on the eventual protagonist. Doesn't get within 3 or 4 lengths, in fact. But it was an okay effort. Coming off the layoff, you don't know how fit this horse is going to be. Camila Ospina's not on board, which I would consider to be a negative, but they do share around the rides.
Yeah, so very talented field indeed, Tom.
Yeah, good field. Looking forward to it. I'd be disappointed if Jcsa doesn't win, I have to admit, just purely because she looks amazing. The form of our most recent effort has just been backed up by the eventual 4th of the last race, Mr. Trinket. This trip should be absolutely fine. The draw's good, not towards the inside. Alex Moreno's had a winner today. I've got to be with Jcsa.
Well, I hope, Tom, for your sake, that there isn't another heartbreaking moment for you like in the last race. I hope that Your luck will be in this time around. This is certainly a very high quality field. It's certainly a race that we are looking forward to seeing, the 10th race on the card here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And please do let us know your thoughts on this one. We'd love to see your comments on our YouTube channel, the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Do keep us informed as to how you are enjoying today's action. There's lots of it, 12 races in total on the card to kick off this new season in Riyadh. Jockeys looking relaxed, Tom, heading down to the start.
I would like to see a moment where Alex isn't looking relaxed, I have to admit.
There is horse number 4, Crafton Silk. What do you make of this one, Tom?
Nice looking type. Again, Abdullah Al-Alfi takes the ride, so that's got to be a positive. It was her first Saudi win last time up. It says 2 wins on the race card, but one of those came in the UK. You know, she seems to be improving. It's just whether she's improving quick enough to beat the more talented and prolific types in this race, like Jcsa, for example.
Well, let's get the thoughts now of our commentator, John Blans. John, are you sticking with Shamila and Tom Jcsa, or are you going in a different direction?
No, I think Jcsa is a pretty solid conveyance in this race, guys. And yeah, what has needed to be said about it has already really been said, in the sense that the draw is pretty good on the evidence of today. Alexis Moreno's riding very well, and just that level of consistency recently as well there at Tave. Looks like it's been absolutely primed for a crack at this Riyadh season. A couple of runs there at Tave towards the back end of the meetings there, and it's all looking very positive for this filly, who's still relatively unexposed. So that's Jcsa who is making her way down. That's Israj, and shot quite similar colours to Jcsa. Just bear that in mind as they make their way behind. There's Lethal Talent, one of the more fancied runners in this race as well, for trainer Jimmy Jerkins. They make their way behind the starting stalls. You can see Waj Al Shams as well. Horse number 11 there is Know It's Time. White sleeves of that one. Know It's Time has won 1 from 35, so has not been particularly prolific thus far in its career, and would need a big improvement on everything that has happened so far to get the job done. So they are down at the start. So they are circling. It won't be too much longer before they get underway. And once again, we can see the 1800-metre start here at Riyadh. Slightly more expansive track than that, of course, at Tave. Now we've got a couple in the middle there, just having their tack adjusted. Don't think it's anything more sinister than that. Bit difficult to tell from this angle exactly who they are. Looks like it's Jumanat Al Reem, one of the ones just having some running repairs done to it. And you can see Mathael in the foreground there. Also dismounted is Sabah, horse number 17, filly by Overanalyze, who as yet has not done a huge amount in her time in Saudi, and has got lots to find with some of the others here on form. Les Alia, who's an interesting horse, officially rated 98, with the purple 18 saddle cloth on. Wouldn't be out of it on her best form, but she hasn't been seen as yet in Saudi this season. Horse number 8 in shot is Majhula, Tariq Al Mansour riding, and the 4 is Crafton Silk, Abdullah Al-Alfi aboard. Horse number 12, Capitulation, 1 run and 1 win so far on this horse's ledger. Sabah about to be brought forward. Youssef Al Hussein aboard. Just looking there at the 10 Jazio, that's in the white and the blue colours. Still got the 7 dismounted there, Jumanat Al Reem. You can see Tajera in the hands there of Mohammed Al Rashima in the background. It's getting a little bit uptight there, Jumanat Al Reem. As the horses are now going in, this is Mathael to come forward in those blue and black colours, to go in next to Notation in the black and white. Still waiting at the back for Mothawekar to go in. Also to come forward, we've got Jcsa in those green colours. Also there to go in, Capitulation, and the 16 as well, Waj Al Shams. The 4 going in is Crafton Silk, Abdullah Al-Alfi aboard Crafton Silk. Looks like we've got 3 left to load. Jcsa, one of them, going in now. The 5 is Mothawekar. Mothawekar to go in, just preceded by Jumanat Al Reem. Mothawekar, the last to come forward. Looks like we're ready. 1800 metres once more. Gates back and away they go. They are racing for the 10th on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. Slightly slowly away was Know It Time. Towards the head of affairs, though, in the early stages is Majula. Majula in the yellow and blue colours. The sheepskin noseband is prominent. Also there is Mothawekar, who's got a good start towards the outside there. The red colours of Lethal Talent is also prominent, as indeed is Israj in the green colours. Right up the inner there is Craft in Silk in the orange jacket, getting a run right round the rail scraping part of the track. Alia towards the outside there in the two-tone blue, the 18. This little cluster have just kicked on from the rest. They're headed by Tajira in the red distinguishing cap, and then on the outside of Tajira we have Waj Al Shams. So they make good progress towards the end of the back straight, and out in front towards the near side is Mamlak, who's also showing up. Towards the outer there in second is Majula, and it's Majula just about the leader. So on the outside, Lethal Talent and Majula. Then right round the outside, still going quite nicely, is Israj. Here comes Alia right round the outer as well, coming 4 wide, but that hasn't necessarily been a bad move today. Mothawekar is racing in 5th. Then after that, up the inside, Craft in Silk, who's only finding the 1 pace, but Lethal Talent is exhibiting exactly that as they make the swing for home here. Leads by a length and a half to in second position. A driven along Israj, who's trying to reel this one in, not having much luck at the moment. Alia racing in 3rd. They're a long way clear of Mothawekar. Not a huge amount of runners have got into this, and it's Lethal Talent who's extending away in the closing stages. Lethal Talent to Alia, the blue jacket, down the centre of the track. They're then followed by Israj in 3rd, but it's Lethal Talent by about 3 lengths to Alia, who is getting going. One that's getting going really late, but too late is Mossayeyar, and racing up towards the line, it's Lethal Talent for Jimmy Jerkins, who's going to go on and score. Lethal Talent beats Alia. In 3rd is Mossayeyar, and then from the back staying on was Jumanat Al Reem, but again with that one, too little, too late. So Lethal Talent always travelled very strongly and has scored and has now made it 9 wins from 17 starts. It was a winner last time out. That was a little bit of a while ago now, meeting 32, but everything just seems to be clicking into place for this stable at the moment. And Lethal Talent got a nice run, even from stall 13, got into a really good tactical position and has gone on to score in a time of 1 minute 53.16 seconds, 8/100ths of a second outside the winning time in the previous race. But this horse has somewhat jogged over the line, really. Alia has finished in 2nd there. They were then followed in 3rd by Mossayeyar, who got going far too late, as indeed did Jumanat Al Ram. And the 5th horse home was Israj, who was prominent in the run, but in the end just faded in the latter stages. But Lethal Talent has scored. This filly by Lethal Force, who well, she's a 6-year-old now, but she's been relatively lightly raced for one her age, and there's maybe a little bit more to come, certainly on the basis of that. There's definitely plenty up her sleeve. She's won that very, very well indeed. Alia, a definite return to form for her. Mossayeyar has finished in 3rd spot, and the 4th horse home was Jumanat Al Reem, but that was all about Lethal Talent, who was just too strong for them in race number 10.
صار هنا بالنص بالنص شروان كله يفضل
Well, Lethal Talent certainly living up to the name. That was a really impressive run, don't you think, Tom?
Yeah, it really was. She got the job done nicely. She showed great early speed and dominated from the outset. Again, another wide drawn horse has won from gate 13. And this horse just must have needed the first run at Taif because the last two efforts have been far better.
Another double for the jockey Ahmed Al-Shra, another double for Jimmy Jerkins, and shout out to Julie in our YouTube comment section who said she is rooting for Lethal Talent. So Julie will be happy with that performance, I'm sure. And the jockey, Tom, got her into a really good tactical position, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. It was always in a good spot. Made the move nicely on the bend, and then she kicked clear. She actually looked a little bit vulnerable in the final 200 metres, but Alia, the eventual second, couldn't muster enough to pick up the winner. And the third place finisher was my selection, Shamila's selection, and John's selection, Jcsa. She was just too far back to challenge. So there wasn't anything there to pick up Lethal Talent when she started to flounder. This was a really good mare in the UK, actually. She used to be trained by Jonathan Portman early in her career. Jane Chapel-Hyam then picked her up. She went to Luke Janet for a bit and then returned to Jane Chapel-Hyam. So she's been around the block. She was pretty smart in the UK and she's smart over here too.
شكرا لك زميلي فيصل وكل شكر للسادة المشاهدين. Double win today.
Yeah, it feels good. First two ran well, the next following two ran terrible, and then let's hope we end the day on a good note.
I think all of us who know the secret, because of your princess, she's here today, and she gave you this great well done.
Yeah, it's nice. My wife joined me last week, and gonna stay till the end of the season, and yeah, it's great to have her around.
That's nice. I want to talk about this race. What was the plan? What did you tell the jockey?
Well, just basically like last time. If you know, she's got good speed, but you know, if she goes like most horses going this far, if you go too fast, you're not going to last. So it worked out well. The one good thing about her is she has good speed and she can be on the lead, but she can be just off the lead. She doesn't get difficult to handle for the rider, and Ahmed has nice, great hands, and he does a great job with her, and he keeps her settled. And that's the whole ticket for her to go the distance is to just go even all the way. And it was good to see her sit off because we knew that when Philly was going to go to the lead, and it was good to see her relax, sit and just off her. So that's the whole ticket.
But would you will keep her in this distance, or you will just take her back to 2000?
Well, you know, it's hard to say. If she can, 2000 isn't out of the question now because she's shown that she's so rateable, and she's dangerous. You know, on the lead or close to the lead. She seems to be a lot braver and happier doing that. So at least, I mean, we're certainly not cutting her back to sprints. That's for sure.
Congratulations, and thank you to have you in our channel.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, we heard there from the winning trainer, Jimmy Jerkins. Well, we heard there from the winning trainer, Jimmy Jerkins, and this is how the race was run. We've seen them there from the break in the stalls. Tom, just talk us through the race tactically. How did this pan out?
She broke nicely under Ahmed Al-Shra. She was up there. You can see her there. You can't miss her. She's the big white mare in second place at this stage. She was always in the perfect box seat, actually, to get the job done. And Ahmed was keen not to go on. He probably could have led this race, but he was keen just to sit on the shoulder at this point. There were 4 horses directly in behind that all had a good stalking trip, including Alia on the outside in the light blue silks. The horse in yellow eventually fades away. And then our selection, Jcsa, is further back in the pack in the green, just about to lead the second group of horses. She was just way too far back, if I'm being honest. She didn't have the natural early speed to go with the likes of Lethal Talent, who by this point is making her sights clear. She wants to go forward, and Ahmed Al-Shra is asking her for more effort as one of the rivals comes alongside.
And Tom, you said a lot of these Jimmy Jerkins horses arrive at the course not fully fit at this stage, but she certainly looks to be fit.
Oh yeah, she's fit now. She just wasn't at Taif where she ran meeting 20. She finished 13th and it was a pretty poor effort. And actually, Jimmy Jerkins didn't have that much success at Taif, which was a bit of a surprise to me, I have to admit. Must be largely because his horses were lacking the run and they needed that first reappearance. Maybe he got going late in the season. This is his first year in Saudi Arabia, so it would have taken some time to acclimatise to conditions and these horses. But they seem to be firing on all cylinders right now. Second winner of the day for the US trainer.
Yeah, and he's a popular winner indeed, judging by the comments that are coming in on our YouTube channel. Julie says, way to go, Jimmy Jerkins rocket. She certainly looked like a rocket there, firing home to win that race, Tom. And it was interesting there to hear Jimmy Jerkins' comments after the race. He said that she could be stepped up in trip. That's not out of the question.
Yeah, look, I'm going to leave it to him. He knows far more than me. My opinion would be that she has proved she's got natural early speed over this distance, tactical speed as well to move to the front when asked, and she wasn't exactly super strong in the closing stages. So I would keep her personally at this trip. She could probably go further. She could probably be cut back, but this trip seems, in my opinion, to be her ideal distance.
Let's just have a bit of a chat about your pick, Jcsa, who was quite late to get going, really, perhaps too late to make any kind of real challenge.
Yeah, she ran very well in third, but Alex was too far back on her. Maybe that wasn't out of choice. Maybe she just didn't muster the early speed that she would have needed to get up in the top 5 or 6 in the early stages. But that really cost her the race. She finished nicely. She found a second gear when Alex asked her to change leads. She ran her race, so there's nothing more to say than that, other than she's probably been disadvantaged by where she was on the track.
And a real return to form for Alia, the second placed horse, and again, first and second being drawn out wide.
All wide draws are dominating here. Horses on the inside are playing no part in any of the finishes, really, aside from small fields, but then the draw bias, or whatever you want to call it, is mitigated when it's a small field anyway. So you want to be drawn wide, you want to be racing wide in the early stages, and even round the bend it's fine. Alia ran great in second, her first run this season. We weren't sure whether she would improve from her 2-year-old campaign into her 3-year-old campaign, as it's never a given, but she definitely did, and she ran great under Eddie Castro, who will be disappointed not to get a win on the board, but also he'll be, I'm sure, pretty grateful the fillies run nicely underneath him.
Absolutely. Lethal Talent certainly was always looking the most likely winner. She got that really good, strong start, as you can see there. She just in tracking behind the early leader. So again, that just shows how important it is, Tom, to set the early pace here.
Yeah, be close to the pace, be wide-ish on the track. That's exactly where you want to be. That is the racing line, if you will, if you like Formula One. So I imagine we're going to see this for the rest of the day as well. Only 2 races to come. The next race is a smallish field, but then we have got the Eastern Governance Region Cup. So you want wide draws. Look out for those if you're trying to predict the winner.
Absolutely. And Tom, we talk about this after every race. Any horses that you expect should have done better here, or any hard luck stories from this one?
Not that I really saw on initial inspection. I thought Jcsa would have been closer, but she ran fine. I can't count the amount of places I've had today. It's unbelievable. But she ran very good. She was just too far back. Alia ran great. The winner was obviously fantastic. And there were a couple of horses that underperformed in behind, but not notably so. Not enough to go, wow, what happened there?
Indeed, yeah. It was a race pretty much panned out as we expected. It was a competitive field. We were certainly looking forward to seeing that one, and that was an absolutely fantastic win from Lethal Talent. And where do you think, Tom, that Jimmy Jerkins will send her next?
It's going to be a similar kind of race, I'm sure. This distance, I would hope he keeps her over. But look, as I say, he knows more than I do in regards to trip. He would have worked her in the morning and seen her traits. I imagine she would get 2,000 metres. But again, 1,800 might be her ideal spot. This was a Fillies Open. She'll probably be in a couple more Fillies Open this season.
Well, just behind us we can see the horses entering the parade ring for our 11th race of the day. So let's hear from John, who's going to talk us through the runners and riders.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. Yeah, the 11th and penultimate race on the card, our second Arabian horses race. It's over 2,000 metres. Interesting, this one or two of these have shown an ability to go quite well at this slightly longer trip for Arabian horses, and we'll see how they get on here. Horse number 1 is Montha Al Amal, the mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 2 is Lazaz Al Ali. Khalid Al Mimoni is aboard that one, well represented by the Al Mimoni family here. Horse number 3 is Farit Al Jazi, that's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. It's gone pretty well over the 2,000 metre trip at Taif. Horse number 4 is Meitha Al Khaladia. Turki Alofi rides this one. Horse number 5 is Wathabat Al Khaladia. That's the mount of Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 6 is Qasim Aldam. That's the mount of Ayan Al Turisi. Number 7 is Turki Al Khaladia. Adel Al Faredi is aboard, third in the Arabian Horses Derby last time out over the 2,000 metres. And the 8th horse is Good de Violette, in the hands of Ali Al Mimoni. So the dead 8 got a post here for the 11th and penultimate race on the card. It's a handicap over 2,000 metres for the Arabian horses, and it's back to Tom and Rebecca.
Thank you very much, John, for that run through of the 8 runners in our next race, stepping up to 2,000 metres for this Arabian race, the second Arabian race on the card, Tom, and this is slightly longer, which should suit these horses.
Yeah, it should. As I say, these Arabian horses can run all kinds of distance, but the longer they go, the better some of them seem to be. The majority of these do want longer trips, and we've got 3 Khaladia horses in here, 2 of which represent the Al Khaladia stables, and another represents Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz. So I imagine those 3 are the 3 we should look at in detail.
Let's go through the card shortly, but those 3 are the ones that are standing out for you at the minute, Tom. And is it just purely because they've got the Al Khaladia suffix that your eye has been drawn to them?
Absolutely, but also they are just generally the best horses in the race. There are some other talented runners in here too. It's not a complete Al Khaladia dominance, but these are the 3 that I think will not only finish in the top 2 places, maybe 2 of them will finish there, but also will set up the race nicely. So they are the main talking points.
Absolutely. So 3 of those Al Khaladias out of the 8 runner field, and I think we can have a little look at some of them in a bit more detail as they go around the parade ring. I think this is horse number 1, Tom, Montha Al Amal.
Seasonal reappearance for this 5-year-old colt. He's had 7 months off. When last seen, he was running to a decent level. 2 runs back, he ran in a grade 2. So he's got talent. He's rated 90 though, which is the lowest in this race.
This is Lazaz Al Ali.
We saw this horse plenty at Taif. He won twice. Last was in meeting 32, but recently he's been behind the pace. This trip's fine for him, but he's regressing.
What do you make of this next horse, Tom? This is Farit Al Jazi.
Well, I was talking about a horse regressing. This one is progressing. Farit Al Jazi. He's won his last 2 starts at meeting 31 and meeting 36. She's a 5-year-old filly in this race, and you know, if she's still in that kind of form, she could play a part.
Let's keep an eye on horse number 3 then. But next up is horse number 4, Meitha Al Khaladia.
I think this filly might be put in the race as the pacemaker, to be honest. She's rated 91, so can't win on that basis. She's won 2 starts this year in Taif against much weaker opposition. She's got a lot of speed. She could be on the front early.
And what about Wathabat Al Khaladia?
This is, in my opinion, the second string in this race for the Al Khaladias. Fahed Al Faredi's on this one. She's an 8-year-old filly. She finished second over 1,200 metres last time. I think she wants shorter trips.
And what about number 6? This is Qasab Aldam.
A good horse, won in meeting 41 and at meeting 17. Seems to gallop all day, this colt. He's a 2-time winner, stays the trip well. He'll probably be there in 3rd, I imagine.
And Turki Al Khaladia, Tom, one of your favourites.
Yeah, my selection in this race for Adel Al Faredi and Mutlaq bin Mishrif, who's been successful today, and the Al Khaladia stables. This Turki Al Khaladia is a good horse, unexposed, 4-year-old colt. Colt against generally the fillies in this race, finished third over 2,000 metres last time in the Taif Derby. The winner of that race, Azfan Al Khalidiyah, the best horse in this grade.
There is still one more horse that we haven't mentioned, Tom. It is Good de Violette.
Finished 7th in this company last time up, has had 13 months off since then, probably need the run.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that comprehensive overview of all these runners. Your favourite, you're very firmly sticking with Turkey Al Khalidiyah based on rating, based on it being an Al Khalidiyah horse as well.
Yeah, connections, rating, the horse he ran against last time being Azfan Al Khalidiyah. If you have form with that horse and you're relatively close to him, that just suggests you're pretty good. I also was covering a race with Callum back in Taif, and Callum went for Turkey Al Khalidiyah. I went for the other Al Khalidiyah horse, and he was right, and Turkey got the job done. So I've learned from my mistakes. This race seems to be quite winnable for him, and I'm hoping he's going to get the job done.
Well, let's see what Shamila thinks. Shamila's down there having a look at the horses, and Shamila is a real fan of these Arabian races, so let's hear what she thinks about this one.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I do try my best and go against the Al Khalidiyah horses. However, in the parade ring, horse number 5, Wathabat Al Khalidiyah, is taking my eye and will be my paddock selection for this race. An 8-year-old grey filly, so oldest horse in the race by far. But like I said before, don't let that fool you. She is looking so strong and powerful. She's got Fahad Al Faradi on board. She is by Layth Al Khalidiyah, as are all of the Khalidiyah horses in this race, but however, she is looking the strongest to my eye. Now, Tom did mention horse number 7, Turkey Al Khalidiyah, which will be his selection for this race. Because we've had all the same horses in pretty much all the same races, Tom, I've gone against you here. So hopefully Wathabat Al Khalidiyah can get her head in front of these colts.
Many thanks, Shamila. So let's see who comes out on top in this next one. Tom, I want to just ask you what you think of a horse that's not one of the Al Khalidiyah horses. It's the joint highest rated horse in this race. It's horse number 3, Faritz Al Jazzy, sharing the highest rating with Turkey Al Khalidiyah, your pick.
Yeah, she's been in flying form. She's got the best recent form figures, so if you're keen to look at those, then she's probably the pick for you, as we see her rider just about to get on board right now. She's won her last 2 starts, both at Taif, but her main success has been at that track and not here in Riyadh, so I am questioning whether she is a Taif specialist. Maybe she likes the deeper surface, e.g. the slower races, and that allows her to win, but she's probably one of the leading players in here. Whether she's good enough to beat the Al Khalidiyahs, I doubt it.
We will see. This is our second Arabian race, of course, on the card. 2 Arabian races every day here in Riyadh, which is fantastic to see that kind of variety as well, isn't it, Tom? A bit of a change of pace from the thoroughbred racing that we've been enjoying as well. It's good to see different aspects of this sport, that's for sure. This is the horse that we were just talking about, horse number 3, Faritz Al Jazzy. Let's have a little look at her in action.
As I say, I think she likes the slow surface, because look at her at this stage on the outside in the white blinkers. She's hard ridden and she's nowhere near the lead. She was under pressure for a certain period of time before this as well, and she wasn't making any inroads. You know, this is a filly who has lots of stamina but not much speed, and she just stays on and stays on and stays on and passes these tired horses close to home. I think she'll be staying on again today, but I think there are quicker horses in the field, and she's going to be under pressure from a long way and could get out of her ground.
And the horse, Tom, that you really like, Turkey Al Khalidiyah. Let's have a look at that one in action. Hopefully we'll be seeing some footage soon of Tom's pick, Turkey Al Khalidiyah, the joint highest rated horse in this field alongside Faritz Al Jazzy, who we've just seen.
Yeah, this is Turkey Al Khalidiyah back in the pack in 3rd at this day. It's going to move into 2nd late on. But this winner is Azfan Al Khalidiyah, the horse I was talking about earlier. The beautiful grey, rated 125, or it was this day at least. His moves clear on the front end. And as I say, he's the best Arabian horse I've seen so far since I've been in Saudi Arabia from any of the meets. He seems to be, well, he is phenomenal and unbeaten so far this season. He destroys this group, but Turkey Al Khalidiyah ran very well to finish 2nd, a clear-cut 2nd as well, and a repeat of that run without Azfan Al Khalidiyah in the field today will probably prove good enough.
Well, we will see very shortly. This contest over 2,000 metres will shortly be underway here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. The floodlights are on for our penultimate race of the day, the Arabian race over 2,000 metres. Runners and riders making their way down to post for our penultimate race of the day. It's been a fantastic day of action again, Tom, our third day of the season here in Riyadh. We've had a lot of high quality racing throughout the 3 days, and today has been no different to what we've seen so far in Riyadh. It's been really enjoyable to see such high quality fields, some really close finishes and some fantastic horses as well. Sunset Flash yesterday, obviously a huge highlight for the whole team. We were all talking about Sunset Flash and how much we were excited about seeing that horse, and she certainly didn't disappoint us.
No, exactly. She was one of the highlights yesterday. She wasn't actually my Tom's top moment, I have to say. I did regret that slightly when I went back to our hospitality in the evening. But look, it was a white stable horse that was my highlight yesterday. I wonder what the highlight will be today.
Well, there's still plenty more action still to come, but let's head over to our commentator now, John Blands, who will be calling this race for us.
Yeah, race number 11 on the card, and Turkey Al Khalidiyya for me as well. That Arabian Derby at Taif is pretty solid form, no doubt about it, and Turkey Al Khalidiyya likes this trip as well, as indeed does Farid Al Jazi. Certainly will be staying on if we get one of those Arabian race situations where they're a little bit too sharp in the early stages. You might get one staying on from a long way back. We had one in the previous Arabian race, didn't we, that came from miles off that early speed, and so you've always got to be careful with these races. They don't quite run them, or they're not quite run like thoroughbred races. They tend to have sort of one way of running these Arabian horses, and can, if they've done a bit too much too soon, spectacularly tire. Hence why one or two from a long way off the speed might still be potential winners here. And I think Farid Al Jazi is going to be ridden a lot further off the speed than Turkey Al Khalidiyya. But I think Turkey Al Khalidiyya is marginally better rated than that one. And I think there's just every chance that the 2,000 metres will be ideal for Turkey Al Khalidiyya as well. And will probably just have a little bit too much for the likes of Farid Al Jazi. But it's quite a tightly contested race, this, and of course there's a handicap as well, so it just is all evened up as well. Not the types of open races and non-winners of 2 or 3 that we've been watching so far today. Got a handicap first up. This is an Arabian horse handicap for horses specifically rated between 90 and 105. Thanks for your companionship today from a televisual perspective. Still got one more to come after this, of course, the cup race over the 2,400 metres, but this would be the best of the Arabian races on show. And they are making their way behind the starting gate here at Riyadh. Of course, we do it all again next week too, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. These 12 race cards certainly, well, they're expanding the output. Essentially, we've added an extra race day to every week by having the 12 race cards. They put a bit of stamina into your game, there's no doubt about that. There's Montha Al Amal in shot 2, wins some 16 starts for him. There are 3 fillies running in this race. Well, in the case of Wathabat Al Khalidiyya, a mare, as they make their way behind the starting stalls. You can see them right at the back end of that quite long straight before they actually reach the racecourse proper here at Riyadh. Of course, it's all very well organised, the Saudi racing season here, Taif, during the warmer part of the year, which is a bit further north, to make sure that everyone is comfortable from a temperature perspective, and wants to move into winter time. All these things relative, of course, but once we move into the slightly cooler part of the year, we can come down here to Riyadh, and of course looking forward to some high quality stuff, culminating in the Saudi Cup in February. So they're making their way in for the 11th race on the card. Horse number 4 to move forward is Montha Al Khalidiyya. And Wathabat Al Khalidiyya as well, as they are about to go in. 3 in, 5 to go. 8 runners for this race. This is Kasab Aldam going in. Kasab Aldam moves forward. There's Meitha Al Khaladia, the red distinguishing cap for that one. As ever, we've got quite a few in very similar colours. To pick my way through them. Horse number 4, Meitha Al Khaladia, just a little bit reluctant to go forward. There is Turkey Al Khaladia as well, the 7 in the first colours. Waiting for Farid Al Jazi as well, who at the moment is just backing away from the rest of them. Meitha Al Khaladia to move forward. Lazaz Alali to go in as well. Meitha Al Khaladia is in, alongside Wathabat Al Khaladia. Lazaz Alali goes in. Farid Al Jazi will be the last. 2,000 metres in front of them. Ball in. Stand by. Presently correct. And racing for the 11th race on the card, our second Arabian race of the day here at Riyadh. And making their way through the early stages, Wathabat Al Khaladia, the 5, has jumped into an early advantage to Good de Violette, who's racing in second, the red and white colours there, one of many greys in the race. Then we have Lazaz Alali, who's up the inside there in the pink colours. Just looking for Turkey Al Khaladia. That one is in mid-division at the moment, about 4 off the lead. Towards the back of the field, Kasab Aldan, also towards the back, Farid Al Jazi. And the back marker at the moment is Monta Al Amal, just a little bit outpaced there in the orange colours. So, making their way onto the racecourse proper, and the leader is Wathabat Al Khaladia, out in front by a couple of lengths to, in second position, Lazaz Alali. Then then towards the outside in third spot is Good de Violette. Monta Al Amal is towards the back of the field at the moment. Just stalking there, though, in fourth is Turkey Al Khaladia, about 5 or 6 lengths off the leading pack, but still going okay. They're then followed by Farid Al Jazi, the maroon jacket. The green towards the outside is Kasam Aldam. They're then followed by Meitha Al Khaladia, and at the back of the field is Monta Al Amal. 1,200 metres in 1:07.09. Starting to make the turn out the back straight. Lazaz Alali is the leader, but now being tackled up the inside by Wathabat Al Khaladia. Wathabat Al Khaladia just being asked a question or two. Lazaz Alali is battling on. Then up the inside, still moving well, is Turkey Al Khaladia, and just beginning to get a little bit closer. Farid Al Jazi now making a move as well in the maroon and white jacket. Then 3 wide, Kasam Aldam. They're swinging for home. Lazaz Alali it is that leads. Now moving into second is Turkey Al Khaladia, with 2 furlongs left to go. Has got to find 4 or 5 lengths, but is now beginning to get a good bit closer. They're then followed in third by Kasab Aldam in the green jacket. Then Farid Al Jazi down towards the closing stage as they come. Lazaz Alali's a bit tired out in front. Here comes Turkey Al Khaladia now down the centre of the track. Still not giving up Kasab Aldam either, but it's Turkey Al Khaladia to Lazaz Alali, who's battling back. Turkey Al Khaladia. Lazaz Alali, though, is sticking out the neck and is really brave out in front. Turkey Al Khaladia with one last go, but racing up towards the line. Lazaz Alali's won it. Turkey Al Khaladia finished in second. Third horse over there was Meitha Al Khaladia, and the fourth was Kasab Aldam. Well, Lazaz Alali looked a sitting duck for Turkey Al Khaladia there in the closing stages, but as we saw in the previous Arabian race as well, I think there's an element there of maybe Turkey Al Khaladia sort of getting to the front and coming to the end of his tether in terms of the run he was asked to produce. He was being asked to from quite a long way out, and Lazaz Alali may well have found a bit more, but I think it's more a case of sticking on well to the finish slightly better than Turkey Al Khaladia, who looked all over the winner with about a furlong left to go, but hasn't managed to seal the deal. Lazaz Alali, the winner there, in 2 minutes 19.65 seconds, beats Turkey Al Khaladia. Meitha Al Khaladia has finished in third, and Kasab Aldam has finished in fourth. Farid Al Jazi confirmed there in fifth. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the penultimate race on the card. Lazaz Alali, 3 wins from 15 runs prior today, is now 4 wins from 16. Did win at TAFE back in meeting 32, and has found itself in the winners' enclosure here in Riyadh as well.
Well, it wasn't an Al Khaladia that won that race, Tom. It was Lazaz Al Ali, and you are perhaps a bit surprised here, and you've got yourself another second place.
Way too many seconds and thirds here, Rebecca, I have to say. And I thought Turkey Al Khaladia was coming to win her race. His race, sorry, I'm surprised that he didn't go by. Adel Al-Faradi produced him at the perfect time. And that race I was talking to you about, where Callum chose Turkey Al Khaladia and I chose another horse at Taif, my horse came alongside Montisera Al Khaladia and wouldn't go by because Turkey Al Khaladia was so game. Today it was the opposite. Turkey Al Khaladia wouldn't go by. Lazaz Al Ali, who went off at a ridiculous gallop, if we're being frank, yet continued to run all the way to the line. Remarkable final furlong there. And a winner for Khalid Al Mamoni. He had 3 on day 1.
Yeah, and he didn't get any yesterday, and he's left it late to get on the score sheet today, the penultimate race, but he's been having a fantastic week.
He really has. I think he's joint top rider this week along with Luis Morales, who has also had 4. Camilo Espina, I believe, had 3, maybe 2. But as we can see here, horse number 5, Wathabat Al Khaladia, burst out from the stalls. She actually played up in the stalls beforehand, but was still very sharp. She ran her race early though, doesn't want to be running over this kind of trip. Lazaz Al Ali decides to go up the inside under Khalid Al Mamoni and to force the pace. Those two go hammer and tongs, and to be honest, a ridiculous gallop in the early stages. So it's admirable that this horse, Lazaz Al Ali, continues to run at that same clip all the way to the line. The eventual runner-up, Turkey Al Khaladia, is currently in 5th with the orange saddlecloth, with the black cap and white silks in behind under Adel Al-Faradi, arguably the perfect spot. He was being tracked by Faris Al Jazri in this stage of the race. Both of those are the closers, and I thought they were going to finish 1st and 2nd. I can't believe Lazaz Al Ali's held on.
I know, Tom, you did say when we were watching this race, from the off you said the leaders have gone off way too fast.
Yeah, they had. They all had. All four horses in that shot right now. Okay, I'm willing to say that Turkey Al Khaladia was going at a fine tempo backing 4th, just trying to not give as much rope to the leaders as possible. But the first 3 were going way too hard. Good de Violette, who's currently in 3rd, is about to wave the white flag already on the bend. We're still 3 or 4 furlongs from home at this point. The 2 leaders are scrapping away, and it looks like both of them are going to go backwards. The Al Khaladia horse, Wathaba Al Khaladia, does indeed start to backpedal at this point. How, if you pick this race up now, have the horses in 3rd, 4th and 5th not finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd? It's astounding that they haven't gone by Lazaz Al Ali.
Yeah, it was really quite an incredible race, but your horse, Tom, Turkey Al Khaladia, was looking really good with a furlong to go.
He was going very well. Adel Al-Faradi at this point was coming alongside, just a length back, now 3/4 of a length, and was making real inroads. Lazaz Al Ali is only half a length clear, now a neck clear. Now Turkey Al Khaladia has come alongside and briefly hit the front. I can't believe Lazaz Al Ali's re-rallied.
You're getting so animated, Tom. You really haven't seen this much energy from you in the last few days. You're almost indignant at this result.
I am. It is also race 11 on the Saturday, so that is one of the reasons. But yeah, I can't believe, to be honest, that result has happened. I thought Lazaz Al Ali will begin to backpedal like the other pace setters, and that just wasn't to be.
Well, here is the break, and this is where the leaders really accelerate away from the stalls, isn't it, Tom? Setting that blistering early pace. And was that something that really surprised you?
No, because I thought a couple of the Al Khaladias were in here to be pacemakers for my selection, Turkey Al Khaladia. Wathaba Al Khaladia did prove to be the pace setter in the early stages. The horse that was seen last time over 1,200 metres, there was no surprise there in that regard. But yeah, I mean, Lazaz Al Ali's shown a complete different type of performance since what we've seen in the late Taif season. So the
Al Khaladia's Maitha Al Khaladia, who you just mentioned, Tom, you said she was going to be a pacemaker from the off. She finished in third, so it's a 2-3 for the Al Khaladia horses. Do let us know on YouTube what you think of this quite extraordinary race. Love to see those comments coming in. You've had plenty to say on Jimmy Jerkin's horses, so let us know what you think of this Arabian race, the penultimate one on the card today. Here they are coming round the bend, Tom. What happened at this stage in the race?
We're just seeing the pace setters go clear and dictate the matters. This is right at the start that we're picking up right now. Now they're about to come down the back straight, the 1,400 metre start, just going past the chute at this stage. Pace setters again moving clear of the remainder of the field. At this point, the pace setters are becoming under pressure and using their infinite reserves. Wathaba Al Khaladia is going backwards at this point, but Lazaz Al Ali continues to roll. The writing seems to be on the wall as Turkey Al Khaladia there in the orange saddlecloth seems to be moving through with the stayer Faris Al Jazi. And at this point, I started celebrating wrongly as Turkey Al Khaladia came alongside and didn't go by.
Tom, you have hit the bar today.
Yeah, 3 winners, which, in my opinion, I cannot remember any of them because all I can think about is these four second-place finishes.
Or very close second-place finishes as well.
Yeah, exactly. Bit frustrating, but it is what it is. You know, horse racing is a game of fine margins, and we've seen that on numerous occasions.
And you also had the non-runner at the very first race.
All right, Rebecca.
It's been a bit of a mixed bag for you today, Tom.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Been mixed fortune, but as I say, that's what happens in horse racing. The good thing about it is there's always another race, and we've got one race to come, and it is race 12, the feature.
Yes, that's an exciting one to look forward to, for sure. Were you surprised, Tom, at the pace that these horses set, given that it's a race over 2,000 metres?
Not necessarily surprised by it, but I'm surprised that Lazaz Al Ali kept going all the way to the line. They went too hard. That was obvious by the fact that the other 2 horses on the speed had finished right out the back of the TV. But Lazaz Al Ali is really just dug deep in the closing stages, kept rolling. A typical Arabian horse performance, I must say, like continued to go at the same clip. But yeah, this is a career best, there's no doubt about that.
And great to see Khalid Al-Mamoni enjoying great success this week. That hat-trick on the first day, the best day of his career, and he's got another win under his belt here today on the 3rd day at Riyadh. Well, we do have one more race to go. The feature race is the last race on our card here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack, and that is definitely one that Tom and I are very much looking forward to watching. We step up in trip for our longest race of the day. Tom, it's a race over 2,400 metres, and Tom, what are you looking forward to in this one?
Yeah, it's a good race, a big field as well. We've got max field almost, 1 mile 4 furlongs. 2,400 metres, should be a great contest, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck in. Horse number 2, Tater, would be my pick at this stage, but I want to see them in the paddock.
Absolutely. We will have a closer look at all the runners and riders in the paddock shortly, but let's go to John now, who's going to give us his thoughts on the card.
Yeah, the 12th of 12. Well done if you've got this far, and if you've got this far, maybe you'll go a little further. Wild Rhythm is horse number 1. Ahmed Al-Azari is aboard. Taita is horse number 2. Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3 is Houted of Youth, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 4 is Helmi, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 5 is Maker of Light. That's the mount of Ahmed Al-Tayar. Number 6 is Ghost in Most, Luis Morales. 7 is Najam Dubai, Ayad Al-Turisi. 8 is Going Gone, Camilo Ospina. We do have a non-runner though. Number 9, Gurkhali Warrior has been scratched. Number 9 has been scratched. It's there still on the graphic, but it has been scratched. Number 10, Roaming Stone, Turkey Alofi is next in the list. Number 11 is Travoli. That's the mount of Saned Al-Dehani. Also, number 12 is Media Stream. That's the mount of Nawef Al-Mudiani. Number 13 13 is Luigi Vampa, Rakan Alboade. Number 14 is Pivolin, Wigberto Ramos. Number 15 is En Famille, Rayan Altoesh. Number 16, Royal Crusade, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. And number 17 is Entangling, Muhaned Al-Shamari. So 16 in the end got a post. They go without number 9, Gurkhali Warrior. They're making their way, well, shortly they'll be making their way into the parade ring.
Many thanks, John, for that overview of this last race on the card, the feature race, race number 12. And Tom, you just said that you'll probably pick the second horse no matter what.
Yeah, it's been one of those kind of days. Look, every race is different. Hopefully we get a little bit of luck here. There are a few horses you can give strong chances to. The likes of Ghost in Most, Horton of Youth, number 3, Tater, number 2, even Wild Rhythm, the inside horse. But generally, you want to be drawn wide. We've seen today and over the last few days that the horses drawn in double-figure stalls have played out the finish. So maybe we should be looking at the 2 Jimmy Jerkins horses in 12 and 13 and On For Me in 15.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins has got the double today. Will he get his hat-trick? Things will become a little clearer a little later on as we near the start of this race over 2,400 metres. Well, who else is catching your eye, Tom, having looked at this race card? Jimmy Jerkins, you said, has got 2 runners in this one, but who else is standing out for you?
Yeah, just the list, basically, I said then. On For Me has to be a standout based on what he did last year. He was one of the leading horses in Saudi Arabia. They gave him a mid-season break during the Taif campaign from meeting 24 to meeting 48, which probably didn't have him spot on for that run at meeting 48, but he will be ready now. And I think he'll probably be my pick in this race, though it will be up to change. Taiter is the other one that I'm interested in, horse number 2, but that inside draw is a concern. Obviously, the 2 Jimmy Jerkins horses are in there as well, both third off the layoff, which is the angle I like, and both bred to get this kind of distance. Yeah, I think it's probably between those. There are some horses drawn inside, the likes of Horton of Youth as well, as I've touched on, Maker of Light, that have good recent form, but they may succumb to the fitter rivals. Yeah.
The longest race we've seen today, Tom, do you think that the wide draw is going to matter so much in a longer race?
Well, if you look over our shoulder, we can see the stalls right on the top of the bend of the home straight. So they pass the winning line and they go a full circuit around the track. That means that there's a reasonable run to this first turn. I wouldn't say it really differed because down the back straight you also have similarly long runs, especially from the 1400 metre start, 1600 metre start, you've got an even longer run to the first bend. So wide draws, I imagine, are going to be favoured still.
And Tom, I'm going to ask you, you've been talking about this all day, will we see the wiggle?
We could see the wiggle. Wigberto Ramos is on board. Pivolan, number 14. I mean, that horse was good prior to coming to Saudi Arabia, but not really shown as much form so far this season.
Let's look at horse number 2, later.
This is a horse that I think has got a great chance of running a place. Finished second over 2,000 metres in March. That was in a Grade 1. This is a step down on that, but hasn't run since. Won fresh last year, though, which would be a tick in the box. And Adele Alfaredi takes the ride. Big negative is the inside stall.
We'll see how that plays out over the longer distance. Horse number 3, Horton of Youth.
A big unit, this 4-year-old colt. He's super consistent. He stays the distance. He won the Okaz Cup 2 starts back at Taif, and Nathan Anazi rides.
Number 4 is Helmi.
Consistent in defeat so far this season. Lots of 3rd and 4th place finishes, as you can see by the numbers next to him on the race card. The last 5 efforts, in fact, have been 3rd or 4th place finishes. But he's only rated 86. He's facing horses in the 100s here.
Also rated 86, Maker of Light.
Son of Mason, winner last time up in meeting 52 over at Taif. Generally faces weaker opposition, and when he faces this kind of class, he comes unstuck.
Ghost in Most.
A talented horse and a very good looker as well. Perfectly turned out today. He would be one of the contenders for best turned out, that's for sure. He won last time at meeting 28, but it's had a layoff since.
Najm Dubai is horse number 7.
Maybe Connections tried to enter him in the wrong race here because he seems to be way in over his head, rated just 57, 0 from 25 so far, and 7.
Big ask for Najm Dubai in that case. Well, we talked a little earlier about Going Gone.
A horse I like in this contest as well. He's got plenty of ability, rated 99. We showed him at the top of the show in the menu. Looks like he hasn't come in his coat. That would be a concern. And one reason for that is that he only shipped over to Saudi Arabia this season. He was formerly trained in the UK. At this point of the year, horses in the UK would go in their coat like this. So maybe he's still not acclimatised.
It'll be interesting to see, indeed. Horse number 9 is a non-runner, so we're going to skip forward to horse number 10, Roaming Stone.
Unexposed so far in Saudi Arabia with just one start. I have class questions. He also doesn't have a rating yet.
Number 11, Trevoni.
Mark of just 70 suggests that he's going to be outclassed in this field, finished 7th the last twice.
Thoughts on number 12, Tom, Media Stream?
This horse was bad last time in the Okaz Cup, which was quite surprising given Jimmy Jerkin's horses tend to improve from their debut. He was pretty good first time up in 3rd. It was a promising display. He's by Frankel, so the trip will be fine.
And Luigi Vampa, horse at number 13, another Jimmy Jerkins.
Maybe this is the number 1 string from the Jerkin stable, but he is rated slightly below Media Stream, and all of these horses carry the same weight, given it's a cup contest. He's another ex-Brit. It was a good run last time at Taif when he won.
Horse number 14, Pivolin.
By Curlin, amazing US sire and racehorse. First string for the owner in here, Salad Al-Diani, and Roberto Ramos takes the mount. Roberto still looking for his first win at Riyadh.
He's already on board. He's clearly keen to get going.
Indeed.
On Fami, number 15.
Probably the horse I'm going to go for in this contest. Drawn out wide, which is what you want. One of the leading horses last season. Below par last time up, but that was off the back of the line.
Well, let's go now to Shamila, who's in the paddock looking at all the horses. Shamila, let's hear your thoughts.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. My selection has just exited the parade ring, and it is horse number 3, Houghton of Youth. Very, very impressive horse during the Taif season. I would love to see him winning this race under Naif Al-Nazi, giving Naif his first winner of the day for Nasser Fawaz as well. This was quite a difficult one, Rebecca, because I have about 5 horses noted down that I really like the look of. So Houghton of Youth is definitely the best looking horse in my opinion. I also really liked horse number 12, Media Stream, 14th last time up, but looks really fit today. And as I mentioned in my introduction as well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Luigi Vampa turns out today, because Jimmy Jerkins has already had the double, so it wouldn't be surprising if he landed a hat trick as well. However, I will stick to Houghton of Youth, and no paddock negatives for this race.
Well, that is good to know. No paddock negatives, and Shamila seems to be overrun with choice there in the feature race of the day. There's a couple of horses we are yet to mention, Tom. We didn't get to Royal Crusade, number 16.
I'll rattle through both of these because I think they've got similar chances. Both are 9-year-olds, both are drawn wide, which isn't a negative, but for these two it could be, as they just don't have the talent to factor at the end.
And we didn't actually mention the first horse, Tom, Wild Rhythm.
Yeah, Wild Rhythm does have a chance, but it's drawn inside. It's rated 98, won at meeting 24, and it's bred Barwi.
And let's have a look at number 2, Tater.
This was Tater last season, hasn't been seen since running at Riyadh 12 months ago. Finished 2nd in this contest. I believe this was the Grade 1 race where she was 2nd back in March. It was a very good run, coming down the middle of the track, making late inroads, but again, never looked like winning. I think that's crucial to note here. I thought the depth of this race was relatively strong, which gives him a great chance of taking the prize today. But first off the layoff is a minor concern, as is the inside draw.
Well, next up is the horse that Shamila likes the look of. Number 3, Houghton of Youth.
Consistent horse, Houghton of Youth, and as Shamila said, he did very well at Taif this season, finishing 2nd at meeting 30, winning at meeting 39, and finishing 3rd at meeting 48. This was him last time when he finished 3rd. It was a decent run. He plugged on at the 1 speed, up the inside, and you know, he took minor money in this race. It was a good contest, and the winner is a very smart horse. But he didn't really finish this race off nicely. He has a good chance today. There's no doubt about that. And Naif Al-Nazi rides. It's just the inside stall again. That is bugbear for me.
Well, also in with a good chance, Tom, is a horse that we mentioned a little earlier on, Going Gone. Made a winning start to life here in Saudi Arabia, having made that move over from the UK. And we should be having a look at his last run now.
Horses first time up in Saudi don't tend to produce their best, so I was quite surprised that Going Gone actually won this day over at Taif. This was back in meeting 6, so right at the start of the year, and most of the good horses weren't running at this point, so maybe the opposition wasn't the strongest, but he kept going all the way to the line. He's on the wrong lead as well, which wouldn't have suited him. He probably had more left in the tank, but actually the runner-up was going further and further behind, so it was a good performance. If he's ready to go fresh today, then he's got a great chance under Camilo.
Fantastic. Well, this is our feature race of the day. This is the big one, the 12th of our 12 races here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And Tom, just give me your confirmation then. Who are you going for in this one?
The selection is going to be horse number 15, On For Me. I think he's got the best chance of winning. If Tater wins in number 2, then I will be gutted.
Well, hopefully, Tom, you will have some luck this time. This is your last chance. Shamila likes number 3, Horton of Youth. And I have to say, I'm going to go with Shamila's pick as well. So, Shamila, I'm sticking with your advice for this feature race, and we'll shortly be getting the thoughts of our commentator, John Blance, who is standing by, ready and waiting to call our feature race of the day.
Yeah, it's a good contest, isn't it? And of course, we're over the 2,400 metre trip as well. I found it a slightly tricky one to get much of a handle on. I think Houghton of Youth has definitely got a very good chance. If you've been watching TAFE racing over the last few months, you'll know that he's been a regular in some of those sorts of races. And I don't think the 2,400 metres will be any trouble to him at all. So he's definitely got to be on any short list. You can also see there in shot Helmi as Maker of Light as well, as the horses are circling down at the start. We've got a couple in the same ownership here. Media Stream and Luigi Vampa are both in the care of Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Aziz. That is the trophy, rather handsome trophy that they're running for here, the Eastern Governance Region Cup. There's horse number 3, Houghton of Youth, who we were talking about. There's number 12, Media Stream, who's running in the red cap of the 2 in that particular ownership. There's horse number 1, Wild Rhythm. The 5 is Maker of Light, Ahmed Al-Tayar aboard. Just 1 win from 18 starts for that one. Ghost in Most. I think that can go quite well. Obviously got a little bit to find in terms of what he's done thus far, but there's still the potential for a good bit more improvement, one would have thought, from Ghost in Most. The 12's got the pink distinguishing cap there. That's Media Stream. There's horse number 2, Taita, in shot. And there is the 8, Going Gone. Our 12th and final race on the card here today. There's number 16, Royal Crusade. Abdulaziz Al-Yesh rides that one. So they are going to be loading them up pretty shortly over this longer trip, 2,400 metres. Don't get too many of those to the pound here in Saudi. Going in already. We've got Ghost in Most is in. Helmi has gone forward as well, rather dark colours for Helmi, or darker colours. There's horse number 15, that's En Famille, the horse that Tom likes. Yeah, if you were doing the form for this and you're looking at horses drawn 15, to be thinking, well, not ideal, but given the way the races have gone today, it really hasn't been a great encumbrance. There's Pivoline going in, horse number 3, Houghton of Youth. And there's number 6, Ghost in Most, with that red cap to distinguish it from the other horse in those colours, Pivoline, who wears the black colours. Again, they're going in quickly. Houghton of Youth to come forward. Pivoline there in the pink saddle cloth. There's the big white tick of Maker of Light to go in as Houghton of Youth goes forward. Pivoline is in. Also there, Taita is in. Stall number 1 to be occupied by Wild Rhythm. Into stall 5 goes Maker of Light. Maker of Light is in. The 11 is Travoli in the orange and blue colours. Still waiting for Wild Rhythm to go in as well. Travoli into gate 11. Gate 8 for Going Gone. Going Gone is in now. So just waiting for Ghost in Most and Wild Rhythm. Then we'll have a full complement here. Into stall 1, Wild Rhythm. Corresponding gates and saddle cloths here. Wild Rhythm to come forward. Stand by. 2,400 metres, the 9:10 race, the 12th on the card here. King Abdulaziz racetrack, they're off and racing. And very slowly away there was Roaming Stone. That one has ceded loads of lengths at the start. Houghton of Youth, who often likes to charge forward, has done exactly that. Goodness me, this one's got a train to catch. Goes into about a 3 or 4 length lead already. Also prominent in the early exchanges is Going Gone. Another one that's up there with the pace is Taita on the rail. They're then followed by Maker of Light, another one in blue and white colours there. Then towards the outside, Media Stream. They're then followed by the white cap of Luigi Bamper. Then towards the outside, Eveline, who's a little bit wide around the turn as they make progress around the bend. Then Wild Rhythm is up the inside, followed then by Najm Dubai. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Hell Me, and also towards the rear is Royal Crusade. But it's a pretty well grouped up field. Houghton of Youth still the leader, but nowhere near as far in front as he was. Naif Al-Anazi's just dabbed on the brakes a little bit there. Leads to in second position in the white jacket there with the blue braces, Taita. They're then followed towards the outside by the red cap of Media Stream. That's your leading trio. Then up the inside, Taita is racing in third spot or fourth spot now. Then towards the outside, Pivoline, who's in the dark coloured jacket, racing in around about fourth and just pressing on a little bit. Then the white distinguishing cap of Luigi Bamper, just going backwards a little bit. Wild Rhythm now comes up the inside. The orange jacket getting a first mention is Trevoli. So they're making their way down the far side of the track. They're going to be turning out of it very shortly. And it's Houghton of Youth, who came out with the old running shoes on, leads to in second position towards the outside now, making good headway is Media Stream. They're then followed in third by Going Gone, as Houghton of Youth is now just beating a rather hasty retreat. The cue's been put in the rack there. Taita is in third, Pivoline round the outside in fourth. They're well clear of Trevoli, who's now just beginning to get going, but there's quite a lot of work to do from there. So starting to make the swing for home very shortly, and it's Going Gone that leads them. Going Gone out in front to in second position Media Stream. They're then followed in third position by Going Gone has gone right out there at the turn for home. All sorts of drama in the latter part of this race. So it's Media Stream that now leads. Here down the centre of the track though comes Pivoline. Then after that in third, Taita, who's trying to box on. Medium Stream towards the near side. Pivoline though is coming home with a wet sail. Pivoline and Media Stream. They're then followed in third by Taita, and after that Trevoli. But in a dramatic closing race, it's Pivoline that's going on well inside the final furlong now. Pivoline to win. In second position looks like Media Stream. There in third spot was Taita. Bit of a gap to Trevoli, who's finished in fourth, but it all happened there in the closing stages. But Wigberto Ramos has taken advantage of that unfortunate incident where Going Gone and Camilo Ospina just veered off. And then, of course, decanted Camilla. I mean, Camilla was going in one way and the horse was going the other there, Going Gone, aptly named. And in the end, it was Pivoline who's been able to take full advantage of that. Who knows, Pivoline may well have won, certainly finished very strongly anyway. Well, that's a dramatic finish to our final race here at Riyadh today. Good news is that Camilo Ospina, having been decanted onto the dirt, is up okay, and the horse, I'm sure, is fine. There was no fall or anything. It was just suddenly that Going Gone decided he was going to live up to his name there, and well, it's like what can happen at one or two racetracks over in the UK or in any part of the country, where any part of the world where they see maybe the parade ring, or they see a part of the track that they've just come from and think, my race is done here and I'm off. And that was the case with Going Gone. So Pivoline has won though. Media Stream's finished in second. Taita was third. Trevoli is finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. A dramatic final race here on the card at Riyadh today. That's it from me. Back to the guys in the studio in due course.
a dramatic final race that was in our feature. It all happened in the closing stages. Guys, just talk us through what happened there. It looked like Going Gone had just had enough.
I don't know what happened with that, with Camilo's horse. It looked like it just spooked. I don't know. It just came around the bend and absolutely took off with him, and there was no steering him, and Camilo was just off on the floor, but thankfully it looked like he has gotten up and the horse is absolutely fine as well. So it's just one of those weird things that happens. I mean, we've seen it a few times happening in Taif, but usually with younger horses, not with more experienced horses like this.
And Tom, do you think that horse would have won?
Yeah, I do. He was travelling the best on the bend, and we were watching it live, obviously, and I was saying, who's that on the inside? He's tanking, and it was Camilo on Going Gone. He looked like he put the Jimmy Jerkins horse away at that stage, just coming around the bend, and yeah, I don't really know what happened. He seems to just veer, not take that left-hand turn, and that was it. Fortunately, Camilo is okay. We definitely saw him stand up, and the horse was absolutely fine, of course. So sad for it to happen in a cup race like this when he was probably going to win, but it's horse racing. Who knows what's going to happen next?
We were really looking forward to seeing Going Gone as well, who made such a strong start to life in Saudi Arabia. It's a real shame, isn't it, Shamila, to see a race end like that for him?
Yeah, it is a real shame, but those are just the highs and lows of racing. A bit like my selections today. Houghton of Youth was out the back of the TV still pulling up when all the horses were coming back into the parade ring for a check over. So I don't know what happened there. It didn't look like he'd bled, but obviously Naif Al Nazi just taking extra precautions to make sure the horse is okay.
In terms of your selection, Shamila, you said in the paddock that you like the look of Media Stream, the horse that finished in second. So well done to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of the Jimmy Jerkins horses are looking really well today. Everyone that has come in the parade ring has looked really well. Even his previous winner, Lethal Talent, I think it was looking really well in the parade ring. So they just look like absolute bulls, and they obviously agree with being in Riyadh.
Absolutely. It's great that you get to see up close and personal those horses before the race. And let's look out for the wiggle. This is what you've been so desperate to see, Tom, with Berto Ramos with his famous celebration.
I have waited for this for approximately 3 days, and
there it is.
There it is. That seemed rather subdued, I have to say, for a cup race. I was expecting more hip movement, a little bit more shoulders, but here we go.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah. The guy never lets us down.
Go on, the wig man. I'm so jealous I'm not down there dancing with him.
I am not jealous about that. I would not want to be down there.
Well, Tom, I'm sure you were happy to see that. You were made to wait for that one today. You had a couple of disappointments, didn't he, with Berto Ramos?
I can't believe he didn't win earlier on Golden Line, but look, he'll be going home happy now. If he didn't win this race, I'm pretty sure he'd have been annoyed about the exploits today. Pivolem was fantastic in this event, though, coming up third off the layoff, formerly trained in the UK. Not really used to the dirt with Rigberto, but yeah, look, this was a great performance.
And this is just another look at the run in the closing stages of this, our feature race. Shamila, what were your thoughts when you were watching this?
I mean, this race had me on my toes from the moment they left the gates. I thought Houghton of Youth had this in the bag before very quickly drifting backwards, coming around the bend, and obviously Camilo falling off. So it was just dramatic from start to finish, but I'm glad we got a Wigberto wiggle in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about the third place horse. We spoke a bit before the race about this one, Taito. We showed some footage of his last run as well.
Yeah, we're just looking at the drone shot right now of what happened in this event. Taito ran great in third, as you just touched on. He was the horse I was going to put down as a selection before changing my mind and going for On For Me, who was never sighted. Take nothing away from the third. First time up this year, it was a good performance, but this race is all about Going Gone, right? He would have won. He would have been the horse we were talking about. We would have also said that Camilo's had a great day with a couple of winners and taken this prize with a horse who's really come on leaps and bounds since moving from the UK to Saudi Arabia until that incident happened on the bend. The lead was strongly contested at this point. Houghton of Youth up the insides, making the running. As Shamila said, he completely lost the plot around this stage and decided to go backwards. Then Camilo took over on Going Gone, and it looked like the race was won. But we saw this happen to Naif Al Nazi, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
It was in the space of a week as well. 2 horses did this at Taif, off the bend. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's the lights, because as they come around the bend, they suddenly met with the lights near the grandstand. But otherwise, it just seems to be a freak accident.
Or maybe they thought, I'm home, I'm dry, I'm done. I want to go back to the stables.
Turkey Al Khaladia thought that earlier on when I was cheering him on, I tell you.
Yeah, in terms of your selections, Tom, it's been a mixed bag for you today.
Yeah, very much so. I think we've had 5 places, 3 winners. It's been a good day of action. Frustrating from a personal level, but of course it's all about the horses. At this point, as we're still watching the replay from the drone shot, Going Gone is about to make the move up the inside of the Jimmy Jerkins horse Media Stream, who's just in second, and we're about to see what happened here, just coming off the bend.
Talk us through this as it happens, Tom, because this
Yes.
is completely unexpected.
Yeah, so we're just looking from the top here. Camilo's right against the fence. Media Stream just on the outside. It gets pretty tight there. Oh, actually, we didn't get to see the instant, which is slightly disappointing, but the horse and the jockey are okay. So I'm not quite sure why we didn't get to see that, but that was the main talking point of the race anyway. Media Stream was able to lead the field from that point onwards, and it just proved that Pivolan was the horse that had the most stamina.
Absolutely. And Shamila, you did like Media Stream before this race. What was it about Media Stream that you liked when you saw him in the paddock?
Just really nicely defined muscles. I mean, my job in the parade ring, looking at the horses, is looking about maybe not who's done the best form-wise, but who is looking the fittest and doing the most. A bit like Wigberto, he's looking like he's doing the most today, giving Shala Al-Dehani a big hug there. I'm sure they're delighted, and great to see Fahad Al-Faredi up on the stage as well.
And do you think we will get another wiggle as Wigberto Ramos gets his hands on the trophy?
I think it's super professional mode right now for Wigberto, that's for sure.
Disappointing for you, though, Tom, not to see that wiggle again after you've waited so long to see it. You made to wait until the very last race of the day to see it. And Tom, I'd love to hear your highlights, because as we said earlier, you've had a bit of a mixed bag of results. Shamila, you've had some good ones too. You've been picking a lot of the same horses, but I want to get the highlights from both of you guys. Let's start with you, Tom, and get your highlights from today and the week overall.
Well, the week overall, that's a bold question. I don't know, maybe yesterday. Sunset Flash has to be right up there. The White Stable filly that made a winning debut as well has got to be up there. But today is another White Stable filly that was my highlight, and that was Istitea in race number 7. It was a phenomenal performance from Camilo Ospina's ride. She went straight to the front after braking nicely. From then on, one-horse race. The time was pretty good as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, she was incredible. Shamila, what did you make of that? I assume you were down here seeing it pretty up close.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty used to seeing Camilo Ospina winning in big margins like that, but there's just something about those fillies that we've seen the last few days that are special. And when I saw her walking around the parade ring, I think I described her as perfection, because that's genuinely what she looked like, utter professional.
You did, actually. That was your exact word, Shamila, perfection, and she was the number 10 horse, the perfect 10, and got a quicker time than the Colts in the next race as well. Shamila, you were saying yesterday about these fillies generally are able to beat the Colts in terms of time as well.
Yeah, these local bred fillies are so strong. I haven't seen anything like it, even in the UAE. I mean, the fillies cannot stand up to the Colts and geldings, but here it's a totally different story. The fillies are right up there, and in these Colts races, I mean, you can't overlook them. They're going to beat them.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And of course, as a 2-year-old, she's only going to improve, isn't she?
Yeah, that's what Camilo said. I mean, I'm sure they're waiting until they're 3 years old to put them in the big races, the races that they deserve to be in.
Absolutely. And Tom, what was it that you liked so much about this horse?
It wasn't even just the time, it wasn't the manner of the performance, but it's just yet another White Stable horse that's got the job done at the first time of asking. They're super professional from the start as well. It's not even just the end of their race, the fact they stay on. They break like they've been running for years and years. This was the first start for this filly. It was very much the same case yesterday with the filly that won by 8 1/4. This one won by 10 lengths. Just dominance.
Absolutely. And let's talk about another horse that's been utterly dominant, Sunset Flash. We were so excited to see her yesterday. Shamila, you even wore a green dress in her honour.
I did. I absolutely love this filly. And I think Callum once said that Alexis Marino loves this horse more than he loves his own dog, which is actually a true statement, because Alex absolutely loves Sunset Flash. And she's a fan favourite as well. I mean, every time they pull her out, yesterday was just a gallop for her. That was so easy for her to do. So I'd like to see her actually up against some proper competition this season. That would be lovely to see.
And what do you think, Tom? How much did you enjoy Sunset Flash yesterday?
I enjoyed it a lot. I thought she was actually going to win by further. I know you said it was easy, but I thought she was going to win by a street, and we'll be talking about the Frankel of horses over here. You know, I've never seen her before, because I wasn't here in Taif when she ran. She seemed to just run when I wasn't here, which is interesting, but just horse scheduling for myself. She's very talented, rated 109, one of the best horses we've seen, that's for sure. I reckon Asfan Al Khalidi is still the best horse I've seen, despite the fact he's an Arabian horse, not a thoroughbred, but she's bang there.
Plenty of Al-Khaladias around. Anyway, Shamila, I know that you've been to this track before. You've been at 2 Saudi Cups before. But Tom, it's your first visit to Riyadh. And what do you make of it in terms of the difference in terms of the track, in terms of how does it compare to Taif?
Yeah, well, the infrastructure is crazy. We should talk about that. It's phenomenal here. Numerous floodlights, brilliant infield. Our studio's great. The paddock is different, not what I was expecting, and the track is expansive. The main talking point, I think, is the fact that wide draws are good here in Riyadh. Seemingly in Taif, you didn't want to be drawn wide. You wanted to be right on the front end against the rail. Here, you can win 4 or 5 deep around the turns. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Maybe they harrow the centre of the track more than the inner, but yeah, I think that's the main talking point that I have.
And is that something you've noticed before, Shamila, from your previous trips to Riyadh, that you've seen horses in the wide draws not being impacted by that at all, and actually that proving to be an advantage?
I think so. I mean, I've only ever been here on Saudi Cup week, so you have like brilliant horses running, and it doesn't matter where they're drawn typically, but even since I've been here, I mean, everything's changed. We have brand new hospitality centres, the parade ring has changed, everything has changed since the last time I've been here, and it's absolutely brilliant to be here.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic start to the season here in Riyadh. Of course, you're both seasoned veterans from covering the action in Taif. Tom, you'll be here next week. What's going to be the highlight of next week? What are you most looking forward to?
Just getting stuck into these 12 race cards again. I'm yet to see what the horses are going to be on show. I mean, they come out on Tuesday, the race cards, and from then on, we'll get to judge who the horses follow are.
Absolutely, and there will be plenty of horses to follow, not only next week, but over the coming months as well. And of course, all of the action culminates at the end of February with the big one, the Saudi Cup. Shamila will be here, Tom will be here, and I might be here as well. But that's certainly something we are all looking forward to seeing in this really impressive venue, the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. We hope to see you next week.